Greg, can you say something so I can see how loud it is? I don't like the volume.
I don't think he heard you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yeah, see, hear how low it is.
He's coming through my speakers.
How about now?
Is that better?
There we go. There we go.
Is that better?
Thank you.
Okay.
Victoria,
Yeah, extra creamy, sorry. Yeah.
the download speed in here is sort of slow. I'm just doing the packet for the workshop, which is 40 pages. Walk for about 30 some seconds now, 40 seconds.
I wonder if it's worth going around.
One out, what do you mean?
Going back
To the-
to fresh. Going out of the site.
it's- And I'm gonna try to download the big guy.
Oh, yeah, I can write, Kim was, she's, if you see that light, come on, she said she's gonna be here at 5. Hi, everybody.
This is going to be hard for me to turn down. Like
Now it's too loud.
it is. Is this it or is this it?
This one.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then if not, it might be, have someone talk.
Can somebody talk, please?
Test.
Testing.
Test.
It's
Yes.
just, I don't want to feedback with
Yep.
Mike. Okay,
Try once more, please.
Testing.
there we go. Okay, perfect. All right. We do have a quorum. Do we have any idea about, I believe that about the other trustees, I believe the mayor pro tem is going to recuse himself from the workshop because of his previous affiliations with one of the presenters, leave. And did we hear from Trustee Walsh?
I am not aware, I'm not aware that we have heard from Trustee Waugh.
And I don't think he's going to attend now that I think about it. So let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. We have, okay, we can start.
Okay, I'll kick off the workshop.
Okay.
So as everyone knows, the Board of Trustees went out for we called it a call for projects instead of a request for proposals, because that insinuates some different standards. And there was an RFP that was listed, and that was included in your packet as well. So you can see what that involved. We had 2 respondents to our call for projects. We had the Lyons Emergency Assistance Fund program responded to our call for projects, and Lyons Creates also submitted a proposal. And so tonight we were hoping to give each of those 2 entities 15 to 20 minutes to share their proposals with you, and then 15 minutes for the board to ask any follow-up questions and clarifications that you would like. We are not going to have this on the agenda tonight for a decision. Tonight is simply hearing the proposals and gaining information so that at our next meeting on February 22nd, you can give staff direction on how you would like to proceed at that point. I did include also in your packet what we call a scoring sheet, though technically you don't have to have scores. But what we found over all the years of doing different proposals is it's nice to have a place to take notes about the issue, to also have something available. So in the future, if someone requests, how could have our proposal been stronger? What was lacking in it? We have some record of that. So for the Board of Trustees, you're welcome to use that if that is helpful to you. And tonight it has, each of the categories has some types of questions you might want to ask regarding each of those categories. And for those people who are listening, we are looking at different categories, the concept and approach that they're presenting, the community need of what they're proposing, and then staffing and experience of the group behind the proposal, and then cost and pricing arrangements and lease agreements. So several different areas for the board to consider tonight. And as I said, we do not anticipate making any decisions tonight. Tonight is really just listening to the proposals. We'll follow up in a couple of weeks. So with that, it has been decided, let's see, it looks, is everybody on schedule here? Clerk Vasquez, you were going to work with the different groups on who was going to share their screens. So if you're on here, why don't you let us know? I don't know what arrangement you made with them.
The only one I had chatted with was Lori Barton. And now, Victoria, I can't open my email at home. I don't know why, but she has attachments, but I'll pop them over to you and I'll send you the email. I can send it from my phone, but not from my laptop.
Yeah, and we have
Lauren is pretty savvy at sharing that stuff too. And I'm just struggling here to get it going. So, I'll send it right over.
So our first presentation tonight is going to be by Lyons Creates. Oh, it says Leaf is first, but did that get changed around? Because you guys were first. Yeah. Lyons Create, and it looks like Jamie Gillis and Lauren Click are here to present that on their behalf. So Lauren, are you comfortable sharing your screen?
Actually, Jamie's going to be sharing.
Oh, Jamie is. Okay.
Are you able to, Jamie?
Yes, I will get it up right now just to make sure there's no issues, but
Yeah.
can everybody see that?
Yes.
You can.
Great.
I'm just going to do a brief introduction. Good evening, board and all of the guests on. My name is Lauren Click. I'm the chair of the Lyons Arts and Humanities Commission and also working with the Creative District. Jamie Gillis is our amazing consultant. She's helping us establish the strategic plan for the Creative District formation and certification. The Depot RFP was perfectly timed with our efforts. So as such, Jamie has been helping us craft an approach to activating the Depot that melds with our long-term strategic vision and builds off best practices from other Creative District communities that also have buildings that they program. This also includes Jamie's successful efforts to develop a facility in the Rhino District in Denver. Jamie's going to lead everyone through the key points of our proposal, and members of the LAHC and Creative District Steering Committee are here to take questions if we need. Thanks.
Great. Thanks so much, Lauren, and wonderful to see you all tonight. And thank you so much for this incredible opportunity. I've had the chance to spend some time in the Depot. It is just an extraordinary facility for your community. And we've had a lot of fun talking about, dreaming about, thinking about what this could become for Lyons to really truly serve as the cultural heart of the community. So I'm going to walk you through, as Lauren said, some of the highlights of the proposal. I'll make sure to leave plenty of time for questions at the end. This proposal is presented to you by both the Lyons Arts and Humanities Commission and Lyons Creates, which is a newly formed organization that recently got fiscal sponsorship to be able to allow it to serve as a 501c3 entity. We'll share more about that in a moment. And I'll explain how the organizations are working together. We have a little graphic that I think helps clarify how we see all this coming together and the importance of everybody playing a role. Obviously, I don't need to tell you all that Lyons is a community rich in culture, and the passion that exists for the culture in this community is just extraordinary. As we have embarked upon the process to develop the strategic plan for the Creative District, we have just had so many people step up and express their passion for the creative work that they do here, for the creatives that are here, for the way that this community celebrates the arts. And so as we looked at the Depot, we looked at how we could really use that space to galvanize the cultural community, to truly amplify arts and culture as an economic driver for Lyons, and the opportunity to align all the wonderful work that is going on in a physical space, truly bringing art to the heart of the community. The mission of the Depot, as we envision it, is to truly provide a collegial space for the arts and the community to come together, to co-create, to commingle, to discover common goals together, to develop events and programming, both for the community and visitors, and to share responsibility in the stewardship of the historic nucleus of Lyons that the railroad helped found and that the arts helped sustained. We have very much approached our effort to ensure that we preserve the integrity of the historic structure that is the Depot, while also establishing it as a true community center with a focus on the arts. We look at everything through the lens of arts and culture. Arts as a way to unite, to activate, to educate, to collaborate. And if you look at past planning efforts for the community and surveys, including the current comp plan efforts, and if you look at all the success of the programming that the LAHC has undertaken, we really work to craft an operating plan that meets needs that the community has expressed and that builds on past successes, while also being able to enhance existing community services, providing space for creatives and community organizations to truly flourish. I would say this approach to the Depot, and really the approach to the entire Creative District program, is truly about economic opportunity for all and really building community. So we look at this as a space and a place, not just to gather, not just for great events and programming, But ultimately, our goals are to create jobs and increase incomes for creative people and to increase investments in creative places that benefit the community overall. To be able to continue to attract more artists and more creative entrepreneurs and enterprises to Lyons, and to continue infusing new energy and innovation. You have so many innovative people that approach culture and the creative economy through so many different lenses and ways that they do their work. And so this is an opportunity for Lyons to really build on something you're already doing really well and take it to the next level. To be able to enhance the economic and civic capital and ultimately the resilience of the community. The entire approach to the creative economy and to the creative districts program has always been about creating another leg in the stool of economic opportunity, so that as our communities grow, as they face changes, that resiliency is built into the way that you do things. And then, of course, ultimately to serve as a focal point for celebrating and strengthening your unique identity. Love this old picture of the building. We've gone through lots of pictures of the building, and we included a quote in the RFP that I really like to call attention to, that new ideas often need old buildings. If old buildings ground us, they are an important part of our history, and I think they also are a wonderful starting point for exploring new opportunities for the future. So we've laid out a number of new uses for the historic building. Ultimately, we do see it as both a space for visitors and a space for the community, a space where people can come and learn more about what's happening here, but also a space to dream, to imagine, to learn, to create, to provide arts-based classes, to provide space for local artists, to not just hang their work on a wall, but actually to come and work together collaboratively. We want to stay true to the mission of the restoration of the depot, in that we honor the history and the preservation, and that we provide education about that and about the story of Lyons and the depot itself. And of course, we see this as an opportunity to catalyze creative partnerships with local organizations, and to be able to provide space and resources and places for groups to come together and work together and learn and partner. And then also the outdoor space that the depot provides a wonderful opportunity for programming, for playing and connecting for the community. I won't spend too much time going into the graphics, but we did include in our proposal some conceptual approaches to how we envision using the space. You can see in there, we've included in a place for an artist in residency studio. We've had conversations with a lot of other districts about bringing in artists and how they run their artist in residency programs, and got a lot of great input. We see a wonderful opportunity to bring in artists from elsewhere to help work with local artists and help bring new perspective and new forms of art to the community. And then plenty of small group project space, meeting and planning space for the community. Section D in the middle of the depot there really will serve as that public information station, visitor center. We also intend to sell merchandise out of there, which serves as another form of revenue, not just for artists, but for the creative district as well. And then being able to have large group instruction and project flex space. And then we've started to think about what the exterior spaces could be used for around the depot. One of the elements that we'd certainly love to work with the town on, if it was possible, is to look at a possible band shell or small covered pavilion. There used to be a pavilion near the depot, and so bringing something back that could serve as a shade structure or an entertainment structure. But in addition to that, having a lot of spaces for outdoor teaching, outdoor conversation, outdoor learning, outdoor gathering and meetings, and also being able to accommodate spots for food and beverage trucks and events as needed, as well as, of course, adding art and sculpture and garden space to the outdoor community in partnership with our lovely, wonderful other organizations in the community. How will we manage the space? I mentioned earlier just a little bit of a flow chart in terms of how all these pieces come together. Ultimately, I think you all are aware that we're working towards Creative District certification. And when we presented to you all back in September, we shared a little bit about what that looks like. The Creative District does require a strategic plan, which is in progress right now. It also requires that we have paid staff and a sustainable source of revenue. And so as we look at that, aligned with our strategic planning effort, the depot provides us an opportunity to bring all that together. And so that's what we've been looking at as we've been building on the planning effort. We've also, of course, looked at other communities that have spaces versus those that don't. And we have a couple things to share on that too, as part of this presentation as well. We are intending to apply for the next round of certification, which will be later this year in December to January is kind of the decision-making timeframe. And so all of those pieces will have to be in place. And so we're working really hard towards those goals. Both Lyons and Creates, which, as I mentioned, now has a fiscal sponsorship with the Boulder County Arts Alliance. And so is a 501c3 through that. And the Lyons Arts and Humanities Commission work together towards that creative district goal. And each brings the opportunity to develop and bring forward different sources of revenue. So as we look at how we sustain the creative district, we're looking at that diversified funding sources through fundraising, grants, foundations, philanthropic contributions, earned revenue, which ideally comes from the depot space, and the wonderful support that the town of Lyons has already provided, as well as many other organizational partners. LAHC already has a great history of supporting the community. I'm sure I don't need to go through all of this with you all because you all are well aware of the great work that they do. And through that has really gained earned capacity, gained the ability to really deliver on diverse, complex projects that bring in a lot of different partners and require a lot of different sources of funding. So from that, in that regard, a lot of work has been done to establish how our operations at the depot can be sustainable going forward. And of course, as we grow, as the creative district movement grows, so does the involvement of the Lyons community. And we have had a number of wonderful folks who are listed here on the left that have really been driving the conversations around the creative district and what activation of the depot can look like. But in addition to that, on the right hand, you'll see a list of names of folks who are have committed to coming together for what we've called the Creative District Steering Committee. And so these folks mentioned here are at the table who will be developing the strategic plan on the creative district with us and have committed to taking us through to creative district certification and really committing their time and energy as well to looking at how the depot is part of that. And from this list, I think it's fair to say the experience, the breadth of knowledge, the commitment to the arts that's present here, people with experience starting businesses, owning buildings, renovating buildings, adding to programming. It's all encapsulated and captured, in this list of wonderful folks here. And everybody will be at the table to partner in ensuring the depot is a success. In terms of funding sources that we will bring to the table for our both looking at some of the infrastructure or furniture, fixtures, and equipment that we would need, as well as the programmatic and operations side of things. We've already begun laying some groundwork for some potential funding sources to ensure that we can get this off the ground. Ultimately, obviously, our goal is to ensure that the operations are self-sustaining, that we generate enough revenue off of the building to be able to pay the bills and meet the needs of the facility. But in the short term, we want to make sure that we're thinking about how we seed fund enough to get us off the ground. And so in terms of infrastructure and furniture, really fairly minimal. We are not anticipating any significant modifications to the building. The one thing on the interior we may want to explore is adding a sink in the bigger training space, learning space, just so we can accommodate brushes and things like that that we might need. And we've had some preliminary conversations with Christina Wells, who's very familiar with the space, about the difficulty in doing that. So that's something we just want to explore. By no means a deal breaker. We can find workarounds. And then the other thing might be that pavilion in the exterior space. So a lot of this will be based on needs for tables, chairs, easels, equipment, things like that, just to make sure the space is fitted out for the purposes we see it being used for. We've actually already had a conversation with Colorado Creative Industries, who did recommend that their community revitalization grant would be a great source of funding for this. That grant, you may be aware, Colorado Creative Industries was awarded about $60 million last summer, and they have committed most all of that actually to projects across the state. But they are going back for another 50 million allocation, and they've put us on their pipeline list, which means assuming that there is money left over from the current allocation or new money to come through, we are in the pipeline and on the list ready to submit for some funding. There's also a State Historical Fund grant, and we have talked with Gates Foundation, Anschutz Family Foundation, and Betcher Foundation all about their interests. They all fund community cultural spaces. And so those are all great opportunities. We would, of course, look at sponsors, naming opportunities, and other things like the DOLA Ready grant and others for any sort of specific infrastructure needs we'd have. To support programming and operations, we're going to lean on philanthropic contributions, fundraising, and then, of course, that earned revenue, membership to the Creative District. And there are also some great grants available that are perfect for programming and really dedicated towards programming and supporting artists in the community. This is just a snapshot of the budget sources and uses that we've started to put together. Obviously, very high level initial at this point in time estimates of what you would need to bring in and how we would target bringing those resources in. And then really just a first year budget. We have included the proposed amount for rent. We have included a line item for staff, hopefully to be able to bring them on in the first year. Our proposal does contemplate also using community volunteers. We've talked to a number of organizations who are interested in partnering, but we do want to be sure at some point we bring on staff that can overall help manage the space and all the different things that will be going on there. And then we've accommodated for utilities, cleaning, maintenance, other ongoing equipment and materials we might need, and starting to build a healthy reserve for the operations. Our intention is to be self-sufficient within 3 years and not relying on grants to fund operations, but rather looking for those grants and funding opportunities that can fund special programming at the depot. Our ask of you all in our proposal was a 5-year agreement. The proposal outlined a year. One of the things that we need to be able to demonstrate to funders if we do need to raise money is, especially for building improvements, enhancements to the exterior space, et cetera. Most funders want to know that there's a longer term commitment to the space. So that's one thing for consideration. We also proposed a tier rent structure, which starts at $500 a month and allows us to build capacity in our programming base. And then increasing $100 through the 5-year, for the 5-year term. And then the ability to work with the space and with the town and the State Historic Preservation Office on something like a pavilion or something like that, which is not a deal breaker, but something that is certainly desired. The need and desire has been demonstrated, definitely in all your past planning efforts, as we referenced in our response. There is a clear demonstration from the community of a desire to ensure culture, history, creativity, and art remain at the core of the strategic future. And as we also talked about, we've done some best practices research on looking at other creative districts that have thrived with spaces dedicated to the arts. Steamboat Springs, most closely aligned. They also have a historic depot that is an art center with fine art galleries, the multi-use space, event space, classes, meetings, etc. So very similar programming. And they also have an artist in residency program. The Rhino Art District Art Park, which is a project I worked on, is a unique partnership with the library to do a maker space and the ability to check out creative equipment, sewing machines, arts materials, things like that. They also have artist in residence studios as well as a coffee shop and cafe. Carbondale Arts has their own space that's really focused on movement-based artists and musicians, but they also have additional arts education space as well as a gallery and a gift shop. And the Manitou Springs Creative District has a pavilion they've used for community arts programming. And this is just a quote, I think, just again, to reiterate our commitment to the historic nature of the building. We had a wonderful couple conversations with Christina Wells, who was the volunteer leading on the depot rehabilitation. And I think really looked back at those grant documents that were written for funding to support that and the commitment that was made there. And really, while it was intended at that time to be returned to the library, the theme of ensuring its historic prominence is protected and that it really is a vibrant community space came through loud and clear in all of those materials and in those conversations. So just to end, I think, first of all, again, on behalf of this entire wonderful team that's put so much work into envisioning a future for this space, so grateful for the opportunity to even be having this conversation and be dreaming about what this can become for the future of the Lyons Creative District. And I end here with just a quote that actually came through just today from Mimi Elmore, a local artist there who heard about our presentation tonight and just shared what her excitement at what a great draw for tourists it would be and what a support to the arts community. And I thought it was important to note her thought here that times have been tough for artists with the recession and the pandemic, and it would be an asset that the community has been missing and that artists have been wanting and needing. And the ability to really have a space where artists can create and display, but really come together with the community. So with that, I will stop and I am going to open it up for comments, questions, and welcome the entire group that is here to respond.
Questions? In regard to classes for all ages, I hope consideration has been given, especially to children and seniors. I think that would be really, really important to define an intergenerational arts center. Trustee Lowell.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Great presentation, and the exterior grounds. I guess this comment would apply also to the Leaf folks who are coming up behind you. Have you taken into account the Broadway improvements that are going to put a pedestrian path directly behind the depot? You're going to lose some of those trees. You may lose some of the yard. Has that been taken into account in the exterior planning?
I'll let Lauren weigh in on that.
Actually, if you don't mind, Crystal, I think you've been helping us discuss that part really strongly.
Part of the comprehensive plan, all of that shows lots of versatility and potential coming into that area of town. And we are willing to embrace whatever it is that comes our way. The additional parking is, of course, welcome systemically throughout the town. So gives us a lot more public access to that space.
Further questions or comments?
May I, Mayor, after
may.
the trustees?
You may.
Good evening, and thank you guys for submitting this proposal. It is really exciting to look at the potential opportunities for this site. One of my questions would be, if this proposal was not selected, would Lyons Create continue to try to find another space, or is this an all or none for you? Or to be determined?
I mean, I will certainly speak, and then if others want to chime in. I certainly think that as a whole, a space is critical. So all or none, I would not say that at all. I think the opportunities that we've seen in other communities as to how spaces work best are spaces that are centrally located, that are in proximity to other facilities that can partner and work together and synergize together. So the library partnership, for example, is really important, that are walkable, that are accessible, for community and visitors alike. So certainly not an all or none. And I think the importance too of ensuring that we found something that allowed us to not be deep into debt on operational expenses and really be able to invest back in the creative community and in free programming for the community and in supporting other community organizations is really the overall goal here. So those are sort of all the considerations that we would keep in mind.
Go ahead, Administrator Simonson.
I noticed too that you have a 5-year lease is all on the proposal. Would ideally be a longer term than that, or do you really want to just review this in 5 years?
Ideally, it's as long as you would be open to talking about. And I think the reason we included the 5 years is because the proposal or the document that was sent out contemplated a 1-year agreement, and 1 year in talking to funders just isn't enough to get any sort of financial support to really invest in the project. But 5 years is also kind of iffy for some of these funders. They want to see a longer term commitment. So if you all are willing to sign on for a longer term commitment, that really allows us to build out a longer term strategic plan and operating plan for the facility.
Further comments? I think it was a terrific presentation. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
You bet.
Oh my, and right on schedule.
Yeah. Let's hope we can continue that through the evening.
Yes. Okay. So we are scheduled to have the Lyons Emergency Assistance Fund start their presentation at 6:10. And it's my understanding that we're going to share our screen for their presentation. So if that group would like to join on, that would be great, and we'll get you set up here for presenting. Hi, David.
Good evening, Chairman Hamrick. How are you, sir?
It's Lori. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Yay.
Chair Hamrick is on mute though, just FYI.
Yeah. And Ashley, we don't mean any disrespect by that. David Hamrick is the chair of the Planning Commission for us. So we know him as chair, and you are also chair of the LEAF Board.
I fully understand that.
Okay.
And respect it entirely.
Okay.
Hello, Chairman Hamrick.
Hello.
Okay,
Sure,
so my understanding is Lori gave me the order she'd like to share these in. Before I share the first slide, do you want to do any introductions or anything?
Sure. I feel like you can't see me, but I'm not positive.
No, we can't see you, but we hear you.
Oh, all right. When I say start video, it says you can't start your video because the host has stopped it.
Oh, okay. We can, if Dolores, if you are on the call, can you allow Lori Barton in, please? See if we can get you here. Oh. She might not be here. I will write her, Lori.
Okay.
Try to get her to allow that in.
Okay.
Okay. Or maybe, Kim, if you are listening and you know how to do that, that would be great. And we still have 1 minute, so we'll use it.
Okay. I'm happy to take all the extra seconds that are available to us.
Oh, okay, trying to keep it even here. Let's see. I wasn't sure you would want to be on video yet.
Well, I'm happy to, say hi face to face before we start and then share the slides that we've prepared and then come back face to face. Or I can start with the slides while the behind the scenes technology gets addressed.
Okay. She should be right there. I will.
Okay. Well, I'm fine to start, Victoria, if you're able to just put our first slide up there.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to share the screen. And Lori, you confirm that I'm sharing the right screen, please, each time.
Perfecto. Thank you so much. All right, I'll do a quick introduction. My name's Lori Barton, and I'm the Executive Director of LEAF, which stands for Lyons Emergency and Assistance Fund. And we have been around in Lyons. Whoops, they're saying I can start my video, although you won't see me now anyway. Oh, here I am. Hi.
Hi.
All right, so LEAF started 14 years ago in Lyons and has been serving with greater capacity and greater success for all of those years. We actually obtained our 501c3 6 years ago in 2016. So I wanted to just start off and kind of level set and share with everyone exactly what it is we're doing in the community, because I feel like some people don't know everything we do, even though there are nearly 200 volunteers doing it pretty much on a day-to-day basis all throughout the community. Uh-oh.
No, it's okay. Sorry.
Okay. It's not me, it's not you, it's me, that kind of thing. So our first program is Lyons Community Food Pantry. Last year, 1,522 pantry visits occurred. So you can do the math on that. That's, on average about 40 plus households attend the food pantry each week. A thing I like to share about our food pantry is we're known as the Taj Mahal of food pantries. And that is because we have a volunteer team that is fully devoted to providing superior nutrition and tasty food to everybody who needs it, because we really believe that no one in Lyons should go hungry. The people who are able to access our food pantry, you just need to live or work or have kids in the community to come to the food pantry. Last year, it was 259 people in the community who attended the food pantry. So I think if we do the math, it's a little bit over 10% of the community who come. And if you look at the number of visits, you'll know that many people come many times, because our food pantry, for many, as they tell us, that's the difference between stability and independence and instability and dependence. And that's one of the key goals here at LEAF, is that we help people attain or maintain stability, and we help them get to a place of independence where they can contribute back to the community, where they can live with joy and dignity, and where they can feel that they belong. Last year, we distributed 54,107 pounds of food through 50 weeks. I can't get these volunteers to shut down. A blizzard comes through, they will not shut down. So no matter what, rain or shine, our team is here distributing food to people who need it. Our second food security program is Lyons Meals on Wheels. And that program has been with LEAF for a little bit over 4 years. Last year, we delivered 2,693 meals to 25 unique clients. And again, if you do the math, and maybe it doesn't sound like a huge number of people, but you can see that many, many, many days of the week, someone knocked on the door and provided a hot meal and a warm hello to the most disadvantaged and at-risk members of our community. And without Meals on Wheels, those people are alone. Nobody's checking on them, and they're certainly not receiving hot nutrition, and they're not able to remain in their homes for as long as possible. And that's really the ultimate goal of that program. Lyons Meals on Wheels is led by 14 dedicated volunteers. I have one volunteer who leads the whole program, and then 13 drivers. So we have consistency pretty much every day of the week. Our clients know who's coming. They all have their favorites. They look forward to checking in on their dogs and hearing about their grandkids, and just establishing relationships and friendships for people who otherwise wouldn't have that in their life. Our third program is, we call it Basic Needs and Resource Matching. Essentially, that's direct financial assistance in the human services world. Last year, we served 78 people in the community, and we provided $15,274 in basic needs grants. So these are people come to us, and their choice is no lights or lights. And their choice is starting down the eviction pathway, or they have half of the money for their rent. And if we could just help them out, they'll make it that month and they'll get more hours in their job, or maybe they're just starting a new job. So again, people remain independent because of their relationship with LEAF. Our fourth program, which is really our newest program, is mental wellness and addiction recovery. We have a mental health therapist she's truly incredible. She was a homicide detective in the city of Chicago. Before she came to Lyons, she lives in Lyons. She's invested in Lyons. She loves Lyons. And this woman is doing work like I've never seen anyone do. Last year, she provided 223 hours of individual therapy, 36 group therapy sessions, 58 hours of crisis intervention. And we could talk offline about what kind of crises she intervenes in and what kind of disasters she helps to avert in our community. She also provided 241 hours of community therapy and milieu work. So we provide no cost mental health care for people who are unable or to afford or access it elsewhere. And that's a lot of people. And typically the people who can't afford or access mental health care, they could be in a really serious place and could have really terrible effects in their families and in the community if this service isn't available to them. And then our fifth program is Lyons Volunteers, known and loved throughout the community since the time of the flood. A couple of years ago, Lyons Volunteers decided to come under our umbrella, and now we all work together when we see a need. We have this just robust team of 200 people who are able to jump in and meet it immediately. That's what we do here in Lyons. If you could just go to our next slide, what I'm sharing with you is essentially the first 2 pages of our proposal. So it's the one that's called Summary of LEAF's Proposal, Victoria. Uh-oh. Am I frozen? Are you frozen? Can you hear me? Oh, I can't hear you.
I know. I'm trying to get I'm not usually the one to share this. So okay. Here we go. It's screen 2. I'm going to bring it over.
Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that I could have done it and saved you this trouble, but I think
is it showing now?
Nope.
It is not.
Yep. Yay.
It is?
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so I hope that that all of the trustees have had a chance to read through our proposal, and I just wanted to take us through the first couple pages.
Victoria, sorry, your email is showing, so it's not just the screen.
Oh.
Okay, it was, see. But now we see your email.
No, we're seeing all of your business.
It's all public, so I would recommend closing that out.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to make it into a regular document then, because when I open it on the other screen, it's showing as an item. Let me see.
Oh, it worked for the first one, huh?
It did. Let me try it in another format. Shoot. Interesting, because on my screen, it's showing that it is just that item.
Maybe try stop sharing and then
Stop share.
yeah, and then reshare with just selecting Adobe, the Adobe that's up.
Let me try this. Is that working?
It's still your email.
Really?
Is there any way you can just select the Adobe when you do the programs?
Let me look.
Nice to
Screen share.
finally see you, Lori.
Hi. If it's not one thing, it's another, right?
How about that one?
Yeah, much
You
better.
go.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. I'm sorry.
All right, we'll get those added, those minutes added back, right? I mean, those seconds. We are persistent at Leaf. All right, so I've already explained to you with a little bit of detail just what we do in the community. Last year, we served 591 people in Lyons. That's a lot of people. The biggest stressor that we face right now is that our lease in our current space ends this year. We've been working in the lower level of Lyons Community Church for several years, and especially over COVID, they let us expand and take over and really just meet needs that kept coming and coming and coming. But the fact is they want their church back, and we need to honor that agreement. So our team, knowing that our time here was coming to an end, we've been looking for 2 years for a home for Leaf. And pretty much any option that you would present to us, we can tell you that we've investigated it and explored it, and nothing has come to fruition for us. And so when we look at this depot space, it almost feels like a unicorn for us. Some of the very tight parameters that Leaf has for a space are, number one, it has to have close by parking. Many of the people who come to us for services have mobility restraints. And so we have to have reliable parking where people can very quickly and easily get to us. And that is possible at the depot. We also have to be walkable. Many people who come to us for services don't have private transportation. And so, you know, the area in which we could possibly place ourselves is very limited. And the depot is a walkable space for us. And then third constraint is that where we are now is not really a discreet or private place. And we do hear from clients and from potential clients that it's a little difficult to march down Main Street and walk in and, you know, be seen. You don't walk in here without somebody knowing what you're here for. And of course, we're working to knock down those stigmas that keep people, the barriers that keep people from coming, but the fact is they remain. So the depot would have a little more discretion for potential clients. And fourthly, we could afford it. And as a small human services nonprofit, that is no small thing. So the question, you know, that we would like to ask the trustees and the leadership of the board is, if Leaf goes away, what's going to happen in Lyons? Every year we have nearly 200 volunteers donating 6,000 hours of their time, powered by 335 donors last year. That's what makes Leaf happen. I'm here, our mental health therapist is here, we have some administrative support, but it's this huge team of people who are so devoted to the community through Leaf. And if they're not able to provide services, we're not sure what's going to happen in the community. When we calculate it, we figure that we add over $2 million of value to the community based on the services that we provide. You can see, if you look at the graph chart there, that there's a steady year-over-year increase in need for human services in Lyons, and we don't ever expect that to go away. History throughout every community in time has shown us that there are always going to be people who need human services support. So, you know, no amount of wishing or hoping is going to make these needs go away. Also, the human services needs, we just know, are becoming more complex, and Leaf's team is very suited to respond to those needs. And we're very local. We talk about people who don't have transportation even to get to Main Street here in Lyons. How would they ever get to Longmont or Boulder for services, number one? And number two, they're just not cared about in Longmont and Boulder like they are here in Lyons. And in Lyons, we love our own, that's for sure. So our community must keep up with this growth in needs in order to remain vibrant, diverse, and inclusive. It's really important that there is a way that we find a way to partner together to make sure that human services needs continue to be addressed here in town. Our proposal is a comprehensive new community service, community solution. It offers a few things that we think are incredibly important for the community. Number one, we'll be able to continue providing vital human services, the ones that I've already shared with you. Number two, we have many relationships with many organizations across the community and even outside of the community. And if LEAF is granted the depot, our desire is to just collaborate more deeply, because we believe that the more we can identify synergies and partner together, the better we can reach and serve the community and build community here. And that's really a great desire of ours. The third and biggest one, are you ready? The RFP said that we could submit alternative proposals that would meet the community's needs. And here I come with that. After speaking with the state historic department, working with our architect who has a great deal of experience in this, LEAF is proposing that on the ground to the west of the depot, after we use the depot for collaborations with other partners, for expanding mental health care, for co-working space, just for an opportunity to meet many, many needs in the community, we propose that we will build a food pantry on the west side of that property. And it's something that we're very excited about. It's a significant capital add that we'll bring to the community. We will fund the entire building, and it will be something that will serve the community for years and years and years. So if the depot is awarded to LEAF, we'll continue to meet Lyons' growing and changing human services needs. Our team of 200 volunteers and 335 donors and more funders than I can count off the top of my head, and all of our partnerships with local organizations. We're looking forward to providing all of these necessary services so we can keep getting people on the path towards self-reliance and independence and dignity and joy, so they can contribute to the community in the way that we know we all want to. It's just that some people need a hand up occasionally.
Did that work?
No, it went away now.
I put up the new one.
Oh, sure. I haven't seen it yet. Has anyone else?
No.
Okay. It's coming.
It's coming. Aha. How about now?
No.
One more, just one more click.
Click, click, click.
Is it there?
Yeah. Yay. Well, it's your email again.
It's my email again?
Yeah.
Yeah, your email, son.
LEAF is able to be so fast on our feet and flexible no matter what comes our way. We meet it.
We understand.
We stick it, as Sky McDonald, our board member, said today.
Huh. It's again showing on mine as fine,
Oh,
but
shoot.
hang on.
If
Okay.
it's helpful and I'm able to interrupt, I can facilitate this portion.
Sure. Okay. Does that work for you, Victoria, and everybody?
Sure, I'll keep working on it.
Victoria, now it's up.
It's up
Now it's
now.
working.
You just had it.
You just had it.
You had it for a second.
Is it back?
No.
It's your email again.
Is it back?
There we
Yeah.
go. Yay.
Okay. There you go.
All right, so let's regroup here. If LEAF is awarded the depot, we'll continue meeting human services needs. We'll collaborate with our partners like we never have before, and we'll bring a building worth something in the neighborhood of $1.5 million in value to the community to be used by and shared with the entire community. In a second here, I'm going to show you our architectural schematic, which just demonstrates how beautiful our proposed building connects with and interacts with, and just shines a spotlight on the historic depot building, which really is just sort of the crown jewel of this community. In addition to building this building, raising all of the funding and putting it up ourselves, we are proposing an annual fixed fee of $3,000 per year for a minimum of a 5-year lease. Of course, we'd like to take more. Ultimately, our goal is to remove expense and remove effort from the town's plate and let us take that on in a way that, again, we just support and serve the community as we desire to do. Related to our team, everyone on our team is here in Lyons, from me, everyone on our board, all of our volunteers, the vast majority of our donors, and even our architect is a Lyonsonian. So we know this town and we love this town. And it is just our great desire to serve even better than we have been for the last 22 years. Obviously, we're going to be filling a demonstrated need that's not going away. If these human services needs aren't met, I'm sure every one of us here is concerned about what would happen to those 591 people, and what would happen to the stability of our community. Our organization and our plan is proven and sustainable year over year. Our fundraising, our stability has grown to the point that actually now we have a little bit over 2 years of our budget and reserves. So we are ready to make a significant investment in this program. We have many funders, including the Colorado Community Revitalization Grant, the grant that the other proposal spoke about. We're in their pipeline as well. And we have many, many grant funders. And we actually were working with a capital campaign consultant the night COVID blew up in March 2 years ago. So we are very confident about the funds that we can raise and the support that we have in this community to make this happen. I'm just trying to think, is there anything else that I wanted to say to you? I know that the time got kind of dicey, but I do want to leave time for questions. Victoria, could you just go to our last page, which is our ta-da moment?
And if it's easier, I can facilitate that, and it's no trouble at all. I got it.
Perfect.
Lori, am I showing page 1 or the last page?
You're not, nothing yet.
But when I do share it,
Oh, okay.
what
I'm
page?
sorry, the last page.
Thank you.
The one that's called schematic.
Okay, I'm ready when everyone is.
All right, we're ready. So I wish I had a pointer to point out all the exciting features that Paul Legan, oops, sorry. Nope, keep going. That is just the, I'm sorry, you're looking on a different one than we were actually. So I'll just tell you real quickly, this is the southwest corner of our proposal. You can see the garden beds there. We've got a partnership with the Lyons Community Farm Project and Lyons Gardeners. And of course, we have our own Lyons volunteers. And so our intention is to build these beautiful raised beds. There are kids in the community and there are people with mobility restraints that keep them from learning how to garden. And so if people can't get to the garden, we're going to bring the garden to them by raising it up. And you'll see that this is right along the where the new parking is and the new multimodal path along Broadway. So that's what would be seen from that area. And then you can also see the covered area. We do have a covered pavilion with an outdoor kitchen that we will have for use by the community and use by our collaborative organizations. And then you can, okay, keep going. All right, there we go. Let's stop there for a second. We're just taking a stroll here. We weren't planning, but we again are flexible. So this is just Paul's, one concept for the front of the building. You'll see the one with the little turquoise car. That's our modest food pantry there. And then to the left of that is a building where there'll be storage, a commercial kitchen, administrative meeting area. And then one other thing that we're really excited about, this is something that is mentioned in the community survey many, many times. We're going to make a space for a medical clinic to come to town finally, after all of the years. It's really needed. So we have mental health care and I think it's time for medical care too. And with this space, we'll be able to provide that. You can also see in the front there, another one of our visions is to have a sculpture garden that is just sort of goes along the pathways on the property. And again, just draws attention to the amazing creativity of our artists and just the beauty of the community. Ashley, can you get to the very bottom since now I know which one you're on? Just blow through it.
Well, that was the very bottom, that first one that we went through.
Oh, there you no. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, guys, don't ding us. Okay, so we're still looking for the last one that Victoria has. Ashley, I don't know.
Is it just a schematic?
It's a schematic.
We all got a copy of that. In fact, I've got one up here on my alternate computer. I'm looking at
Yeah.
it. So
So
I'm
yeah,
pulling it up. Here we go.
Okay, here
Here
we
we go. Here we go. Share.
here it is. So this is our draft concept of what we're looking to bring to this community. You can see the existing library parking over there on the far east side. And then you can see the Lyons Depot. And again, we've communicated with the State Historic Department, and they are aware of our plan and supportive of our plan, and believe that it is something that's very feasible, very doable, something that they will support. And we will collaborate with them throughout the entire process. So you can see that there's the existing parking, there's the existing depot. We've got a sandstone path that sort of connects the parking areas. We've got beautiful landscaping. We've got the sculptures sprinkled throughout there. And then here's one concept of just the brand new parking that allows our mobility challenged guests to easily access medical care, mental health care, the food pantry, social case management, work, anything that we would want to, that they would need to do with LEAF. We also will have a commercial kitchen in there that our team will be able to use, and we look forward to sharing it with other organizations in the community. There's not a nonprofit commercial kitchen in town, and that's something that we can bring to the table. And we also think it might be a little bit of a revenue maker for us, depending on needs that might be identified in the community. We'll power that building with rooftop solar. And then behind, you can see from the space that I showed you that was on the Broadway side, where we have a large covered pavilion, and our architect has just woven this depot train theme throughout. And so the covering of it will sort of look like railroad ties. It's very beautiful. And then the building that's over to the left that I said would be administrative and storage, he's got a gabled roof that parallels the roof that's on the depot and ties that whole space together. So again, and then you can see our raised beds, and we have indeed taken into account the fact that that space will move based on the new parking and the multimodal path along Broadway.
I have a quick question, Lori.
Sure.
It looks like very little of the existing depot is going to be utilized by LEAF. I see you've got basically two new buildings off to the west there.
Mhm.
What will the existing Lyons Depot facility be used for?
So the part of the building that is the farthest to the west, that's the one that has separate entrance. And so we very much look forward to expanding mental health care provision as is needed in the community. So that's a space where people can come and go independently of the other buildings, and that's a pretty large area there. Then the next space over, we would anticipate that being office space and also co-working space for any other organizations that we're partnering with, any other nonprofits or organizations that don't have a place to be and need a place to be. So it's a sharing space from our perspective. And then the big building, the big L that used to be the library. Again, that is a space that we look forward very much to sharing with all of our partners. We would love to see music classes there, poetry readings, art classes, the model building classes that happen around town, music lessons, groups that could meet in the evening. So we really see it being extremely complementary to the meeting space that's right next door at the library. It's a little more vibrant, a little more lively, maybe a little less quiet, and just it's available to any partner that would want to work with us. Because again, not only do we want to meet human services needs, we just look to sort of be the umbrella that every organization can gather under, so we can meet our missions better by working together.
That's it's an interesting concept. And as you're talking through this, it occurs to me that maybe Lyons Create could also utilize some of the depot. It's sort of like you both wouldn't necessarily get exactly what you want, but perhaps both of you could use the same footprint there for your activities. Just a thought.
Right. Well, when I met with them, actually, that was the suggestion that I made to their team, and we're very, very open to that.
So Lori, I have a question. This is a great presentation. Thank you so much. And this may also be a question for Victoria, but do we have any idea about the infrastructure impacts of changing the use like this, like for water and sewer? Would the infrastructure support it?
That's probably a good question. The current building, of course, has taps. I know that the sewer tap is really shallow. My guess is we would probably want to, since it's a whole separate building, you're not asking for it to be subdivided, the lot, right? You're just, so I think that's something we'd have to have engineering look at. I really don't know how much.
Okay.
I don't expect it to use, well, at least the administrative storage building won't use much.
Yeah, we don't expect to be high users. And just again, our first pass, doing some research, speaking with the state historical department, and then collaborating with our architect, we don't expect any insurmountable problems there. And we have built funds into our budget to address, you know, any changes that would be required.
Okay.
So you're,
sorry. And then I have a process question, Administrator Simonson. So in looking through the packet, first of all, it's great to have scoring criteria. That's super helpful. So thank you for including that. And then the question I have is about the selection committee. There was a reference to a selection committee that would make a recommendation to the board. Yeah. Can you talk a little bit about how that process
Sure.
works?
Well, we were going to have a selection committee, and then with only 2 proposals left, we felt it was best just to take it to the board. So the board will be the selection committee. And if they want a staff recommendation, we certainly can make that. But with it being down to 2 people, it didn't seem reasonable for staff to make that recommendation and then have the board change that or, you know, think otherwise. So you are the selection committee.
Pick me.
And can I add to that real quickly?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is a workshop. We can't make any decision here, of course. And so at the following meeting, we'll have a general business item where the board can give direction on which proposal to proceed with. Following that, there'll need to be a resolution executing a contract with whoever the entity is that the town chooses. So there's several steps still down the road. This is kind of the first step.
Yes, and I have a question too.
I have several questions.
Uh-oh.
No uh-ohs. Because the services that are provided by LEAF are outstanding. I had Cherie make a presentation to the Board of Trustees because I think that mental wellness with what we've been going through for the last couple of years is extremely important to everybody. But I have a couple of other questions.
Sure.
What is the square footage of the food pantry and the other adjacent building that
you know what?
Proposal?
What we've proposed is simply just a rough suggestion of what we're looking at. And so we haven't calculated what the square footage would be. We do know it will be modest. We don't want to in any way overwhelm or outshine the depot building. And we want something that we can sustain. And we expect to design it with extremely flexible use. So, you know, I mentioned in the proposal, if there is a crisis in the community, everything can be pushed out and it's a staging area right across from town hall and the sheriff's department. Or, you know, who knows, we could have weddings there. We don't know that there's just no limit to the uses for what we're trying to bring to the community.
But it seems to me, by looking at the drawings, that especially the building to the west is substantial. And I think that that, along with the other building that borders the parking, I think the combination of those two are more square footage than exists in the depot.
And honestly, isn't Victoria, the depot something like 2,200 square feet?
I think it's closer to just like 15.
Okay, sorry, I'm not aware. And again, what we've put up is simply a schematic to show what's possible. And, you know, our desire is to negotiate and plan and collaborate in good faith and to create together the best thing that meets the needs of the community. So we're very flexible. And again, we don't want to outshine that amazing depot building at all.
And the other thing that I would like to ask is about any architectural congruity. You know, the depot's made out of beautifully faced sandstone. And what the materials, I think it's going to be important to have some kind of congruity since it is a historical site. That would just be one of my suggestions.
Oh, and I would say we absolutely agree. In fact, I'll tell you, Cemex has already volunteered to donate the sandstone. And I mentioned the roof of the building, that's sort of the longer roof on the west side, that's going to mirror the roof of the depot. And then there are just some other depot railroad themes that Paul has woven throughout the property. And fortunately, we also have Kathy Rivers on our team, and she's the one who did a lot of the interior design on the depot. And she's our weed posse sheriff. So we know that our team is ready, willing, and entirely desirous of making sure that we create something that is incredibly beautiful and offers great service to the community.
And is it absolutely certain that your lease ends at the church?
It is absolutely certain. I have visited with the pastor and I visited with some of the trustees. And again, they've been so gracious and probably wouldn't be here without the nurturing support of the church. But the fact is they want their church back. And I don't blame them.
And perhaps you've also outgrown the space.
Right. And I did mention that in the proposal. We have outgrown the space. We're sort of pell-mell here, there, and everywhere trying to meet needs. And again, if you look just at the year-over-year demands, we know the needs aren't going to stop. We're also factoring in the fact that lower income housing is going to come to the community. It's needed. It's wanted. We've been waiting for it. But when it comes, we would expect that at any given time, we'll be serving about 25% of the people in that community in order to help them maintain their independence and their stability.
That was a fascinating statistic to me. How is that quantified?
It's better than a swag, but it is simply just what we know from other communities, what we know from the people we're working with now, what we know that happened in other communities. I would expect, I hope that the people in the community in Lyons are going to be a little more stable and a little more long-term than we see in other communities. But the fact is, there will be a need there. And I certainly hope that LEAF is there ready to meet it.
Okay, thank you.
Even if it's 10% of those households, which we have every reason to know it's going to be more. Just based on right now, we're serving 20% of the community here, and nowhere near 20% is living in low income housing.
Thank you.
Sure. Victoria, do I get to call on people, or I guess that's the mayor?
Administrator Simonson.
I want to ask the same question. If you are not awarded this tonight, what are your plans to continue your services?
We don't have a plan. I mean, we've been waiting for 2 years for anything to pop up. And, in this case, as I explained, this happens to be a unicorn that is immeasurably more than all we could have asked or imagined in terms of meeting needs for our clients in every way, and something that we could pull off in terms of our operations and our finances. So, you know, I've had people ask, we know that the medical building isn't open for business. We know that we can't afford the Stone Cup, and really the space isn't conducive to what we need to do. We've looked at Flappy's, we looked at Steamboat Mountain Grocery. We've looked everywhere, and, you know, currently we're not aware of anything that's on the horizon that's going to pop up for our use.
So as a follow-up to that, so since it's going to take some time to get the state approvals and do a building, you'll try to make the current depot work or piece it together with several different projects or places?
Yeah, my best guess is that we'll piece it together. I have spoken with the church, and they've said, if we have a plan, if we're marching down a path to get out, they're not going to kick us out on December 31st. You know, they'll give us a little grace period. You know, if we needed to, we could do a food pantry in the room that used to be the library, if we had to do it while we waited.
Any further questions, comments? Terrific presentation. Thank you very
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you for considering us. Thank you for acknowledging, you know, what we bring to the community. I just want to promise you that our hearts and souls are in this community and in this project, and ensuring that we're able to continue serving people. It's not just, you know, checking numbers off a box, but when people come in to leave, they're known and they're loved. And that means a lot. And I hope that we find a way to continue that and make it even better in the future.
I'll just state that we know that, and we love you too.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
So
All right.
thank you very much. So
Make
yeah,
it
as
great.
a wrap up to this, as we mentioned a couple times, we plan to put this as a general business item at the February 22nd meeting. We are not having a meeting on Monday, the 21st, due to President's Day holiday, so it will be on Tuesday. I would probably encourage both of the applicants to be present in case the board has additional questions for you. Otherwise, when we want time for people to talk, look at plans, come up with more questions if you have them, and we're going to try to get some more firm direction from the board on the 22nd. And then we would start negotiations with whoever's selected.
Okay, thank you. We'll see everybody at 7 o'clock. Good night.
Wish you
Good
all the
night, you
best.
guys.
Thanks so much.
You too.
Lori, your video is still on.
Uh-oh. Good thing I kept my pants on. Bye.
Bye.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem. We'll wait until there's Trustee Wah. Good evening, Trustee Wah. Trustee Miller, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're ready to go. I'll call the Monday, February 7th, 2022 Board of Trustees regular meeting to order. Could we please have the roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor Angelo,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Present.
Trustee Lowell,
Present.
Trustee Rogan,
Present.
Trustee Caravas,
Present.
Trustee Miller,
Present.
and Trustee Wah.
Present.
Please all rise to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the
To the
flag
flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We take a reflective moment of silence. Let's keep in mind now the over 900,000 people that have died in America from COVID, our friends and neighbors and affected by the Marshall Fire. Thank you. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
We have a second.
Second.
Are there any trustees that would wish to amend the agenda at this time? Mayor Pro Tem?
I don't wish to amend it, but I intend to vote no on approving this agenda because I believe this agenda, including the items in the regular meeting besides the public hearing, are simply way too many and way too important to possibly be handled with any competency in one meeting. And I think because the public hearing portion of this with respect to the Moss Rock Hotel has been noticed to the public, that should certainly go forward, but it's my opinion that we should basically put as much of the rest of this agenda as we can off until a later meeting. So I'm opposed to proceeding on too crowded an agenda that doesn't give us enough time and opportunity to adequately conduct the public's business.
I've never experienced what you've said. Do we need to go through the items that you would wish to delete from the agenda? Mayor Pro Tem, Counselor, could I have some advice on that, please?
Yeah, I think an amendment delineating which items would not what you would like to not go forward would probably be helpful. And I just like to also know that Trustee Wall has his hand raised. I don't know if he has something to say on this as well.
Okay, Trustee Wall.
I would like to request that staff reports, including the administrator report, the flood recovery update, and the legal update are not provided or are only if any of the trustees have questions about those specific reports. They provided this material except for the legal update prior to the meeting. And if there's no questions from the sitting board, then I don't think we need to have a presentation for any of those action items.
And again, Counselor, I would like advice, because I've never experienced this before, on if that needs to be put forward as an amendment to the agenda.
Yeah, I think we need a motion amending the agenda to, if we proceed on Trustee Wall's suggestion to delete that section of the agenda and whatever sections that Mayor Pro Tem Browning also wishes to delete. So,
and we would need to vote on each and every one of those.
It can either be a motion with a combination of deletions, or you could do each one individually. It's up to whoever the proponent of the motion is to do that.
Okay, since Trustee Watt just stated his, could you restate what you'd like to delete from the agenda again?
I would like to make a motion that we remove staff reports, item 8, from the agenda for this evening.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to remove item 8 from the agenda. Are there any comments?
Yeah.
Trustee Lowell?
Yeah, I have one, Mayor. I take to heart Mayor Pro Tem Browning and Trustee Waz take on this. The administrator's report has several items there that I would hope that we revisit perhaps at the February 22nd meeting, but I think we would be getting into the weeds on too many of these things tonight. So unless any trustee sees something that is important and needs to be commented on tonight, I think we can do away with the administrator's report this evening.
The motion was to delete staff reports. Do you want to also include the administrator's report in your motion, Trustee Wah?
Yes, I'm proposing all of number 8 and all of its subsections 1, 2, and 3.
Okay. Any further comments? Trustee Rogan?
Yes, I'm wondering, Administrator Simonson, Attorney Dittman, if there is anything in these reports that are vital that we talk about tonight.
Time sensitive or vital, Administrator Simonson?
I don't think there's anything, there are some things on the consent agenda, but in the administrator's report, no. I think we can follow up on all of these at a future meeting.
Attorney Dittman?
Thank you, Mayor Angelo. As to my items, there's nothing pressing, nothing that requires any action by the board, and I can follow up with an email to the board detailing my items. They're fairly limited.
We do have some time-sensitive items under flood recovery, but if you read the report, I believe it can, we plan to bring back much more detail on flood recovery funding and projects in the March meeting. Director Eyestone's waiting to close out the year end of this year to know how much funding might be available to put toward those project shortages. So I think everything on ours, I don't think there's anything on the actual staff reports that is not self-explanatory at this point to hold us over for a couple weeks.
And Counselor has stated that he can email the board on anything that may have been discussed under legal updates. Is that correct, Counselor?
That's correct. It won't be tonight, but tomorrow I can send out an email
That's fine.
briefly explaining what I would have provided in my legal update.
Thank you. Further comments? If there are none, I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Wah,
Aye.
Travis,
Aye.
and Trustee Miller.
Item 8, staff reports, administrators reports, flood recovery update, and legal update have been stricken from the agenda. Mayor Pro Tem?
I'd also like to move to strike from the agenda item Roman numeral 11.2, the first reading of an ordinance amending the zoning code on the solar farm.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second as stated by the Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Trustee Caravas. Discussion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, the solar farm actually getting started is still quite a bit away. I don't think we need to amend the zoning code tonight. That can wait.
Any further comments? If not, I'll call for the vote, but before we start, could I just please have the number again, Mayor Pro Tem?
Roman numeral 11.2, first reading.
Okay, thank you. I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Okay.
and Trustee Lowell.
Aye.
Item 11.2 is stricken from the agenda. Any further amendments to the agenda? If not, we will vote on approving the agenda as amended. Any comments?
Sorry.
Seeing none, I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Okay.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
and Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
The agenda is approved as amended. Audience business. This is an opportunity for anybody in the audience to address the Board of Trustees. Let's see, we do have one public meeting. So please don't speak. We'll have an opportunity to speak about that issue later in the meeting. Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to address the Board of Trustees at this time? Eric Keene, please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. Thanks for amending the agenda, I guess is the first thing. I think we all appreciate that. Eric Keene, my address is 741 Baker Street in Longmont. I'm also one of the owners of Main Stage Brewing Company on Main Street in Lyons. After hearing a whole lot around town about the hotel, I think it sparked a really interesting discussion about parking in general in the town of Lyons, which is what my comments are about, not specific to the hotel. Going back to the 2010 comp plan, the subject of parking in order to facilitate business development and increased economic vitality downtown in Lyons was clearly a topic. I know it's a topic for the new comp plan coming out soon, which leads me to believe that for the last 15 years, we've been talking about systemic solutions to parking in the town of Lyons and how do we address that for everyone, for residents, for tourists, for our businesses. I would strongly encourage the town board to direct staff to investigate solutions to this, not being one to come to a meeting without an idea. Looking at lots of mountain communities around us, including the town of Telluride, where I've spent a pretty considerable amount of time, many towns spend a significant amount of effort and occasionally a significant amount of money on solving parking for their businesses. I think the best way to do this in Lyons is to utilize some of the assets that we have, largely some of the land we have not in the downtown area. This would be either spaces out by Bone Park and the treatment plant or out in the eastern corridor by the new city buildings. And I would encourage the town to look into running a free hop on, hop off shuttle that does laps from our parks, past our post office and our senior center, up and down High Street, stopping off at Dairy Bar, Spirit Hound, wherever we think the most reasonable places are in town that people need to get to. In order to facilitate tourist parking in town, people moving from park to park, circulation past our businesses, parking for employees who can park east and come to work downtown, alleviating some of the parking that they currently occupy. Parking is a big issue, and I'm glad this hotel has brought up the discussion about it, but the discussion can't simply be limited to whether one business is feasible or not. It needs to be something the town addresses seriously. So I don't know how exactly the board would do this, but I would strongly recommend that they direct staff to investigate real solutions. And if there's interest in public comment on that, I'd be happy to be part of a group. Thanks.
Thank you.
Evening.
Are there any additional requests to address the Board of Trustees by the public this evening?
Crystal DeCoster had her hand raised, sir.
Crystal DeCosta, your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Crystal DeCoster, Kathleen. I live at 113 East Fifth Avenue in Lyons. Is this the appropriate time to read something about the hotel, or should I wait?
You should wait.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anybody else that wishes to address the Board of Trustees at this time? Madam Clerk?
Sir, I don't see anyone in the 4 pages I have of. I don't see anyone.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on. Sergeant Chris, before you start, sir, I've always done this. It's a little bit emotional to me, but you know, when a police officer with a family gets gunned down with an AR-15 on a traffic stop, and a fire marshal gets shot responding to a fire, it hurts, you know, to read about you having a couple of kids. And I know there's another side to the story in regard to police, but it's a tough job. And I just want you to know how much I, in particular, and I'm sure the rest of the Board of Trustees, appreciate you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mayor. You hit the nail on the head. It is tough. It's having a son in law enforcement that is a deputy down in Arapahoe County, which is a very busy county with a lot of very busy, critical stuff going on. It makes me nervous every day. So I appreciate the sentiments, and I will start off my quick short report in lieu of time with just going back to Trustee Rogan's comments about something to be grateful for. And I'm grateful for all of you and the communities that we serve here in Boulder County, and particularly Lyons. The overwhelming support that the Boulder County Sheriff's Office gets and the fire crews and Lyons Fire is always an outpouring of support. So I'm extremely grateful for that. And I thank you very much for those comments. So real quick, I just have a few bullet points and I'll keep it quick in the essence of time. Our flock camera systems is moving forward. We're just in the phase of CDOT approval for site locations. So that's moving forward. At February 25th, we'll have some new staff in town with the Sheriff's Office. My 2021 annual report was submitted today. Thanks, Trustee Lowell, for getting all that together and helping me along with that. There are some introductions to some new staff in that report. So I'll just leave it to the report to introduce everybody when they get here. I had a quick meeting with Chief Zick today, and we're still discussing some ongoing issues with the things that we've been talking about, the response to major instances, the water rescue stuff. So all that's still in progress. And the last thing I want to just give a huge shout out to Josh Kravitz and Adventure Fit and his crew for sponsoring Old Man Winter, and all the Lyons town staff and parks crews that helped with that in Laverne Johnson Park. They did a fantastic job. It was a non-issue event for us, and there was a lot of people in town. After the COVID years and the year before that, I think when we had to cancel it due to the blizzard that came in, it was a welcome sight to see an event go off without a hitch. So they did a great job, and I just wanted to share that with the crew. That's all I have for my report. And again, thank you very much, Mayor and the board for your comments. It's appreciated.
Are there any questions for Sergeant Christ? Thank you, sir. Be safe.
Thank you very much.
Trustee reports. I'll go across the top of the screen. Trustee Lowell.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll keep it short as well. The good news is the second annual town report is all done. Upon receipt of Sergeant Chris' report today, it's ready for publication. And I can not emphasize how easy it was this year. I mean, the first year was kind of like pulling teeth. This year it became much easier, and I hope it's become ingrained in people and becomes a habit. This year's report is going to be dedicated to the Lyons volunteers. I think it's only appropriate as we get into the last major projects for the recovery from the flood that we honor I didn't realize this. There were 600 individual volunteers who contributed in the years following the flood to putting this town back right. So I think it's only appropriate that I dedicate this report to them. It'll be online with the help of staff. It should be online by the end of the week, and we'll have some hard copies available at the district library for people to pick up. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And you mentioned to me that you hoped, and tonight, that you hoped that the tradition would continue and that you would be more than willing in the future to participate in annual reports. Thank you, sir.
It's become a habit.
Thank you. Trustee Rogan.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to keep it super short too. The EVC and the HPC haven't met yet this month. Looking forward to those meetings. And I'm grateful for the community participation tonight. I look at my screen and I see 93 participants so far, which probably 10 times more than we normally see. So I'm grateful to everyone who's listening tonight and who is participating in the process.
Thank you, Trustee Rogan. Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Nothing to report tonight, given the time constraints we're under, other than the Parks and Recreation Commission meeting this month has been moved for scheduling reasons for the Parks Commission people until the 23rd. That's going to conflict, unfortunately, to some extent with our special meeting on the 23rd, but I just wanted to note the date change in case anybody's interested in the Parks Commission this month.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Miller. Trustee Miller.
Sorry, tech issues. I don't really have anything to report either. Housing and Human Services meeting is next week due to St. Valentine's Day and President's Day.
Your computer's, I think, unstable, and you're breaking up, and now we can't hear you. Okay. Have you completed what you were going to say? Okay. Trustee Watt.
I have a very short report as well. The PCDC, which I am the liaison from, has had many topics that I cannot participate in over the last month, so I have not been able to attend those meetings. I'd like to echo Trustee Rogan's gratitude for all of the people who have participated in the process of the public hearing or about to participate in it. I'd also like to say that, as someone who's lived in Lyons probably the second longest or maybe the third longest on this board, I really appreciate comments such as Eric Keene's earlier today that provide proactive solutions and not just no to ideas. So as we can see, democracy takes a lot of work and it takes a lot of input. And I really appreciate all of those who have proactive and constructive ideas on how we can move the town forward. And I appreciate those comments.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Caravas.
UEB just met last Wednesday. Some of the discussion was parts that I could not partake in due to the nature of the discussions we'll be discussing in future meetings. I do believe one report from Mean that Mean did pass a rate increase for our power. So I'll be assuming that we'll hear more about that from Aaron coming up in his next report. What that means for Lyons, and the UEB will be reviewing that also. And that's it. Or the next UEB meeting will be February 16th next week, Wednesday.
Thank you, sir. My report will be short as well. I didn't get a chance to participate in the Student Advisory Council meeting and wasn't provided the minutes, but I'll report on what was discussed at the next meeting. And I don't get political nationally very often, but I'm just going to make the statement. I think that Representative Kinzinger and Cheney should be afforded a chapter in Profiles in Courage if Caroline Schlossberg ever reprints and revises her father's book. Truly brave American patriots. Moving on, we have no board and commissions. Madam Clerk, could you please read the consent agenda into the record?
Yes, item 1 is resolution 2022-5, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a professional services agreement with JUB Incorporated for construction management services for the 4th Avenue Pedestrian Bridge Construction Management Project, Project 21-SRTS, Head Bridge-02. Resolution, the next item is number 2, resolution 2022-10, resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, ratifying the professional services agreement with Kumar and Associates Incorporated for the GoCo Black Bear Hole and 2nd Avenue Trailhead improvements for materials testing services project. Item 3 is resolution 2022-11, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, ratifying the First Amendment to the construction agreement with Southpaw Electric Corporation for the backup power public works generator project. Item 4 is resolution 2022-12, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, ratifying the First Amendment to the construction agreement with Anderson Bridges LLC for the 4th Avenue Pedestrian Bridge and Connection SRTS project. Item 5 is resolution 2022-13, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, ratifying the First Amendment to the professional services agreement with Centennial Archaeology LLC for consultant services for the backup power project. Item 6 is resolution 2022-14, resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, canceling the April 5th, 2022 regular municipal election and declaring the candidates elected. Item 7 is resolution 2022-15, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving Lyons Urban Renewal Authority guardrails. Item 8 is resolution 2022-16, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a contract with WHC FTC LLC, doing business as Z-Trips for transportation services in 2022. Item 9 is resolution 2022-17, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, awarding a construction agreement for the Lyons Bone Park Ball Fields Drainage Improvement Project with Walsh Construction. Item 10 are the February accounts payable, and item 11 are the January 18th, 2022 Board of Trustees meeting minutes.
I'm sorry, I was muted. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Are there any items that any of the Board of Trustee members wish to remove from the consent agenda? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yes, items 7 and 9.
7, and you broke up on the next one?
7 dealing with the trails and 9 with the ball fields repairs.
All right. Any others by anybody else? Seeing none. We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda with the exception of items 7 and 9. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Carabas,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Miller.
The consent agenda is approved with the exception of item 7 and 9. Mayor Pro Tem?
Item 7 has to deal with the guardrails that were approved at the most recent Urban Renewal Authority meeting. this draft of the guardrails is literally the same one that was approved for the URA, but it needs some rewriting because it needs to be rewritten in a few respects from the perspective of the town. For example, item 2 says, do not put LURA at risk by incurring debt and so forth. If we're going to pass this on behalf of the town Board of Trustees, it would need to say, do not put the town at risk, and a few little tweaks and stuff. I don't propose to do that tonight because of the time it would take. So my motion with respect to this item would be to postpone it until the following meeting. And in the meantime, I will endeavor to meet with Commissioner Drystat, who was the primary author, see if we can work out those changes in languages and maybe have something that would truly work on the consent agenda next time. So that's my motion to postpone this until the next meeting.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second as stated by Mayor Pro Tem, and we will vote unless there's any other comments by anybody. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
Aye.
Trustee Lowell?
Aye.
Trustee Rogan?
Aye.
Trustee Carapaz?
Aye.
Trustee Waugh?
Aye.
Trustee Miller?
Resolution on 2022-15 will be brought forward to the Board of Trustees at our next regular meeting. Mayor Pro Tem?
Item 9 has to do with an approximate $19,000 contract to fix some drainage problems at the Bone Park ball fields. And I pulled this for two purposes. One, because I have what I think is a fairly obvious question about this. And second, I may want to make a motion depending on the answer to the question. And the question is, why wasn't this covered by warranty?
Director Cosgrove?
Yes, it's not covered by warranty because it wasn't included in the original design of the ball fields. So it's not a warranty. There were drainage swales that were incorporated on the ends outside of the ball fields, but there was no drainage on the interior of the ball fields. So we're experiencing drainage problems on the interior of the ball fields, on the infields and the warning tracks during heavy rain events. And it's getting caught in the mow bands, which are the concrete mow bands that are underneath the fencing. And so it's not draining properly. And so there is no warranty related to that.
Well, somebody designed the drainage system for the ball fields, right? The interior of the ball fields.
Right, but that we didn't have any previous drainage pre-flood. There was no trench drains or anything like that. And so it wasn't incorporated with this. And so it's not a warranty related item.
I don't understand. We built new ball fields in different locations after the flood and they don't drain properly. So how could that not be covered by, why was that not the responsibility of whoever designed the ball fields?
It's not the contractor though. It wasn't designed with that drainage incorporated. So it's just not being covered by the contractor.
Okay. I have a motion to make this now because of, I'm sorry, there may be other questions first. I'll defer to any other questions before I make a motion.
Flood recovery manager Sanders said that she can add to that comment as well. We've been working together on it. If you'd like.
She may right now, if she's on.
I just want to add that the contractor did build to the design, so that's why it's not a warranty item. If it was not a good design, it was a design that we went with and we approved. So the contractor didn't do anything wrong. That's why it's not under warranty. They built to the design that we had.
I think it's might be fair to say, just to be perfectly frank and honest, that we didn't anticipate the problem. Is that fair?
I think that's a fair statement. So there's in the areas that we've outlined where we have these issues, it just wasn't anticipated in these particularly heavy rain events that we're losing material and the water's getting caught up there. And so we're trying to alleviate a problem that we found.
Okay. Trustee Careless, did you have something to say?
Oh, yes. Ms. Sanders and Mr. Cosgrove shouldn't be astounded. What I'm going to say is this is no different than the LMJ or Laverne Johnson Park Phase 2 and 3 issues I brought up. We knew there's a drainage issue in that whole park. We have drainage study, we have storm studies. This is an engineering issue that they missed. So I understand why warranty by the contractor wouldn't cover this. Did we, as soon as we noticed this, did we bring this up with the engineering firms or the design firms so that we could question the bond before it expires, that this might have been a design flaw issue? Everybody knows there's a design, there's drainage in ball fields, it designs ball fields all over this country, because they're never designed on totally flat ground, especially in a mountainous community or a hilly community. There's no reason why the architects or the engineers should have, from my perspective, should have missed this. Have we done anything? Are we doing anything to see why they missed it?
No, we have not, but we can have our town engineer take a look at the plans. I mean, at the time, I believe it was designed with Phase 1, so it was designed like in 2016 or 17. So, but we could have our current town engineer take a look and see if we have any recourse to go back on the design consultant or not.
Director Cosgrove, is it just one ball field?
There are areas on both of them. If you look at the sheet, the spec that we provided, there are areas on both in particular areas.
And my next question is, how much did those ball fields cost?
Oh, I would have to go back and look at the
approximately.
That's a tough one. I mean, when you look at the overall park, I would have to go back and look at the bid or the contract documents to see what each of the fields were when looking at the overall park.
Okay. I just, it is a little discouraging that we could spend that amount of money, because I remember it being very expensive, and the oversight of being, it should have been taken into account perhaps. But
just to add though, that they were designed with a grade for the 1.5, which is typical for a ball field, a 1.5, grade 1.5 slope to drain away, but they're just getting caught up because of the mow bands in certain areas, and they were intended to flow out in the swales that were added, and they're just not, the water's not getting there.
Okay.
So.
Trustee Wall?
And they're built in the floodplain, is that correct?
A portion of the Bone Field sits in it, but the other, I believe, sits out. Vasquez Field sits outside of it.
Okay. I just want to be clear that the ball fields that were damaged in a flood were not designed to drain properly in a floodplain. And we have done nothing to go back and look at if we have any recourse with the designer.
This is surface drainage event. So this is drainage to get the fields to dry out so that they're playable, and the material for the infield material and the warning tracks is playable.
But they're built in a floodplain and would have to go through a floodplain planning process. Is that correct? Or at least one of them.
Yes, they would have needed a plain development permit. Yes.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, you pull this for discussion. How would you like to proceed on this resolution, sir?
I would like to move to postpone this item until the March 7th meeting, because as previously discussed at the March 7 meeting, we're going to have what I expect to be a very substantial discussion about a number of seriously underfunded pending projects. I'm am reluctant to commit to spend any more money out of the Parks Fund right now, because the Parks Fund is one possible source of funding for some of those projects. 3 of them involve trails. So I would rather lump this in along with the rest of the discussion about underfunded pending projects and take it up at that time. So I move to postpone this to March the 7th.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second as stated by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo? Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
Aye.
Trustee Lowell?
Aye.
Trustee Rogan?
Aye.
Trustee Caravas?
Aye.
Trustee Waugh?
Aye.
And Trustee Miller.
We will address Resolution 2022-17 at the March 7th meeting. Could you please read the next item on the agenda into the record, Madam Clerk?
Yes, the next item is a public hearing on Resolution 2022 resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving or denying a development plan for 343, 347, 349, and 355 Main Street, the Lyons Hotel.
Thank you very much. Town staff report.
Sure. First, I think Brandon is going to just address the board to cover the public process. So I'll share a informational slide and he'll review that before I begin my staff recommendation.
Excuse me, Counselor.
Yep, as soon as the slide comes up, we'll get going on this, but we wanted to prepare something really for the, the benefit of the board and also the benefit of the public on the process for this item, as it is a public hearing, a little bit different from what the public may be used to as a typical town business. So we have a couple of slides, one on the process and one on kind of the role of the board in the situation. And the process here is laid out in this slide. We're going to start with the town staff report, where the town, primarily Planner Strom gives his report on the application. We do usually have questions after that portion, but as and we've learned from the PCDC meeting that a lot of times the questions that you may have for staff could be answered by the applicant's presentation. So we feel in this case it's better to reserve those questions until after the applicant's report, which is the next part of our presentation, where the applicant will give their report on the application. At that time, the Board of Trustees can ask either questions for staff or the applicant, or if there's a quick question, we may be able to do it during the individual presentations. But after all presentations are concluded, that is the proper time to have substantive questions for either the staff or the applicant. Just for the public's benefit, all written correspondence that has been submitted to the town clerk has been distributed to the Board of Trustees at this point and is included as part of the record. Those are posted with the agenda. If you submitted written comments, you don't need to speak and read those comments off. But if you have something more to add, or would just simply like to say that you, filed comments, you can certainly do that if you so wish. Concerning public comment generally, which will follow after the questions from staff and the applicant, it's important that everyone state their name and physical address of residence for the public record. Pursuant to town policy, PO boxes are not appropriate. That does not tell us whether or not you live in the town of Lyons. So please do give your full physical address for the public record. It's important to remember to direct your input towards the Board of Trustees and not the applicant or the staff. The Board of Trustees is the one making the decisions here tonight, and your comments should be directed at them in influencing their decision here tonight. The staff, applicant, or BOT will not immediately respond to your questions, but may choose to do so at a later portion of the meeting, which is the portion that precedes that, which is the applicant response. The applicant response has the ability to, if they so choose, to give a rebuttal presentation to anything they heard during the public comment. The applicant can also choose during this time to respond to any questions that the public may have had, and the Board of Trustees can ask, during this time, questions of the applicant, final questions of the applicant. During the next step, which is the board discussion, Like everything else we do, we'll need a motion in a second. But once that happens, the board can entertain as much discussion as they want. If the board would like follow up from staff on questions posed by the public, they can certainly do that at this time. And of course, I think as you all know, the BOT has like really 3 options here. And actually 4, I think we missed one, but approve the conditions, or deny the application. The board could also continue to a date certain if it so wishes. And just something to keep in mind for the board, if this is approved tonight, either approved or conditionally approved, there will be a separate development plan agreement that will need to be approved via separate resolution at a separate meeting. So this won't be the last time. If it's approved, that this item will be before the Board of Trustees, but it is the land use approval stage of the process. This is something I think we're all pretty accustomed to. We want a reminder from past experience that you should turn off your video and mute yourself until you're recognized by the mayor to speak. So for the public, please keep that in mind. Our next slide, please, Phil. I also want to give just an update for the, for the public on the Board of Trustees role here. The Board of Trustees is to review this application pursuant to the review criteria, which is in 16-1740. They're also referenced in the approval and denial resolutions that's before the board tonight. They're way too long to list here tonight. I try to put them in a slide, but it's just too many pages. It would have been too many slides. So I provided a link, what those are. But they list pretty specifically how the board is to review this application. And they also, in some instances, pull in other pieces of the code for the board to consider. But the board must rely upon the evidence that's provided here at the hearing tonight to support its decision based on those criteria. So the evidence that's presented here, on the presentations, the public comment, questions and answers, any of the application materials that have been submitted as part of the agenda, or staff presentations are part of the agenda. All that stuff must be the basis when applied via the code as part of the decision. If it's not presented during the hearing or not part of the packet materials, the board should not consider it. And so if it's not one of those presentations, public comment, questions and answers, it should really not part of the decision here tonight. And once again, just to stress, the Board of Trustees needs to base its decision on the factors within the review criteria. If it's something that's outside of those review criteria, or the things are incorporated in this review criteria through code references, it really shouldn't be a basis of a decision. And so that's just my kind of public education portion before we begin tonight's proceedings. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them. Dolores?
Just real quick for those that are on the meeting, if they're not real Zoom savvy, at the bottom of the screen is the reactions little icon. You can click on that if they wish to speak during the public comment portion. If they click on that, there's a little raise hand. You would click on that and it kind of moves you to the front of my screen so I can find you easier. If you're wanting to speak, it just makes the process a little bit easier.
Thank you, Dolores. Counselor, I just want to, for the public's education, basically this has been a quasi-judicial matter. And so we haven't been able to participate in any discussion whatsoever. But after this meeting, are we allowed to?
Yeah, yes, Mayor. When this meeting concludes, whether it's denied or approved, that will end the quasi-judicial nature of this proceeding. At which point the board would be free to discuss the application with citizens if so wished. The later stage, which is the development plan agreement, that's a contractual agreement between the board and the applicant. It does not have the same quasi-judicial due process type of expectations that this matter does, the land use approval does. So
I just wanted the public to understand why we could not participate fully in any discussion up until this time. And if they felt frustrated, that was the reason why. Basically, we're not allowed to.
Right. If I may, Mayor, just put a quick point on that is part of any sort of quasi-judicial land use decision, we can only consider things that are part of the public record. And so there's conversations that occur prior to the hearing are considered ex parte or outside of the public record, and therefore are prohibited conversations pursuant to the Colorado law.
Thank you, sir. Continue.
Okay, that's all for me. If there's no further questions, I think Planner Strom will take over at this point.
Are there any further questions for Counselor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Two questions. First of all, if the result of tonight's meeting is to continue this to a date certain for further consideration, would the quasi judicial process and no ex parte contact rules still apply during the interim?
Yes, and that's because it'll be still a pending land use decision before the board. And so if that were to be the case, all the same restrictions would apply.
And then another process question. And I noticed that the PCDC did this, and it's been done in other types of quasi judicial hearings. At some point, should board members make a statement about relying on the record and any contacts that they may have received from any other people and whether it's influenced their decisions or not? And if so, when should that be done?
Yeah, that's a great question. The PCDC had informed me of those prior to the meeting, so I was better prepared to address that. But if there was any inadvertent ex parte contacts following this little colloquy, I'd recommend that those disclosures be made then as soon as possible prior to proceeding forward.
Okay.
And so I guess I would ask that if anyone on the board has any disclosures they'd like to make at this time, that they do so now.
I'll start. I've probably had, apart from what's shown in the actual record, probably had at least 24 emails from citizens reflecting their views one way or another about this matter. My practice on those has been when I can either identify from the subject line or the first line of the email that it was about the hotel matter, which is a quasi judicial matter, I would immediately move that email to a separate folder, and I have not read them. The first few of those that I got, I tried to politely respond and explain to people I couldn't communicate with it and wasn't going to read their full email, but there just got to be so many I couldn't do that anymore. So I just wanted to state on the record that any email I've received relating to this topic that's not in the public, hasn't also shown up in the packet in the public record, has not been read. And by the same token, just being around town, casual conversations, I've probably had 10 different people come up to me and start to talk about this matter. I've tried to basically do the same approach, politely tell them, I can't talk about this with you. If you have something to say, please share it at the public meeting. And I will state for the record that none of those emails or personal contacts in any respect will influence my decision on this matter.
Trustee Wong.
I'd like to also disclose that, like Mayor Pro Tem Browning, I've received multiple emails, probably in the line of about 24, and I have had people in town approach me to talk about this topic. I've also politely educated them about that. In fact, wrote a posting on Facebook trying to explain the fact that as board members, we are not able to talk about this topic, and turned off comments to that post so that nobody could make comments about it. I'd also like to, and that none of those interactions will influence my decision tonight. I'd also like to disclose that I own a controlling interest and I'm a managing partner of a short-term lodging business here in town, Mi Casa Tiny House Resort. And my ownership of that will in no way influence my decision about this specific land use application.
Thank you, sir. Mayor-elect Rogan, I can state that officially and it's correct finally.
Mayor Trustee Rogan, but thank you. I also have received dozens of emails. My practice was either to forward them on to Dolores without reading them, or simply when it became too voluminous to just delete them. And I also have been approached by members of the public about this matter and have explained why I can't discuss it. So none of this will influence my decision-making.
And I'll also disclose, I think that everybody most likely will have to, that I received dozens of emails as well. And my practice was just to delete them without reading them. I'm off of the beaten track a little bit, so I haven't had many people in the public address me on this issue, and I can make an impartial decision as well. Trustee Miller. Trustee Miller.
I am echoing that of my fellow trustees, my fellow board members.
Trustee Miller, we're having trouble hearing you. Is it possible to either one, be close to the microphone, or two, call in maybe for audio?
I don't know. Can you hear me now? No.
No.
Not really. You sound like you're a robot in a distant hallway.
Do you basically want to state what's been said by all the other trustees? Thank you.
And Trustee Miller, if you want, you could call into the meeting, which maybe offer better audio functionality.
Any other comments before we proceed? Trustee Caravas.
I have the same emails I probably received, same procedures that go to a folder, because I can't read them, and most people know that. And I did get very abundant, so I can't respond to any of them. The few people I did approach, same explanations, so I can be impartial as we go on.
Okay. All right. And Trustee Lowell.
Well, I guess I can't be an outlier. I
better not be.
Mirror all my trustees' comments. I have received emails. I have deleted them or answered nicely. I can't talk about this, and I can be impartial on this.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we can continue. Philip?
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and trustees. I'm going to share my screen and just basically walk through my staff recommendation. So, okay. So as Attorney Dittman discussed, this is the second of two public hearings for the Lyons Hotel Development Plan. The Board of Trustees will review the evidence presented tonight based on the review criteria in section 161740 of the Lyons Municipal Code. The decision by the Board of Trustees will be the final decision of the town. If approved, the project will still need to go through the building permitting process, with the town requiring more detailed engineering reports and construction plans prior to beginning construction to ensure building code requirements are met. Beginning with my staff report and recommendation based on the criteria in the Lyons Municipal Code and the planning, and along with the Planning and Community Development Commission, I'm recommending the conditional approval of the development plan. Just touching briefly on the fiscal impact of the proposed development, while it is anticipated that the burden on the town's utilities and parks infrastructure, as well as public services such as emergency response, will be burdened, but the anticipated revenue increase from the several tax sources and fees are anticipated to offset that burden. I'll provide some background on the proposed development. This is for 3 parcels located on Main Street, totaling approximately 0.62 acres and is zoned commercial downtown. The property owner is Moss Rock Development LLC, who is represented by Rosie Dennett from Front Range Land Solutions. The development proposal includes a new 3-story, 79-room boutique hotel that would include a lobby bar, cafe, and rooftop terrace bar with indoor and outdoor seating. The current commercial downtown zoning permits the proposed hotel use by right, and no variances are being requested by the applicant. Currently, the site is vacant except for a bakery and cafe that is operated in the only remaining building and is under a lease with Moss Rock. And I will let the applicant speak further to the building design and proposed hotel and hospitality operations. This map shows the town location, giving a little more context with an aerial view. And additionally, the existing zoning, you can see the lighter red is commercial downtown, the darker is commercial, and the yellow is residential. These photos give a little context of the surrounding buildings. So this is looking north at the at a hotel, the A Lodge. Additionally, to the north, there is a church. Looking west, one-story commercial buildings. To the south, Sandstone Park. And then looking east, 1.5-story restaurant and bar, and 1-story warehouse barn. The public review process detailed in the town code has been followed, and the required public notifications leading this hearing have been posted and discussed. This is the second public hearing. As we discussed earlier, the public comments received to date have been included in the packet, and the public will have the opportunity to speak tonight. Referrals were also sent to several agencies of interest, and responses were received from Lyons Fire Protection District, the town engineer, Utilities and Engineering Board, Excel Energy, CDOT, and the Ecology Advisory Board. And while there are no objections to the proposed development proposal, I would like to note a few responses. First, the main comment from both fire and utilities was the details provided in the application show the town can accommodate the development, but their final determination will be based on detailed construction plans and engineering reports that would be submitted with the building permit application. This is part of the town's standard requirements for a building permit application, and the responsibility is on the applicant to ensure that they meet all the requirements for fire protection and utilities, which this proposal states they do based on initial assumptions and use projections. And the detailed information will also be used to finalize the utility fees and rates, and that's determined. Also, the town engineer had several comments that will also need to be addressed prior to building permitting, but his main concern was coordination with the US 36 multimodal project that's in early stages of design. And that design's not far enough along currently to determine any conflicts, but I have proposed a condition of approval that the developer work in good faith with the town's design for the project as it progresses. And last, because some of the proposed improvements are located in the CDOT right-of-way, they will require a special use permit for the landscaping and to lease the seating area and for some of the more permanent structures. This is typical because CDOT's right-of-way really runs right through the middle of town. Oscar Blues seating next door is under a current lease with CDOT. So moving on to the criteria for approval. One, all of the information required on the site plan or development plan is shown. As discussed earlier, working with both the utility director, the UEB, and fire, the information required to address the criteria in the town code has been provided. The building permitting process is going to require further detail on the assumptions that have been made by the applicant. And I've outlined the items that would be required prior to the building permit, and I'm recommending 2 of these items specifically be addressed prior to the building permit application because they would not be required as part of the process. So that includes the photometric plan and the development plan agreement are both included in the recommended conditions for approval. 2, the lot size and lot dimensions are consistent with what is shown on the approval, on the approved final plat. The lot size and lot dimensions of the plans are consistent with what is shown on the survey of the platted lots. 3, no buildings or structures infringe on any required setbacks, easements, or right-of-way unless approved in writing by the easement holder or owner of the right-of-way. No buildings infringe on the easements or right-of-way. The CD zoning district does not have any setback requirements. And it was previously discussed that the structures proposed do extend into the right-of-way and will require agreements with the town, as well as permits and a lease with CDOT prior to the issuance of the building permit. This includes the paved porch, vehicle structure, and paved seating area. 4, the proposed site grading is consistent with the requirements of the town's adopted storm drainage criteria or master drainage plan, and the grading disturbance of significant existing natural vegetation and natural landforms has been minimized to the maximum extent feasible. The proposed site grading is consistent with the requirements of the town's plan, and currently the site is mostly vacant and cleared of any existing vegetation. 5, the density and dimensions shown conform with LMC Chapter 16 requirements. The proposed development conforms with the CD zoning district requirements with no setbacks and a maximum building height of 40 feet. 6, the applicable regulations, design standards, and guidelines have been adequately addressed, and the proposed improvements conform with this code, including but not limited to the following standards as applicable. A, all outdoor lighting is proposed to be in accordance with the code requirements. This must be demonstrated with the photometric plan, and I'm recommending this be a condition of the approval. B, the garbage enclosure in the southeast corner of the building is screened with an enclosure of at least 5 feet. C, no uses are anticipated to create an intense glare or heat. D, no adjacent outdoor spaces exist other than the public sidewalk, which the application is proposing to integrate through the installation of the paved porch for gathering and a paved outdoor seating area. And E, the property does not border an existing residential neighborhood and is surrounded by commercial or park uses on all sides. Moving on to 7, the site can be adequately served with public utilities, services, and facilities. So the proposed development can be adequately served by the town utilities based on the report provided with the application. The town director of utilities and the utilities and engineering board has reviewed the application. And again, while they have no objections, they requested several items be confirmed prior to the issuance of a building permit for construction. The Lyons Fire Protection District has been involved with the project since this summer. And like the response of utilities, they have no objections, but will require a detailed review of their fire protection system that's proposed as part of the building permitting process. Looking at storm drainage, the storm drainage report and memo included indicate a reduction in the impervious surface, resulting in a reduction in storm drainage introduced into the town system. Looking at traffic impact, the traffic study shows with the that was submitted with the application concluded that the proposed development is feasible and that the adjacent intersections will operate acceptably during peak hours. CDOT has reviewed this study and has no concerns. Parking. So in the first hearing, PCDC directed staff to provide a detailed analysis of the town code for parking. They requested interpretation on some of the zoning text, which is likely required just due to the code was probably not in place to anticipate a unique development like this in the CD zoning district. So before I jump into my analysis of the code, I wanted to just provide some context on the development, really just the facts about the development, starting with the anticipated parking demand. This will mainly come from the guests for a 79-room hotel that's anticipated to be about 70% occupied on average throughout the year. This is an average, so they anticipate though a full occupancy May through September. In addition to the guests, there will be parking demand from employees as well. They anticipate about 100 employees to be there over a 24-hour period, with about 25 employees at any given time on site. The parking proposed includes first, the hotel's off-street on-site spaces. Next, 24 spaces of off-street with a shared parking agreement at a satellite lot. And last, 30 spaces of on-street public parking. So jumping into the code analysis, the off-street parking requirement in the town code is section 16.830, and it requires 1 space per guest bedroom for a hotel use. For the development to meet that requirement, they are proposing a variety of parking alternatives that are allowed by code. Obviously, the 25 on-site off-street spaces we just discussed. Then they're adding the 24 off-street, off-site spaces that the code section 16.840 allows for off-street parking to be met through off-street spaces that are within 700 feet of the building and can be part of a shared parking agreement. I will note that there's no agreement that's been discussed currently with the town at this point. The proposed spaces are contingent on the town allowing the use of the public lot, which is across the street from the fire station. And then last, the 30 spaces proposed can contribute, the 30 on-street spaces proposed can contribute to the parking requirement per section 16.820K, which allows businesses in the CD zoning district to satisfy a parking requirement with adjacent on-street parking. I'll note that the applicants looked at a few options, basically between those 30 spaces on where the counts go between Broadway, Main, and 4th Avenue. There's a number of options there they've looked at, and so there may be an opportunity to define that more clearly for them. Additionally, at the first public hearing, they discussed how the hotel is also offering a restaurant, cafe, a drinking place, and there's questions as far as the considerations for those uses. The town code is silent on parking regulations for mixed use developments. But I would point out that even if this were considered on top of the hotel use regulation, the town code does allow for an exemption for these uses in downtown properties. This is section 16.890. I've also included some other research just from other municipalities on regulation of mixed use development in my staff report. And then just a few other sections of code I'd like to note. First, the code does support shared off-street parking in section 16.820J. And then last, I do want to note that the handicap spaces required should be 5, not 4 originally proposed. Unfortunately, this is something we realized last week. It's really a bit complicated, but essentially the building code ultimately requires a certain number of accessible units to be built, and that then is 5, which would require 5 spaces. So the applicant's in agreement with this. They just haven't had time to revise their development plan prior to the meeting, but I've included this as a requirement and recommended condition of approval. And then last, I just wanted to note that the town has completed a parking study in 2018. It's been included in the packet and has provided just several recommendations as well. So in conclusion, the intent of the off-street parking regulations is to prevent congestion for the public streets, minimize the detrimental effects of parking on adjacent properties, and promote the safety of the public. The hotel, as proposed, does meet the requirements of the town code, but regardless of the town code or interpretations, the practical implications of this development impacts are real. Accommodating the development of this scale while minimizing the impacts to adjacent businesses and potential constraints on future development shouldn't be ignored. But however, I don't think a single development should be burdened with solving an existing condition of a constrained downtown parking, but they should have a responsibility to improve that condition, not amplify it. The town itself is seeking solutions for parking downtown, and it started by conducting the 2018 parking study. But there's not going to be a quick or easy solution for this, especially with the town's constrained resources. So the proposed development should share in this effort to improve the parking issue, and staff recommends a development plan agreement establish terms for the development plan to seek a long-term solution beyond the use of the public property to accommodate their guests and staff. This could include financial incentives, burdens, deadlines, or contract language in the development agreement. Jumping back to the criteria for approval, the site will provide efficient on-site and off-site traffic circulation, which will not have a significant adverse impact on the adjacent uses or result in a hazardous condition or pedestrians or vehicles in or adjacent to the site. So while the on-site traffic circulation is anticipated to be minimal, there are concerns with the potential conflict with the US 36 multimodal project. Again, that's included as a condition of approval to work in good faith with the town on that project. 9, the site plan or the site design minimizes environmental impacts, mitigates impacts to wildlife and wildlife habitat, and utilizes best management practices to conserve natural resources. The property was previously disturbed and not wildlife habitat. The design proposes sustainable design elements and building practices. The Ecology Advisory Board had provided a referral response that requests a number of recommendations, which I agree with, and I hope the applicant considers. Specifically, I'd like to see a commitment to meeting specifically LEED requirements. This doesn't necessarily have to be a LEED certification for the building, but at a minimum committing to some of those LEED standards. And hopefully this will be also provided in the building permitting application. 10, the site has approved trash disposal plan that addresses litter control, trash collection, on-site storage, pickup on a regular basis, and the dumpster location with proper screening and the buffering so that there are not any substantial impacts to abutting properties. All waste shall be deposited in completely enclosed container and concealed from adjacent properties. The development proposed the use of a local trash company, and the screening is being provided. 11, the hotel and associated activities will be conducted in accordance with the town noise regulations, and residential zoning is not adjacent to the site. And last 12, the proposed hotel will be in accordance with all, be built and designed in accordance with all the applicable local, state, and federal regulations, including obtaining all necessary permits. So additionally, beyond the criteria for approval, the PCDC directed staff to provide a written assessment on specific strategy and design fundamentals from the comprehensive plan. This assessment was provided in my staff recommendation, but in the interest of time, I do not plan to review this assessment tonight, but I'll be happy to answer any specific questions from the board on this. So in conclusion, I'm recommending, along with the PCDC, the Board of Trustees approve the development plan application with the following conditions. 1, the applicant will add a general note on the development plan that the proposed development shall conform with all applicable local, state, and federal regulations. 2, execution of a development agreement to include a requirement for an agreement for a shared use of town parking lot. Requirement for the dedication of the water rights required for the development to the town, a requirement of a bond or irrevocable letter of credit to cover the proposed public improvements, including the public landscaping improvements, establish maintenance responsibilities for the applicant for the landscaping in the town right-of-way, a requirement for the execution of a major encroachment permit for the structures in the town right-of-way, a requirement for execution of a lease with CDOT for structures in the town right-of-way, a requirement for good faith coordination and cooperation to accommodate the town's preferred design on the US 36 multimodal project. 3, a submission of a photometric plan. 4, the applicant will actively work with the town to identify ongoing improvements to serve the overall parking needs of the hotel and the businesses within the structure. And 5, a requirement of the applicant to provide 5 accessible parking spaces as required by the building code. And with that, that ends my recommendation, and happy to answer any quick questions or otherwise turn it over to the applicant to present.
We were going to move directly to the applicant, I thought, but that's okay. If we have quick questions, now is the time. Mayor Pro Tem.
I thought we were instructed or advised that we should wait until both
That's what I thought.
staff and the applicant presented, because I do have a lot of questions about some things, but
Okay.
they're not going to be quick.
Okay.
And the reason for that is to give a point on it is that we found her in the PCDC presentation that a lot of the questions were answered by the applicant's presentation. So it makes more sense just to do it afterwards.
Okay, we're ready for the applicant report and presentation.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Rosie Dennett. I'm the planning consultant for the applicants. I reside at 210 Lincoln Street in Longmont. With me tonight, we have the 2 owner applicants for Moss Rock Development, LLC. That would be Edna Johnson and Agnes Reyes-Rowe. And then also tonight we have Adam Cassidy, who is our hotel consultant, and our architects, Dave Lee and Josh James, and Joel Paz, our civil engineer. And we also have our attorney, Anna Tenzer, joining us tonight. So for our presentation, Edna is going to first provide you with some background explanation on what brought us to this point. Then Adam's going to address the size and the scope of the project from a hotel industry standpoint, so you can understand the reason we're asking for the size that we're asking for. I'm going to highlight how the proposal meets the approval criteria in your municipal code. Dave's going to briefly discuss the building layout on site and the design features. Adam's going to describe the fiscal analysis that's in your packets and present the benefits to the community. And then Agnes is going to wrap up. So Edna, turn it over to you.
Welcome.
Edna, you're muted.
Muted, Edna.
That's not a brilliant way to start, is it?
That's okay. Go ahead.
So good evening. I'm Edna Johnson. I'm one of the owners of this project. Mr. Mayor and trustees, thank you so much for this opportunity to talk about the proposed hotel project here in Lyons. You know, I have a few remarks that I hope will put our proposal in context. First, though, I'd like to introduce myself a little bit and the other owner, Agnes Reyes-Rowe. She's somewhere here on another screen. I don't see her, but I trust she's there. And as Rosie mentioned, you'll hear from her later in this presentation. So more than a year and a half ago, Agnes and I had the most wonderful opportunity, the flexibility to select a place to live for the rest of our lives. We could have chosen any location anywhere in the United States. And I'm still amazed we had this opportunity and so grateful. For many, many carefully considered reasons, we selected Lyons. You know, as an aside, I'll say that involved this really complex spreadsheet that took weeks and weeks and weeks to compile, but that's a story for another day. In any case, we selected Lyons. Every single day that we're here, we're reminded of why we chose Lyons: the music, the art, the unmatched scenery, the wildlife, and most of all, the wonderful people of this town. So here we are in the town of our choice for the rest of our lives. And I hope you see that this means we take this project very seriously, because this is our hometown, our forever town. And I'm gonna make another point. Maybe it's a little gauche, maybe it's a little tacky, but to illustrate how much we care about this project, we ourselves earned every single dollar that we've invested in this hotel project. As you might guess, that is a substantial amount of money. It was hard earned, and we didn't part with it lightly or foolishly. So, Mr. Mayor and trustees, please know that we're doing everything we possibly can to create the right hotel for Lyons. So I have 5 points for you tonight that I hope, again, will provide some context. First, when we moved to Lyons more than a year and a half ago, we began hearing about the town's need for a hotel. We learned, lots of people told us a hotel had been on the town's wish list for, I think, more than a decade. And then, lo and behold, a year ago, Mr. Mayor, trustees, you will remember, year and a half ago, we attended a town meeting, trustee meeting, in which a hotel study was presented and considered. We heard the closing statement, and that was that a hotel was wanted in Lyons. It could succeed, but that the private sector needed to step up. Here we are. We heard your call. We're the private sector stepping up. My second point, we want to build a boutique hotel, and this is really important. It means we don't want to be part of a hotel chain such as, I don't know, Super 8, Days Inn, Hilton Garden Inns. There are great reasons that people who own hotels decide to be part of a chain or part of a franchise. And maybe after you hear me say these things, you're going to think we're sadly mistaken, but we're going to hold to our guns on this one. So being part of a franchise means that there are loyalty programs, there are marketing dollars. These things bring guests in. Franchise hotels have access to building plans, templates that really reduce the architectural costs, for example. Same with furniture and fixtures, the same with hotel operations. I could go on and on and on. I'm sure you get the point. It would save us a lot of money, but the advantages come with a very different kind of cost, in our opinion. A franchised hotel, a flag as they're called, require a look and feel that is consistent, no matter what the location is. That's just not what we want for Lyons. This town deserves more than the same hotel facade we would see in Gadsden, Alabama, or San Francisco, California. We're striving for something unique. Our guests will know that they're in Lyons, that they're in Colorado. They will have a unique experience. Just one small example, and if I had all night, I'd give you 100. We intend to incorporate local artist work into the hotel. Franchise wouldn't let us do that. Just wouldn't be possible. My third point, and you're going to hear a lot more about this tonight, the hotel will bring a substantial uplift in tax revenues to the town. And as we all know, Lyons desperately needs more revenue. And I hope we'll explain this in sufficient detail tonight so that you can understand the full impact. My fourth point, the hotel will bring employment to this area. We believe in hiring good people and then trading them for jobs in which they can succeed. And if they want, they can progress to bigger roles. We hope to find workers right here in this area. We will have a Lyons first commitment to hiring. And of course, we'll also look in surrounding areas if we have to. We really hope to attract workers here. We'll pay very competitive salaries. We'll provide benefits and incentives for people who perform well. By the way, as an aside, I'll mention, you might be surprised to know how many locals have asked us already about possible jobs. And one other point, just please keep in mind that COVID-induced labor shortages will ease based on all predictions. And what's more, If we are fortunate enough to have our proposal approved, we'll have 2 years to solve staffing. Fifth, the hotel will ensure that some of the people who today just drive right through Lyons will instead stay in Lyons. They'll bring customers to local businesses and diners to local restaurants and, well, drinkers to local beer gardens and bars. If the hotel is built for the first time in many years, maybe ever, local business owners will have the security of knowing that people aren't just driving through Lyons, they're staying and they're going to spend money here. And for these reasons, taxes, helping downtown businesses, the hotel belongs downtown, not at the fringe of the town. Very importantly, the land that we purchased for this project is zoned for a hotel. So said differently, it's not by accident that we purchased the property we did. Now, to another maybe extremely important topic, and that is to accomplish the things that I've just described, we have to create a financially viable hotel. Financial viability means that we can attract investors or corporate lenders to this project. The price tag is quite large. We've been willing to fund the hotel to date, but to accomplish this, to get the hotel built, up and running, we're going to need investors or commercial lenders. They simply won't support a hotel that's too small to survive or too small to generate a profit. Adam will talk, our developer will talk a little bit more about that tonight. And I'm going to say one other thing. Maybe it's a gauche point. Inez and I invested our own money in this project because it matters for Lyons, not because of this investment that will maximize our returns, make us rich. Last but not least, and if you had to remember one point, this may be the very most important. If you approve this project, you're placing your trust in the long-established codes here in Lyon, government development, and you're putting your trust in us as a team. I therefore want to introduce you to the team, give you a little more insight into who they are. I can tell you, I promise you, they're top-notch professionals. Check them out on LinkedIn, you'll be awed. But before I mention each one by name, I just wanted you to know that Inez and our careers, and our careers have been wildly different, have had the opportunity to build teams, I would even argue world-class teams at times. And we independently came to two really important guiding principles about putting together teams. Very complex, very complex. First, hire experts. Second, don't hire jerks. That's it. Hire experts, don't hire jerks. A lot of people are expert and they can excel. Inez and I, though, choose to work with people who are experts, but who are guided by integrity and honesty and who treat other people with respect. That means they listen to other people's views. They work well together and never, ever do they descend into name calling, insults, or other bad behaviors. They listen to input and they honor the facts. Said simply, they're outstanding human beings who will listen to input and work cooperatively with the town. I'll mention one other thing. With one exception, they're local to this area. So you've already met Rosie, who's helped guide us through this process. You'll hear from our architects, Dave and Josh. Dave and Josh, their offices are in Niwot, just down the road. They've built hotels, they've built resorts, they've built lodges. Their expertise in this area is boundless. And by the way, they even built a hotel right in Gun Barrel. Anna Tinzer, she's a lawyer at Hogan Lovells. By the way, she was selected Colorado Lawyer of the Year last year. My book, you don't get much better than that. She specializes in hospitality law. Now, I gotta say, this is a small project for Anna. She normally swims in pretty big ponds, but she's a 20-year Boulder resident. She loves Lyons, and her twin sister lives just down the road a few miles from Lyons. So she's on board, and we're so honored to have her. Last and certainly not least is Adam Cassidy. He's a career boutique hotel developer. In hotel circles, he's actually quite well known, highly, highly regarded. He's perhaps best known for the Dream Hotels, extraordinary boutique hotels. In addition to being a developer, he's a consultant, and he's a hotel owner himself. And to have attracted an expert of Adam's caliber, I think says everything about Lyons Charms. We were trying to recruit Adam for this project, and I hope I don't embarrass you, Adam. He was a little tentative. He wasn't sure. We talked him into visiting Lyons. He flew in, was completely charmed, and hasn't stopped thinking hard about what's the best thing for Lyons since then. And with that, Adam, I turn it over to you.
Wow, thank you, Edna. What an honor. Really honored to be part of your team. I appreciate that kind introduction. Good evening, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here and nice to meet you all. Mr. Mayor and trustees, it's a pleasure, really. As Edna mentioned, I've been brought on as a consultant and hotel development partner. That my main goal and my focus, my primary focus at the moment is really to take this project through the feasibility exercise and help integrate in the team to put in place best industry practices for the hotel industry. I've been asked to mainly present on in this section on the size, how we arrived at the hotel program that we have presented so far. And I can tell you that the hotel industry has a lot of transparency that we benefit from. Hotel owners report their data, their performance data into a system. And there's a research company called Smith Travel Research that the industry uses to pool this data, and hotel owners and developers can acquire these reports and learn hotel performance data before they get into a project. So my first initiative was to learn about Lyons, surrounding Lyons, since there isn't a robust hotel industry in Lyons at the moment. I pulled data from overall Boulder County, Greater Denver, what's considered the Rocky Mountain region. I learned a lot about average daily rate, occupancy expectations, hotel supply and demand, and also importantly, average size of hotels. I looked at a collection of 46 hotels in the Boulder area, the Greater Boulder area. Their average size was 96 rooms. As the data came in, I also read zoning code. I read also, after meeting some town staff, I read the 10-year comprehensive plan. I learned that the town is in support of adding density to the downtown. The town supports also a more vibrant downtown corridor for commercial use. So these were positive characteristics that we identified early on in the stage. We also analyzed zoning code, and I was given very clear instruction that we had to adhere to a strict height restriction and other code-related ordinances put forth by the town. So I'm accustomed to seeing a full-service hotel really in a sweet spot of 150 to 220 rooms, and that is considered to be the most efficient building program when considering the fixed and variable expenses of a hotel. The difference between, just if I can just inform those that don't know, fixed expenses do not fluctuate with the size of a hotel or the volume of sales. Variable expenses do. A full service hotel of this nature will be made up of 75% fixed expenses, 25% variable. For example, to illustrate, we have a number of executive salaries. Payroll is an example of a fixed expense, probably the largest. Payroll and benefits probably make up 33% of a third of the entire expense budget. The general manager, director, sales and marketing, restaurant managers, executive housekeeper, other key personnel, we will have in place at 79 rooms or 179 rooms. And that is the nature of how important it is for us to be able to have a threshold of volume in order to be profitable. The other key component is purely development cost. Land acquisition, pre-development costs such as approvals, entitlements, design, and then you get into demolition and site work, all the infrastructure, foundation, building the actual building. If we were to reduce, let's say, a floor, we would lose, for example, 20 rooms. That cost, it would shave some cost off the project, but what it would do to the profitability of the project would be materially more in relation to the cost reduction of the project. I hope that makes sense. So in conclusion, I just, to round out what I just said, the feasibility exercise started with a building program to adhere to zoning, to line up with the comprehensive plan, and to be financially viable. I hope this is a helpful explanation. I look forward to answering any questions. Now I'd like to turn it back to Rosie, our planning consultant.
Thank you, Adam. As your staff planner described, this is a proposal for a hotel, which is a permitted use in the commercial downtown zoning district. The applicants purchased the 3 parcels along Main Street that include 4 platted lots. Those will be combined into one property through the lot consolidation staff review process after we get through this review process. The team goal from the very beginning of designing this project was to design a hotel that fit within the town's regulations without requiring any variance requests. So that's what we've done. As staff indicated, the proposal meets the code requirements for approval of the development plan review process. In addition, PCDC agrees with that assessment and is also recommending approval. I might add that we have no objections to the 5 conditions of approval recommended by both town staff and PCDC. Numerous goals and objectives in your comprehensive plan are met with this proposal. I've outlined some of those in the development report that is in your packets. The most obvious ones are economic development goals, including create an environment in which local business can prosper. The proposed hotel and associated uses will not only allow the subject business to thrive, but will also provide a place for people to stop in Lyons instead of driving through to Estes, spend the night and shop and dine locally. This development will also encourage additional downtown development that directly will benefit other businesses in town. Another economic goal stated in the comp plan is leverage the town's history, natural setting, unique retailers, and relationship with the music and arts community to attract tourists. Providing overnight lodging, restaurant, and meeting space to patrons of the music and arts community, as well as those who want to recreate in Lyons, enables the town to become a retail and recreational destination, and substantially increases opportunities for cultural events in town. In addition, a specific economic strategy stated in the comp plan is to focus on encouraging the development of lodging facilities. Regarding the municipal code requirements, the proposed building does meet the bulk requirements of the code and is in accordance with the maximum 40-foot building height. Philip described how the proposal meets the parking requirements of 1 parking space per hotel room by including the 25 parking spaces on site, the 24 parking spaces in the town-owned parking lot east of the post office, and of the 30 adjacent on-street parking spaces on 4th Street and along Main Street and soon to be constructed spaces on Broadway. In addition, we are proposing to use valet parking during the busy season, approximately May through September, when the hotel has a higher occupancy rate. This will enable us to provide an additional 30 parking spaces beyond the required 79 spaces when we anticipate the hotel to be at full capacity. Our proposal includes improving the currently underutilized town-owned parking lot east of the post office and leasing it from the town, with parking fee proceeds going to the town or another lease arrangement that's acceptable to this board. We discussed the proposal with the fire marshal since it is adjacent to this parking lot and indicated that we would work with them on the occasional times that they might need to use some of that parking lot. Regarding employee parking, employees will be required to park in the south lot, so the valet parking provides adequate parking for hotel guests and employees during the busy season. That's when we will have extra parking. Keep in mind, the nature of hotel parking is overnight. So the greatest parking demand will be when the downtown businesses are closed. Much of the public discussion on social media has been around parking. And as we committed to at the PCDC meeting, we will continue to work with the town and downtown business owners on parking solutions. Even though our application meets the code requirements for parking, we are providing the additional 30 spaces as I've described. But of course, we want to have adequate parking for all of the businesses that we have and all of the businesses in downtown. So of course, we want to work with the town on creating better long-term solutions to parking. Even the town's 2018 parking study concludes with a visioning exercise that was held with business stakeholders, where the top 2 most important elements identified were increased revenues for local businesses and becoming more of a destination town. And this project does that. On November 17th, we presented the proposal in a public forum at the town library. The majority of the feedback, public feedback at that time was positive. The subsequent public comments, primarily on social media, seem to focus on parking, the proposed hotel size, and traffic generation. Adam has addressed the need for the proposed number of rooms to be a financially viable hotel. And as has been discussed, the project does meet your code requirements. The Broadway project for additional parking spaces is anticipated to be completed by the time the hotel doors will open for business in approximately 2 years from now. And of course, we will work with the town staff and their consultants on completion of that project as needed. CDOT did accept our traffic study provided with our proposal, which indicates the existing street system can handle the projected increase in traffic and traffic flow. Regarding agency referral comments in your packets, as Philip has described, most had no objections, but explained additional requirements at building permit stage. In response to the Ecology Advisory Board comments, as the project progresses into construction plan stage, the applicants and the consulting team have committed, as we stated at PCDC, to installing energy and resource efficient fixtures using high quality thermal insulation strategies, implementing efficient environmental controls, and including pervious paving materials and best management practices for stormwater control. those construction details will become more evident at the building permit stage. I think I'll turn it over to Dave so that he can walk you through the development plans and highlight the town's commercial design standards that we follow. Dave?
Mr. Mayor and trustees, thank you for the opportunity to meet with you. My name is Dave Lee. I'm an architectural principal with Fleetmeyer and Lee Associates, and Josh, our project architect, is also on the call. I'm going to highlight how the project, I think, is in compliance and moreover embraces the town's design guidelines for the core area. First, let me applaud you on those design guidelines, the proposed ones. I think they will serve the town well as the anticipated growth in Lyons and in this downtown core area will become more vibrant, more activity, more dense, which is consistent with the design guidelines and goals for this section of town. And I think that Lyons has a great future, and I think this project is going to be an anchor and start that process off to a more pedestrian and traditional storefront oriented downtown commercial core area. So if I can share my screen. I'd like to highlight how the project is designed and some of the features, the design features of the hotel. So this is a aerial view looking down on the project, and as you can see, it's basically zero lot line fronting out onto Main Street and 4th Street, and then also south on Broadway, although there's a frontage road, the public frontage road that parallels Broadway there. And then on the east side, we are set back some and have created this pedestrian alleyway with some additional off-street parking, and we anticipate concrete pavers, colored concrete pavers in this area. You can see the building design is U-shaped around a central courtyard that opens to the south to take advantage of the solar orientation. We have tuck under parking along the frontage road down here and hidden kind of in the pedestrian alley space. That's in conformance with not putting parking right in front of the building in this downtown core area and consistent with the pedestrian-oriented streetscape that you desire. We've created businesses, food and beverage establishments along Main Street that front out onto the sidewalk. We've created outdoor seating areas and given it a lively storefront. There's no hotel guest rooms on the main floor right on Main Street. Instead, we have these storefronts and food and beverage establishments. There's a traditional front door with a canopy that goes out to the street and a couple parking, loading, unloading spaces right on Main Street. A traditional hotel lobby that has the bar and cafe. And then there's a public, semi-public space in the back, which is that courtyard. And we have meeting rooms that face out onto that courtyard that will be available for groups wanting to rent meeting space. There are hotel rooms then on the main floor that face east and west and then south and into that courtyard. Our facades on Main Street and on Broadway are broken into smaller facades And that's consistent with the hotel design or with the downtown design guidelines, creating a rhythm that's more consistent with the rest of town. So the Main Street facade varies in color, material type, the height of the facade, and then it steps back and forth to break up that plane. So while this is a two-dimensional drawing, the facade will have more of a three-dimensional stepping back and forth. We've created awnings and overhangs along the pedestrian sidewalk there. And then on the south side, you'll see into the courtyard, the rooms facing out, and then you can see the tuck under parking that is accessed by the frontage road. And then the 4th Street elevation steps down. There's about a 1-story difference in grade change from Main Street down to Broadway, as you know. So the building height and mass steps down and matching that grade change. So, and then we've got planters and landscape zones along the sidewalk that traverses 4th Street. And then you can get a glimpse of the rooftop bars. Let me page to that. This is a bird's eye view from the top, and you can see the rooftop bars here. The larger raised roof portion shows 2 clear stories, elements that throw daylight down the stair and elevator cores to the lobby below. And the rooftop would be an ideal place for PV solar panels. You can see the landscaping in the alley. We've made attempts to, with the zero lot line type of development, we've taken advantage of landscape planter zones, used native materials, and then there's landscaping we've incorporated along Main Street and some of those pedestrian outdoor cafe areas as well. The service access will be from this back. Philip already identified the enclosed trash area in his report. Truck delivery, et cetera, will be along the frontage road, so it won't block traffic on Main Street or 4th. We've highlighted some of the more public spaces that I think will be very attractive to the town and to the visitors, the shops, the food and beverage establishments. And I'll highlight a few other of the design guidelines that we embrace, not all of them. I have in our submittal to the town, I provided a very detailed copy of the downtown design guidelines, highlighting each of the requirements and how we meet them, and even provided diagrams showing our hotel next to those design guidelines and demonstrating the compliance with those. And as I've mentioned before, we really embrace them. I think you guys did a good job with those guidelines, and I really believe they will provide a good future for that downtown core area, which is quite inconsistent beyond the block to the west of us. It begins being very inconsistent on our block of Main Street and further east. So some of those guidelines that I will cite in particular, I'm reading out of the design guidelines. Accommodate for this downtown core district, accommodate the highest allowable density and lot coverage found anywhere in the town. Sustain and grow a pedestrian-oriented streetscape with traditional downtown storefronts that provide continuous frontage of large display windows. Traditional facade proportions and architectural organization. Simple flat roof forms, wall planes parallel to the street, and continuous attached buildings. Buildings should abut front property lines at the streets, avoid side yard setbacks, or develop pedestrian passageways, which we've done on our east side. Divide larger buildings into smaller modules that are seen historically by varying the facade material, facade height, the window or fenestration design, details, and their depth. Use building materials that complement the natural setting of Lyons, particularly red sandstone and brick masonry. Use traditional architectural design elements in the architectural detail of the building: cornices, pilasters, awnings, traditional window proportions, recessed entries, window sills and lintels, and storefronts. Break multi-story building facades into a base, a middle, and a top. Locate sidewalk restaurants or outdoor dining areas adjacent to pedestrian routes, such as sidewalks. Where appropriate, the use of well-designed shielded rooftop decks for restaurants and access to views is encouraged. Alleys perform primary function to accommodate parking access, service, loading, etc. At the same time, should serve as safe secondary routes for pedestrian circulation. And parking should be placed at the side or the rear of the building rather than at its front. Finally, just a few general comments. I think as an architect, I appreciated, and it's hard to overstate Edna's point about a boutique hotel versus a flag or franchise hotel. We've had flag franchise hotel clients. We've designed those buildings, and there is very little design flexibility to alter their brand and image. And I think Lyons is really well served to have a boutique hotel with investors like Agnes and Edna. They're willing to do this because there's a lot of financial incentives to do, as Edna has said, a franchise hotel. That would be a shame, I think, for downtown Lyons. Finally, there's some things that I know as we led up to these two public hearings, comments by the town, and I want to reassure you of our intent with things like sustainable and green design principles. They're not included in this submittal. It's frankly too early to be researching that and to invest the time and engineering when we don't know we're even going to receive approval yet. But we assure you that this building wants to be energy efficient. And I think we have a track record. We designed a LEED approved hotel in Gun Barrel, and it's proven to save a great deal of water, electricity, and other resources. So I think we can do that. And if you'll be patient with us, we'll submit that detail later. And I've already told the committee at the November 17th meeting that we'd love to meet with them and hear more about their goals and talk about what would be feasible for this building. And maybe a final comment. As an architect, we're firm believers in contextualism, and that is a building in Lyons should look like it belongs in Lyons. We've studied the architecture, the nicer parts of Lyons. There's some not so nice parts of Main Street, and we've tried to pick out the parts that we think add to the architectural character and future of the town, and we have tried to incorporate those into this project. So I think with that, I'm going to turn it over to Anna, and she's going to talk a little about some legal points.
Hello, everybody. And Mayor and trustees, thank you so much for all your hard work in connection with this project. To echo Adam, it is an honor to be able to be a part of the team of both Edna and Inez. I've been in Boulder 29 years and spent a lot of time hiking all over Estes Park and Lyons and Boulder. And it really is an honor to be part of this project, which I think is going to enhance Lyons, which has been such a golden little nugget for such a long time, that it'll be wonderful to see it, blossom. And I think this is a huge step in the right direction, hopefully. So I just wanted to make one small point. As everybody has heard with Philip, the project meets current parking requirements, current code requirements, without the need to request a variance. The applicant is happy, as you heard Rosie mention, to meet the conditions for approval that are being promoted by the staff, including actively working with the town to identify ongoing improvements to serve the overall parking needs of the hotel and the businesses within the hotel. That's a little different than what Phil had mentioned on page 13 of the resolution, when he pointed out that he would really like the development plan agreement to establish terms for the development to seek a long-term solution beyond the use of the public property to accommodate the hotel guests. I just want to be clear that as Philip said in the beginning, the town has spent time starting the whole process of parking in the town. They started with a 2018 parking plan, and we expect that to continue as a conversation led by the town in coordination with all the businesses of the town. I want to make sure that when we get to the development plan agreement, which is a condition to getting the building permit, that establishing terms is not more than the applicant actively working with the town. The town has to lead the charge, and every business has to be part of the contribution and the discussion, because it's going to affect all of the town. It can't be it can't just be placed on the shoulders of this development, which Philip already said in the beginning of that paragraph, that it can't be put on the town, on one development. And so again, happy to work with the town together with all other businesses, but I just want to make sure we're all on the same page, that when we get to the development agreement, those are really the terms of what we're doing going forward, because the current development meets the code, and the code was thoughtful when it was written, and to the extent that it may need revisions in the future, that's up to the town and people much more learned than me in zoning and in Lyons to determine. But I just wanted to make that point. So I will turn it over to Adam, who's going to speak to us a little bit further about the development. Adam, take it away.
Thank you, Anna. Appreciate that. At this point, I was asked to go over the fiscal impact portion of our submittal. There is a printout of some financial modeling in your packets, 4 worksheets, starting with some assumptions on hotel lodging and the tax revenues that would be derived from room sales and some food and beverage and event sales. At 79 hotel rooms, we made some high-level assumptions at a fairly early stage that the average daily rate of the hotel would be in the close to $200 range, and occupancy would stabilize around 70%. And this is data that we pulled in line with what's going on in the greater Boulder area. So this is what we can work with. So I assume that a brand new hotel in the town of Lyons will be online with that and will perform among the better hotels of downtown Boulder, somewhere in line with towns like Longmont and other surrounding towns. We estimated that, and we worked with staff on this, lodging tax currently at $2 per occupied room. The town would average approximately $41,000 a year in revenue just from lodging tax. We've also learned that on the docket is some growth in that number, that it could go to $4 per occupied room, which would support an average payment of $80,000 of revenue to the town from lodging tax, for illustrative example. Colorado's sales tax, the town's portion at 3.5%, would generate approximately $300,000 a year of revenue to the town. That's the hotel doing the average daily rate and occupancy that I mentioned, with food and beverage assumptions, again, in line with the industry, as well as special events and other income in line with the industry. So these numbers helped me come up with some assumptions that are fairly, best I can do in the way of forecasting. Next line item is real estate taxes. We worked with staff to, and as well as County of Boulder tax assessor's office, to come up with a hypothetical real estate tax bill, and that's coming in, anywhere from $250,000 to $350,000 a year. So if those are revenues clearly derived from taxes. In addition to that, we have projected one-time revenues to the town, and those are associated with building fees mainly. So to get this project going, we'll have permitting fees, plan check, electrical tap, water tap, construction meter, the list goes on, but that adds up anywhere from $600,000 to $700,000 of one-time fees to the town of Lyons. And then finally, we were asked to analyze the cost burden on the town. The general fund, we felt that it would be impacted to the general fund, and we analyzed the 2022 Town of Lyons budget. We worked with staff. They gave us some guidance to use 2 residential projects in the area. We were also guided to assume that a commercial project of this size and nature would be a third of the impact of a residential project. So we took an approach comparing recent projects that went through this process, took their impact and cost on the general fund, and made our hotel assumptions accordingly. And that was a total of $610 per household. So I hope this is helpful. Again, I happy to walk through this or answer any particular questions as the time comes. And at this time, I'd like to hand it back to Rosie, our planning consultant.
Actually, I think we're going to have Agnes add a couple of words.
Agnes.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Rosie.
Sorry.
It's okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and all trustees. Agnès Regiraud. I live on 74 County Road 69 in Lyons. As you've heard from the team of experts, there's a lot of facts and reasons that support the design of this hotel and the case for this hotel. And we said it several times, and we built it to meet the town code requirements, but also to respond to some of the key goals of the long-term plan. As importantly, I'm here to do the conclusion. We want to remind everyone that intent matters. Intent matters when it comes to critical decisions. And Edna and I decided to respond to the call that was made last year after the survey was presented. And our intent is to build a hotel here in our community in Lyons. Our intent is to have a town for our forever place, and we are committed to building an environmentally and financially sustainable hotel for the betterment of this community, our community. And we've listened to a lot of comments, and lots of them, and we as a team listen to every comment that is delivered with respect in the spirit of solving for the better of the town. And we especially appreciate expertise and facts. And we are committed to developing, should you give us this opportunity, to solving for the better of all, to get this town a beautiful boutique hotel that would be environmentally and financially sustainable. And I'm sure that we will have the opportunity to work with a lot of people on this call who want to do the right thing for the town. So once again, thank you for your time, your attention, and your thoughtfulness in the way you're going to review this case. And we're going to pass to Rosie. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. That concludes our presentation, and we've run out of people to have speak. So thank you for your patience. We are all available to answer questions, though, if that's the next step here.
It is. And I'll recognize trustees as they raise their hands to ask questions of either staff or the applicant. Questions? Trustee Rogan?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for that presentation. I'll kick off with an easy process question. So if a referral comes back, we'll take the water pressure for fire suppression as an example. If it turns out that there's not adequate water pressure, do we get a revised development plan to review, or what happens? What's the process with that?
Counselor?
The building permit, or in this case, the fire permit, will not be issued until that can be met. So that's a latter stage. It doesn't come back for a land use. This is for the land use approval, right? So that's a separate permitting issue.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Trustee Lowe?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thanks. It's a great presentation. I really appreciate the information put forward. I do have a question. There seems to be some confusion about whether the hotel will have a commercial kitchen and a restaurant, number one. And number two, will there be a laundry on site? Both of those would put an additional load on the wastewater treatment plant. So can you tell me if it will have either a kitchen to service the restaurant or a laundry on site?
Applicant reply.
Hi, Adam Cassidy here. I'm happy to take that one. At present, we have plans to outsource laundry for these exact concerns. The town is we learned very early on in the process, water supply is a real issue. And in this environment, it's relatively simple process to outsource your laundry service. So that is the plan at the moment. Regarding kitchens, we have an obligation to, our plan is to develop a relatively upscale hotel with amenities, and we would be categorized as a full service hotel with various dining options and experiences. Given the size of this project and the density of the town of Lyons, this isn't going to be your standard textbook full service hotel. We expect to have one kitchen to service the entire hotel. Any other space we expect to be a prep kitchen only. So that in the main core kitchen, the food prep is done and then, finished in a prep space, warming stations, induction burners, that type of thing. So one commercial kitchen throughout the entire building to service the hotel and its various food and beverage outlets. I hope that helps.
Yes, thank you.
Further questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
I have some in a number of areas. The first and foremost is parking, because in reading the public comments, that seemed to be, and the PCDC's suggestions, that seemed to be probably concern number one about this hotel was the parking. And I don't know whether to start with the details or look a little bit at the big picture. I'd kind of like to do both. I guess I'll start with the details. There is an inconsistency between the applicant's presentation on parking and Planner Strom's presentation on parking. And I want to try to understand how and where we're counting spaces. In Planner Strom's presentation, first of all, I think there may be an error in that. His presentation mentions out of the 30 street parking spaces, there being 20 spaces on Main Street between 4th and 5th. I don't understand how you would count spaces on Main Street between 4th and 5th for this hotel.
So do you want me to address that now, or
I guess
okay,
so.
Yes, that's an error. It should have been between 3rd and 4th in Main.
Okay. And I guess this will go to you as well, because you're probably the primary one interpreting the code. The language in the code on parking talks about adjacent spaces. Does adjacent mean next to the property, or are you counting spaces across the street? In, for example, Main Street, a busy state highway, would you count spaces in front of the community church, for example, as adjacent spaces to this hotel?
So adjacent spaces isn't defined in the code. I would agree with you that it should be adjacent to the building. And that's why I did discuss with the, they've looked at between Main Street, 4th, and Broadway, there is much more than 30 spaces. We've kind of went back and forth on where those spaces should best be parked for the hotel. I think there is an opportunity between those 3 locations for 30 adjacent spaces on the side of the hotel.
Okay, when you're counting about adjacent spaces, you're talking about in addition to the 30 street parking spaces, you're talking about in addition to what I'll call the drive-through spaces that the architect was showing us earlier. That's on site. Okay, there are 5 spaces on 4th Avenue between Main Street and Broadway that are adjacent to the hotel. On Saturday, I walked on Main Street in front of the hotel from one side of the property to the other, and there are at most 7 spaces on that side of the street. That would make 12. not counting, any driveway entrances. I'm not sure you can get 7 spaces there. If you're going to have a driveway into their porte cochere. If you have the properties the same width across on Main and Broadway, if you get the same number of spaces on Broadway, and again, I think there are some drive-through paths with it, so you won't have continuous parking all along Broadway. That's another 7 spaces. So I add that up to maybe a maximum of 19. So my question to both you and the applicant, how do you get to 30?
I can speak for the applicant because they've shown some counts and they are counting on the opposite side of the street for some of those. And that, and I guess for like Main, that's a good point. You're not crossing that. Broadway, that's Sandstone Park is where the additional Broadway parking will be. Whether there's not a business there necessarily. Again, the code doesn't provide what adjacent is. So that is up for interpretation. I think there's a number of on-street parking in the area for this. Whether those count as adjacent, I guess we can discuss what the intent of the code is and try to determine that better, more clearly. But it's unclear from that consideration. So if we can discuss what we want to consider adjacent, but also I'll let the applicant speak to their thought behind the parking.
Would the applicant like to speak to that at this time?
Sure, I think that's me. So yes, when we first sat down with town staff, we were trying to determine how that is interpreted. What is the off-street parking that is allowed, or on-street parking? And so we were given this parking study that shows the parking spaces to the south along Broadway. And even though the parking project does not yet have it delineated, the number of spaces, the parking study actually does show 25 parking spaces to the south of us on Broadway. And yes, it is on both sides of Broadway. And it was interpreted, I believe, because Philip's correct, because of the fact that on the other side is the park. So it's not like that's a business use. And then 5 along 4th Street, like the trustee said. And then, so we didn't include the ones along Main Street. So when we initially submitted our application, we didn't have this information. And so we were using both sides of 4th and both sides of Main Street. So that's probably why there's some confusion. Our original site plan shows that. But after further discussions with staff, it was determined that it was reasonable for us to be able to use the parking spaces that will be a result of the Broadway project. So we concurred with staff's interpretation, and that's how we came up with that.
Okay, 25 spaces on Broadway. Now, part of Philip, this is, I guess, will go to you. On that part of Broadway across the street, on the, I guess it's the south part of the south side of the street, there's supposed to be a trail, right? As well as some kind of a safety measure, a wall or something like that to protect pedestrians and children from going out onto Broadway from Sandstone Park. So is that going to affect the parking at all?
No, I don't see that because the CDOT right of way extends into the Sandstone Park pretty significantly. We're, actually looking at even maybe potential. That project we're still actually just looking at that area. We've asked them to maybe look at angle parking even potentially there, back in angle, which is CDOT does allow because there's a significant CDOT right of way, and the multi-use trail could go on the town property in the park. So,
okay, to get to 25 places along Broadway, wouldn't you have to extend count the spaces between 4th Street all the way to 4th Avenue, all the way to 3rd Avenue?
Likely, yes, I would agree with that.
Could I interject?
Not, but
The map that is shown in the parking study, which I think is in your packet. So page 26 shows the diagram. And the 25 that we're talking about is between the Oscar Blues turn into Oscar Blues restaurant and 4th Avenue. So they're showing 9 spaces on the north side of Broadway and 16 spaces on the south side of Broadway. So we're not including the 14 spaces that are to the east, all the way over to 3rd Avenue, if that's helpful. I mean, this was the only diagram we had that actually showed spaces. So that's basically what we were basing that determination on.
so that really came from the parking study?
Yes, yeah. And also Josh wanted to add something, our architect, he's got a little more information on, if that's okay.
It is.
Okay.
Sure.
Hi, Josh James here with Fleetmeyer and Lee, 101 2nd Avenue in Niwot. I can share the screen to show you the part of the packet that displays that part of the parking study. That would help.
Sure.
It's fine.
So this is, it could be page 291 if you wanted to flip to it yourself. This drawing shows 9 spaces here and 11 here. You might also have our drawing, which shows not all of the parking on the south. So we have 9 here, up to 19 here. And then we have indicated that these are adjacent to the property also. But however you want to do it, you could have them all on Broadway or most of them on Broadway and then some on 4th, or some of these on 4th and this. So and we have changed the drawing a little bit. You'll notice the handicap parking.
Okay, yeah, we do need to do some interpreting of what adjacent means. I mean, for example, on your picture right there, where you showed spaces 10 and 11, those were across the street from the next property. It's hard for me to see how those are adjacent to this property. And an obvious question is, suppose someday the property owner on the other side of 4th Avenue between Broadway and Main wants to develop something more, put 3-story condo or something there, and they have parking requirements, and they want to use those, count those spaces on the west side of 4th Avenue as adjacent spaces for their development. I don't see how that could be adjacent to more than one property is my problem. And I just don't see the count. Plus, I kind of question those numbers. Like I say, I walked and carefully looked at the spaces on the Main Street side where there is existing curb and gutter now the other day, and I counted 7. And you can't take spaces all the way to the curb. You can't have a car parking, parallel with the curb coming up 4th Avenue, for example. So I just don't quite understand that. And the other thing that got me, so we're going to have to decide what adjacent means to see if that's how we want to interpret it. And I guess interpretations are up to the board, I presume, unless our attorney has guidance and some definition somewhere, but I don't see it defined either. In the report that the applicant submitted, it references on page 5, it says 30 nearby on-street parking spaces within the code required 700-foot distance. Rosie, the 700-foot distance is for off-street parking, not street parking. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
So
That's correct. Also, the last diagram that Josh showed you, he didn't show the whole picture. He showed just the portion west of 4th Avenue. That same diagram shows what I was talking about east of 4th Avenue. And so I think if he could show that, it would show what I was talking about. You unfortunately just saw the 9, not this one, Josh, the other, the one from the parking study. There we go, not there. Move it up if you can. There you go. There's the parking that I was talking about. Trustee Browning, I was talking about the 9 and the 16, and here is the entrance into Oscar Blue. So those were the parking spaces that I was referring to.
Yeah, again, it's hard for me to see how a parking space across Broadway from Oscar Blues could be considered adjacent to this property. And I'll note for the record that the reference in the report says nearby parking. The word nearby has been substituted for the word adjacent. I don't think those are the same thing. And I'll just note this for now as an area that needs some interpretation and focus. Kind of a bigger picture parking questions I have really for both the applicant and the staff. I guess for the staff initially, for Philip. And I'll preface this with, I totally agree with the statements that have been made, not only by a couple of people here, including Planner Strom, but some of the public commenters, that the big crunch that exists for parking in downtown Lyons, whether a hotel is ever built on this property or not, in many respects has been a creation of the town. By the town, I mean the town government, and in particular, boards of trustees. And I'll have some more comments on that at some point. But one of the things that under the existing code that limits parking options is the 700-foot distance rule for off-street parking. And I'll just throw it out there. Does anybody know where that came from and why 700 feet? Why not 500 feet? Why not 1,000 feet? Why have any particular distance rule like that in a very small, compact downtown area?
I have no idea, Mayor Pro Tem.
We've heard from our senior member.
Oh, thanks a lot.
I mean, let me say, the one who has the most experience with town regulations in Lyons. Let's put it that way. Okay.
Oh boy.
Okay. But does anybody have any idea where the 700-foot rule came from?
Planner Strom, do you have any idea where it came from?
No, I do not.
And
Victoria has her hand raised.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where it came from right now offhand, but we can certainly, in the code, it should say what ordinance adopted that. And we could look at the minutes of their discussion from the Planning Commission and the board meeting and see if it provides some guidance, but no, I'm not familiar with it at all.
That might be doing the date on that section of the code says 2014, but I've determined that those aren't always accurate.
Yeah, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. The 2014 is the recodification of the code, so it wasn't when it substantively was changed, just when the code was had a substantial recodification in 2014.
So it may well predate that by who knows how long. And I guess this question is for the applicant. If that 700-foot distance rule were either eliminated or extended such that additional off-street parking would be available, say, in the lot off 2nd Avenue in front of the wastewater treatment plant, does the applicant think that some type of valet or shuttle service might be feasible if that property were usable for off-street parking?
Response from the applicant?
Nobody's volunteering for the applicant, so I guess it's me. Yeah, obviously we've looked at a lot of different potential places in town. And we thought that we had to meet the code requirements, so we focused on the one parking lot that we thought would work. And every time I've been by, it isn't, there maybe one or two cars. So that seemed to be a viable solution that also met the code requirement. So trying to respect your code. I think one of the reasons, I mean, we've certainly indicated over and over again that we're willing to look at other options and continue to look at other solutions as we proceed with this. But we really do feel that we're meeting the code at this time.
Yeah, what I'm asking basically is if the town board changed the code, which we have the authority to do, to change the 700-foot requirement and extend the parking so far as to include Bone Park and the Second Avenue space across the street from it, would that make compliance with the parking requirements easier? And is that something that the applicant would be willing to consider?
Rosie, I'll jump in.
Okay.
So we've looked at providing valet parking during the peak period to facilitate to increase the number of parking spots within walking distance and to facilitate flow. We will work to find a way that works as long as it works for everybody. But we would have to consider the time it takes to get the cars around, depending on the distance. So distance, 700 feet might not be the right number. Is it 900? I don't know, but I do not have the facts that justify what is an acceptable distance timing for a car to be valeted with a shuttle. I don't have the facts. We are committing to working with the town to find the solution long-term for everybody, but we know that immediately in front is not the answer. You go to any town that has a nice center, the parkings are not exactly next to them, but I don't have the facts to justify the distance. I'm sorry.
Okay. Speaking of the one town-owned lot within 700 feet, what I've always called the triangle lot that's across from the fire station. The numbers in the report suggest that 24 of the required 79 spaces could be satisfied by that lot. Has it been verified that you can, and then the number 49 is also in there too. I'm wondering if how anybody is verified, has anybody measured that 24 spaces, first of all, for vehicles would fit in that lot, in the parameters of that lot? And then the related question is, does somebody really think you could park 49 cars in that lot?
I'll take that.
Okay.
We've drawn out the spaces. We've laid them out with standard parking spaces on that triangular lot, measured it and laid them out. So self-serve in a traditional setting where you drive in one driveway and you park on both sides, we fit 24 spaces. That's in your packet. We showed those spaces on the cover sheet of our drawings on page 1 of the 11 sheet drawing set. The additional parking, we get up to 49 if it were valet. So in a valet setting, professionals are parking the cars and they're parking them end to end without the backup space. So we actually laid out the additional 25 spaces on top of the 24 and got to the 49. So yeah, I've verified that works. And if you want, we've already provided the drawing of the 24. If you want the drawing of the 49, we can show you that.
Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing that. And I got to say, I tried to look through all the packet materials, but when you have 219 pages and they don't really do well, some of them on a computer screen, they're very hard. You got to blow them up and adjust the margins. And, can't say I saw everything in there. Couple of other questions about that lot. As the board is well aware, the city of Longmont that supplies our water currently has a major construction project scheduled for that. And I guess first question is it clear that all of that space in that lot will be available? Can you park cars over whatever the city of Longmont plans to bury there? Or do you have to leave some of their, will they have anything above ground for one thing, and whatever they put below ground, will some of that have to be kept clear of parked vehicles?
Someone will have to provide us a drawing, an engineered drawing that shows if there's going to be any obstructions on that lot. We hadn't, that was not available at the time we were laying this out. So if someone has some drawings, we can take a look at that.
Utility Director Kaplan, can you answer that?
I was gonna say, we can provide the drawings. Longmont's proposal is to keep the same number of parking spaces that are there. They are looking at extending the parking further to the south, which again, won't do a whole lot except allow you more access in so that the cars are not going to be as close back to back when they're in there. The portion of the lot to the east, which is the much narrower part of the triangle, will be where their pump station is and where there won't be parking. And I can show a drawing. So it depends. I haven't seen the drawing of what Moss Rock has proposed, but anything over to the eastern 1/3 of that won't be available. Which again gets very narrow into a pointy triangle.
Okay, so you're saying about distance wise, about the eastern third is not going to be usable, but the western 2/3 will, I guess.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think there may need to be some exchange of drawings here to make sure everybody's got the same picture. Other questions about that lot. The code says, with regard to off-street parking, even if you can fit 24 or 49 spaces in there, it's got to be paved. I don't know why that's in the code, but that's what it says. Has there been any discussion of who's going to pave it and who's going to pay for the cost of paving it?
Planner Strom?
Yes, no discussion on paving for that area. I know lots in this area we have discussed before as far as like floodplain on the pervious surfaces. If, you know, this has come up before, like Second Avenue, and if we really should have this requirement on paved lots, but we haven't discussed paving responsibilities at this lot yet.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Same thing as the 700-foot rule. We've got a number of code provisions that have been there. We don't know how long, and we don't really know why they're there. But this goes back to whose responsibility really is it to find parking solutions. And as long as the town of Lyons and the board keeps an old parking code that has 7-foot, 100-foot restrictions and paved restrictions and paving restrictions in there, after a flood that, as you say, created a lot of issues about impervious cover and drainage and things, I think it may behoove the town of Lyons to look at whether we need to modify that code. And that's not all. If you look at section 16.8-10E, the off-street parking regulations, it says landscaping. All off-street parking areas with more than 10 spaces shall screen said spaces in part from view from adjacent streets by providing either a low 3 to 4 foot decorative fence or wall between the required landscaping area and the parking area, or earth mounds of between 3 feet to 4 feet in height, which shall be landscaped, placed between the street and the parking area. Has there been any discussion of who would construct those and who would pay for them?
Planner
There,
Strom?
there has not been discussion on that. And I guess if it is a requirement, I think we would look to the applicant on that, but also, you know, we're allowing use of the, I guess, leasing the lot. So I think that can all be part of that discussion.
Okay. And is that triangle lot in the floodplain?
I do not know offhand. I can check now, but I would have to.
No,
look
I
it
don't
up.
believe so.
Counselor?
Yeah, just for the purposes of the written record, I just want to clarify that the code section is 16.820E and not 10.
You're right. I missed it. 16.820 I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Just want to make sure that when we were looking back at the minutes that we had the right reference.
Okay. Those are kind of my main questions on parking, which seems to be issue number one. I've got some other questions on utilities and the revenue projections, but I will defer right now and see if anybody else has any parking questions based on the discussion.
I would just like to concur with the Mayor Pro Tem in regard to the restriction on offsite parking and amend the code to be able to allow the use of parking that the town has available that could alleviate the parking problem downtown at the same time. We have a bit, Counselor.
Yeah, I just want to, is there a question here? I was trying not to interrupt or anything. I just make sure we limit this to questions
Go ahead.
for the purposes of the record.
I have to state it as a question to the applicant.
Oh, no. I didn't want to interrupt you. I just want to say whether or not there's a question. This part of the discussion is for questions. We'll have later about what our thoughts are, but maybe it's the solutions. I just want to make sure we're doing questions. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Mayor.
No, that's all right. I don't mind that at all, Counselor, ever. I've never done that. I've never minded being corrected. My question would be, does the applicant, could the applicant foresee the use of a valet service to available parking spaces that would alleviate the parking problem downtown by a valet service? And I know there's an additional expense, but would they consider that?
I can answer. We in our budget, we've got a valet service from May to the end of October. So yes.
If I may also add, it's Adam Cassidy. It is in the hotel owner's best interest to deliver a parking to its hotel guest. And so anything that the hotel ownership can do to provide better service and provide conveniences to hotel guests and patrons of the hotel would be imperative. It would be in the hotel's best interest to deliver optimal parking. We'd be happy to participate.
I just want to confirm that the triangle lot is not in the floodplain of any kind.
Thank you. Trustee Lowell.
Yeah, I had many of the same concerns that Mayor Pro Tem Browning had. I had always envisioned, and I guess I will ask the applicant directly, would you be amenable to using the Second Avenue lot for employee parking? Because that's the second part of your equation. You have to find somewhere to put 25 cars with the people on shift. Would you be amenable to, if we were to reserve, say, 25 spots in that Second Avenue lot, and perhaps you could have a shuttle that would shuttle employees back and forth to the hotel? It seems like a reasonable alternative.
I'm going to take this one, and Adam, please correct me. I would have the same answer Adam gave, which is during the high season, it's our interest to facilitate parking for employees as much as guests. So when in our remarks, we made the comment that we want to work with the town and the other businesses to solve a long-term parking issue. We meant it, and we do not have all the answers yet. We talked with other businesses around, but we don't have all the answers yet. So when your question about the employees, during the high season, we will have to find a solution. And luckily, we've got 2 years to do it, but we have to make decisions short term. I mean, you do, but we're going to have to solve it. So I would consider it. I don't know how we would make it to work because shifts are not as easy to plan, but we'll have to work with the town.
Thank you.
Well, we can definitely amend the code in 2 years, that's for sure. Any further questions?
I have some questions about utilities.
Trustee Caravas.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't
Go first.
Concerning the parking, again, as the Mayor Pro Tem brought up, currently on Main Street, we have signs that indicate 2-hour parking. And I do know they've been enforced off and on as other tenants and owners of buildings find they have troubles with parking. So there's an issue there, which is easily, as we've been mentioned, we can remove the signs and change our coding or how we do things. In addition to parking along Sandstone Park, being on the board here for 6 years, some of us have pushed for paid parking on the other side of the railroad before, similar to what cities like Boulder have, where you pay your parking. And as we've done our parking study, I know I've spoken of, and as the Broadway project came up, I have mentioned and thought in my notes that we do the same thing on the north side of the park. So, and part of the reasoning for some of that discussion is we have other people that like to travel to Lyons that are from the area and park and utilize parking that they don't necessarily always go to our businesses. They are using the trailheads that are scattered about the Front Range, which are very good, and to help income for the town and for the staff to have to take care of amenities for the residents and other visitors. Those thoughts are there and are out there. And unfortunately, as a board changes every 2 years, those are possibilities that are out there. So just so everyone's aware of that, and that's all at this point on the parking.
Any further questions in regard to parking? Trustee Miller. You're still breaking up, Trustee Miller. I'm sorry.
Could you try calling in, Trustee Miller?
Trustee Miller, if you'd like to call me or text me, I can try to take it and transcribe it to the board.
But at the same time, if you could try to call in, I think, why we do that is so later on when you have discussion, you can participate more fully, would be good.
Further questions on any other subjects? Mayor Pro Tem.
I have questions about utilities. To start with, there are listed 4 different street addresses on Main Street in the heading to this agenda item. Yet when I go on the Boulder County Assessor site and look at the property, it only shows 3 lots. Are there 3 lots here or are there 4?
Rosie?
Rosie says 4.
Sorry. Yeah, there are 4 lots. One lot was split between what used to be the hotel and the Fest Ferry and where Moxie is now. So there were 1.5 lots there. So there are 4 lots, but 3 parcels. If that makes sense. Does that make sense? 1 lot in between was split in addition to a lot. So there are 1.5 lot on the corner, then 1.5 lot, then a lot. So there's 4 platted lots, but 3 parcels.
So 1 lot was split into 2. Okay, Utilities Director Kaplan probably knows where I'm going next. How many existing utility connections are there to those 4 lots? Do they have 4 water taps, 4 sewer taps, and 4 electric connections, or is it 3?
3 sewer, 3 water. The electric are all basically gone now because the building's been removed. But the electric had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 meters. I don't know that we have a good tracking record for how many investment fees were paid for the electric utility. We can look back, but going back that far, I don't know when the electric investment fees were required. But again, electric was one that we didn't worry as much about based on volume or usage, right? One hotel is going to have one large electric connection. Water and sewer have more basis on usage.
So let's just go down here. So electric, the idea is that they will probably need one large collection and they will pay a connection and they will pay an electric connection fee in accordance with the code, which is what is it? Isn't it just $4,500 or is that varied by size? I think there's a set electric connection fee if I remember right.
The investment fee is $4,500.
Okay.
But again, with them already having 3 lots that were connected, I don't know that they would need a new investment fee to be paid.
Okay. Let's do wastewater next. It had, I guess, 3 wastewater taps. How will that translate into a new hotel that will be using more wastewater, I think, than what was there now? And do we have any idea what kind of wastewater tap fees, as we commonly call them, will need to be paid?
Right, we would have to determine that during the development agreement, how we want to handle the actual fees for that. In general, looking through the code, it only shows the tap fee for a building. So there can be some differentiation based on if you have a number of smaller buildings, does that make a difference compared to one larger building? I don't know that our code was set up to take into consideration how this development would be charged. So it was something that would be discussed during the development agreement.
And my understanding has always been that both water and sewer taps run with the property. So that if they had 3 existing sewer taps, are you saying they maybe only had 1 sewer tap, that they would not start with 3 sewer taps? Is that correct?
No, I would say they have the 3 sewer taps.
Okay.
And the 3 3/4 inch water taps. And then it would depend on what their requirements are if we're then going to determine that they should have more taps.
So, I mean, their projection is a 2-inch water tap is what they're going to need. And
right.
The tap fee per 3/4 inch tap is, I believe, $17,500. So that if you had 3 of those, that would be $52,500. But a 2-inch tap fee is $105,000. So would their water tap fee be determined by, they get credit basically for the existing 3 3/4 inch taps for $52,000, but they would pay the difference between that and $105,000?
Yes.
Okay. And now for the big kahuna, water shares. This property is part of Old Town Lyons, so I assume that the existing water services there, like the other properties we've discussed in recent years in the old part of Lyons, were covered, if you will, for water share purposes by the purchases that the town has made since, I believe it was 1949 or something like that, so that there should be 3 existing CBT shares applicable to these properties. Is that your understanding?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. How do we go about determining what additional water shares might be required? The report, the presentation by the applicant says that they have purchased additional water shares, I think Lake McIntosh shares. Is that going to be based on water volume?
Correct, based on the tap. The water rights would run with the tap. Right, additional tap requirements require additional shares.
So if they were required,
Somebody
if they end up,
upsizes. If somebody upsizes from 3/4 inch, or in this case, 3 3/4 inches to a 2-inch, then they would need to provide the water rights for the difference between those.
okay. And am I correct? There has not yet been an application for permission to use, for authority to use Lake McIntosh shares here, correct?
Correct, although, correct, I believe, is it? Yes, I guess no matter what, you need to submit the application. I was trying to remember if it was just economic development or commercial development would need the application, but that's
Yeah.
correct.
I don't think anybody would dispute that this is economic development or commercial development either, but it still requires board permission. It's still within the discretion of the board. So I assume that that's, you understand, that's what they're going to be requesting.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, and if I may, that's probably something we'd want to put in the development plan agreement stage too. I mean, so long as we all agree that they're going to comply with the code with regard to this.
As long as we're on utilities, and this is something mentioned in the applicant's report. I've seen in some of the public comments, questions raised about the potential effect on the wastewater treatment plant. In this packet was the administrator's report where you had provided some figures that said, I mean, Director Kaplan, that the maximum monthly gallons per day figure in 2021 was 207,000. Is that
correct?
Right. Okay. And that the actual permitted capacity of the plant is 306,500 gallons per day.
Correct.
Right. But that if the town exceeds the 80% mark of that, 245,000 gallons per day, that triggers redesign requirements with the state, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The projections, if you reviewed the projections, Director Kaplan,
Yes.
of having their report, they show, I think, 4,800 gallons per day additional of wastewater, I guess, discharge from their facility. Is that
right? For some reason, I was using 4,000, but it may have been 4,000 something. I can check.
That was the question I was leading to. Obviously, there was some existing wastewater discharge going on from Moxie still there now. There was the old hotel. There was a residence on one of the lots. Would the prior existing use be subtracted from their new overall use, 4,800 or 4,000 some odd gallons per day, to determine additional demand on the wastewater treatment plant? Or do you use the gross figure? Do they start fresh, basically?
I was using the gross figure to add in just for concerns, if you would have it. I can see subtracting out what we already had used there. Believe it was pretty minimal, but we could look at that and try to calculate a daily. This is based on daily and our records are done monthly, but we could average it out.
Okay. And this, just for purposes of examining that as part of, the adequately served by utilities issue that we need to make a fact finding on. How do you determine what triggers that redesign requirement to 245,000 gallons? Is that simply the highest monthly average during a year? I mean, what if you had, for some reason, 230,000 gallons per day 1 month, and the rest of the year was below $200,000? 200,000 gallons per day. Do you look at the high month?
That's for CDPHE determines the requirement of design. If we're talking about when it's triggered to actually require design for the new plant. So their code I did look at and research is if you hit it in 1 month, you can write to them to explain that that's an anomaly, if that is what the town believes. And I would point out, this is now with the new permit where we have lowered down to 306 from 380. So I also believe there may be some discussion on how we want to move forward on the wastewater treatment plant without bringing up a subject that's a whole nother 2 meetings worth. So we can get into that, but yes, very much looking at volume of other developments coming in also.
Okay. So there's maybe some flexibility with CDPHE if you had an aberrational month. And what I'm thinking from experience is the festivals. If they should produce an aberrational month, we might be able to talk to CDPHE about not using necessarily the high figure, but using more of a representative figure for the rest of the time period. Is that
correct? Although looking back, JVA had studies, and for the last 4 years, it's been June as the high and not July or August.
I noticed that. I have no idea. Do you have any idea why that is? Just, I don't even know. Okay.
Counselor?
And to the extent we can, just, I know it's all related, or trying to ensure code compliance, but this discussion really should be about the code compliance of this hotel.
Yeah.
And I realize it's all related and it's hard to keep them straight sometimes, but as much as we can focus on that, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I understand. It's just, there have been occasions in the past when these things got kicked to the later staff review phase and problems developed. So I'm not trying to get the answers. I want to define the parameters of what we need to look at. Let me just wrap up my last questions on revenues in particular. Has anybody looked at what amount of use tax might be estimated to occur from the construction of this large building?
Applicant can answer that. Adam, can you answer that?
We didn't calculate use tax as part of this exercise. No.
Okay.
I mean, I can give high level estimates of the types of finishes and that we'll be buying to complete the hotel. That's a pretty complex exercise, which we can complete, but we would need some be a little further along in our design process.
Okay, I don't know, is Finance Director Eiston on tonight? Okay. Because when we looked at the Summit project, use tax was an important part of what we did in reapproving, I guess it was, that agreement. So I just note that that's something that that should need attention and should work in the applicant's favor. I think that was something that just got omitted from the analysis. Next question related to tax. There seems to be an assumption that that the amounts paid for the land that's already, it's in the report, roughly $1 million, plus the estimated construction cost of the hotel will translate, whatever that total amount is, will translate into additional property tax revenue for the town at 100% of those values. Has anybody looked at whether that is in fact the case? Whether if the total cost, $1 million, just pick raw numbers, I don't remember the projected hotel cost. Rosie, do you remember what that was, what the construction cost projected was? It was $1 million for the land. Does anybody remember what?
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
I think the construction, you're talking about the capital construction cost of the building itself?
Yes.
Roughly 15 to 17 million.
So let's say it's $1 million for the land, let's say 15 million for the building. I think the assumption in the revenue projections that were reviewed earlier is that if you have a 16 million total cost, you'd multiply that times the assessment rate and then multiply by the mills, and that's how much additional property tax would be received. And I guess I would ask this both of the town staff and the applicant. Are we sure that that's what Boulder County Assessor's Office is going to do? Because I can give you half a dozen other examples of recent real estate transactions in Lyons where the value now shown on the tax rolls is significantly less than was paid in the third party, in the market transactions. So has anybody asked the Boulder County Assessor's Office, if it's a $16 million project, how much of that we expect to show up in property tax value?
No,
No,
I haven't pursued that yet. It looks like Adam has his hand up. He's been working with the finance.
I can walk you
director.
through the approach. I looked in the other reports that were recently submitted. I also looked at other hotels in the region, and I spoke directly to the office in Boulder County that calculates real estate taxes for commercial projects, particularly hotels. They take a different approach, not necessarily just taking the cost multiplying by the assessed ratio and taking a millage. They'll take an income approach. So they will analyze the net income of the property. So they'll take a gross revenue, subtract expenses, add back a real estate tax, and then come up with a value. And from there, they'll calculate a real estate tax. So the number that I put in the fiscal impact is more based on, I have a lot of data on hotels in the state of Colorado, particularly the Rocky Mountain region and Greater Boulder. And the average, and it's actually in line with the national average for hotel real estate taxes. We look at it as a ratio to sales or a per occupied room metric. And we're the 277,000, projection that I put in is right in line with the average in this region for full service hotels. So it was a really tough exercise. I spent a lot of time on it. These are projections. I worked with the tax assessor's office. I worked with staff. I analyzed previous reports that had been submitted. I did my best to just kind of come up with a reasonable assumption.
And those are the numbers that are reflected in your application?
Yeah, sheet number 2, which says Moss Rock Development, Lyons Hotel Development, real estate taxes projection. It shows the 7 million for the structure, the 1 million for the land, total value of 8 million. Assessed ratio 0.29. I think that's the one you're reading off of.
Yes. Okay. I congratulate you for having done that in-depth analysis, because the simple analysis doesn't work in my experience. So
it doesn't. I burned, unfortunately, a lot of resources learning that lesson. I paid a lot of tuition, we say.
Okay. And then one more revenue question, just both for the staff and the applicant, that I think some information would be needed on. Has anybody questioned the Boulder County Assessor's Office about the potential split of the additional value into base and tax increment, because the tax increment goes to the URA, not the town, but some increase in the base would go to the town? And has anybody looked yet at what actual tax revenue the town might derive from that versus the URA?
We have not done that to date. We're waiting to see if the application goes through.
Okay, I'll just note that as something that's worth looking at, because it's also just like, it's not safe to assume that 100% of the cost will show up in the tax value. It's also not safe to assume that 100% will go to increment. Sometimes there's a split between increment and base. So one of the things we as a board of trustees, I think, should look at is how much tax revenue will this mean for the town as opposed to the URA. So, okay, that's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Let me just ask, Trustee Wall, you doing okay?
I've got about a half an hour left in me.
Okay. Are there any further questions? No further questions? I'll open the public comment portion of the meeting. I'll remind everybody that you need to state your name and address for the record. Please don't say a PO box so that we have to correct you. Other than that, I would just, I know it's late, but express yourselves. Be kind, be considerate, and help me out, Madam Clerk, please.
Okay, the first one with her hand up is Crystal DeCoster.
Crystal DeCoster, you are recognized. You're muted. Okay.
Still muted, Ms. DeCoster.
Still muted.
There.
There you go.
I'm Kathleen Crystal DeCoster, and I live at 113 East Fifth Avenue in Lyons. Dear Mayor Angelo and the Town of Lyons Board of Trustees and community, thanks for this chance to pipe in as a local business owner, independent arts advocate, and private citizen of Lyons. I've shortened and altered my previously submitted email. Coretta Scott King once said, "It doesn't matter how strong your opinions are. If you don't use your power for positive change, you are indeed part of the problem." So this is an invitation. Can we now fathom this perceived hotel problem as an opportunity to creatively embark on a journey of positive change for the good of the group? There's been a bunch of murmuring, such as, how can this hotel possibly survive when so many businesses come and go? Think about that. Could this hotel possibly be a recipe that delivers an alter ego paradigm shift? There's too many dang tourists. Why can't they and the line of traffic they rode in on just go away? Consider this. What if tourists felt invited to linger longer in Lyons, to stop and stay, shop at shops, listen to local tunes, wonder at the wonders of our creatively endowed town? Please bear this in mind. The chorus of musicians, artists, entrepreneurs of all ilk who nest here and need to feed their families, and the shops that need to pay their rent and acquire inventory to stay fresh, and the restaurants which need butts and seats in order to pay their staff, all need to do all these things all year long. What if this project, as gritty as it gets, shifts this community's perspective from a remember when to an in good faith and who'd have thought mentality? Who'd have thought that because of this hotel project, Lyons sprang into action and problem solved and devised greatly improved solutions for systemic water and solar use efficiency and parking and traffic flow dilemmas? Who'd have thought that because of this hotel project, a dedicated breakfast place, or even two, are actually sustaining themselves? Who'd have thought that because of this hotel project, local musicians' dance cards are now so full they're having to turn down gigs? Who'd have thought that because of this hotel project, various local artists are paid for an array of exciting visual projects flowing in throughout town, including work, say, perhaps even funkifying the hotel's facade? Who'd have thought that because of this hotel project, our creatives are celebrated as the iconic economic epicenter and heartbeat of Lyons? My historic childhood home in Ohio, once rural, is now unrecognizable, planted with redundant rows after row of uninspired box stores. This town, our town, is a rare, franchise-free, and art-centric oasis with a collective conscience that I choose to believe will not let such willy-nilly sprawl or unthought-through rogue projects happen. As a business owner, I choose to believe that this boutique hotel team, who has brought its proposal to the feet of our town with an eager wagging tail, has a shared vision and the perennial perpetuation and prosperity of the distilled essence which makes Lyons Lyons, the success of its greatest and most compelling asset, the arts. These residents of Lyons, in my opinion, are indeed working toward enduring big picture positive change for the good of the group and in an appropriate way for this little oasis that compelled them to live here when they could have lived and dreamed out loud anywhere else. I sincerely feel that they are listening and open and transparently complying. BOT and citizens, thank you for your time, your kind consideration, your caring stewardship of Lyons, and without blinders, your deployment of an ability to envision the big picture's potential win-win benefits. Thanks.
Thank you. I didn't read a couple of other directives in regard to public comments. Please direct your input to the Board of Trustees, not the applicant or staff. The staff, applicant, or BOT will not respond to your input at this time, but may choose to during step 6. Next, Madam Clerk.
Next is Jessica. I don't want to butcher your name, I'm sorry.
Jessica, could you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Jessica Van Antwerp. I live at 223 Choctaw Road in Lyons. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight and share my thoughts. I, for one, was very excited when I heard about the possibility of a hotel being built in Lyons. I think this town needs something exactly like this. And I know you've just, only in the last few hours, heard the pro-hotel arguments, citing the support this project would provide for local businesses, the jobs it would create, and the providing of some much needed accommodations, not only for the tourists, but also for the families of the people that live here when they come to visit. I know there are people in the town who have concerns about this project, and this is not to minimize them or sweep them aside, because they are legitimate. It's simply to point out that when given an opportunity and a common cause, the people of Lyons come together to solve problems, to do everything in their power to maintain the integrity of the town they love. And this project has proven to be no different. The feasibility of a hotel was already proven with the study commissioned in 2018. So I ask you, if not now, when? And if not these folks, who? If not these people creating a unique experience that matches the character of the town with all of its best interests in mind, some giant corporation is going to come in, bowl over the locals with their bottomless bank accounts, not listen to anyone's concerns, and build something utterly generic. Agnes and Edna live here. They know the energy of this town, and they have a vision for Lyons. They want to contribute to this town because they see its charm, and they want passersby to become stoppers in, to explore the town and get to know it through a multi-day stay rather than a 1-hour layover on the way to Estes Park. And they've already done a laudable job of researching the town's vision for its future as laid out in the comp plan. And they're designing the project already addressing the community's concerns to fit within that vision, and even stewarding it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Next, we have Roger.
Roger, please
Hi,
state your name.
Hi, folks. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Please state your name and address for the record.
Yep. Roger Flynn at 1010 Steamboat Valley Road here in Lyons. Tonight, I'm talking to you from my office here as a small business owner and a law firm here on 440 Main Street on the upper floor. You know, I don't think the question before the board tonight. Oh, by the way, for some of you, I know many of you, I served on the PCDC for 8 years from 2011 to 2019. So I'm very familiar with the parking regulations, the need for a hotel. And I think that's the issue. Reading those hundreds of pages of comments, the need for a hotel, I don't think is an issue. I think I support a hotel at that site. I think most people in the comments do. The question is the size and scale of it and its impact on the town is, I think, unacceptable, does not comply with the town code, and does not comply with the comp plan. My comments were at page 624 to 628 of the revised packet from this morning, if you wanted to refer to them in your deliberations. I think Trustee Browning, Mayor Pro Tem Browning, talked about the parking. I too walked every day. I walk up and down the street, and they're going to need at least 105 spots with what, 30 on site, maybe if they're lucky. The valet, most people may not want the valet. They're going to want their car handy. They want to go up to Hall Ranch or something like that, or zip up to the park or up to one of the wedding venues. They're not going to want their car packed in, 3 or 4 blocks away. They have to wait to get their kids in the car and all that stuff. So I think the valet is over hyped. But all those parking spots, I think Trustee Caravas talked about, you look at the parking study, all over there they want to go. And the adjacent issue is a huge issue, as Pro Tem Browning talked about. The town's goal is to have all of that 2 hours. 2 hours. So really none of that should be available. Under the town's parking goals, none of that on 4th, Broadway, and Main should have any more than 2-hour parking. Because the bottom line on parking is all of those 105 spots, let's say you take off 30, 70 some odd spots, it's all coming out of the expense of businesses in town. The businesses on High Street, you saw their comments, they're against it. The Chamber of Commerce raised very serious concerns about the parking. It just doesn't fit. You read the parking code that Pro Tem Browning talked about, it doesn't comply. One of the provisions is it has to minimize detrimental effects of parking on adjacent properties. Minimize detrimental effects on local businesses. People are going to be driving into Lyons. They're just going to keep going because there's going to be no parking spots. Directing them onto High, my office looks out on High. There's no spots on High in the summertime. Down by Sandstone, those are all taken. Where are they going to go? It's just going to be a gridlock on parking down there. And so I think, with all due respect to the company attorney, she made the point that they're not agreeing to provide the extra spots. They're agreeing to work in the future. And I think the problem for this board tonight is, my recommendation is to not approve this now until this is solved. To say, oh, we'll work with you in the future, those are meaningless, frankly. And with all due respect, they don't mean anything illegally. You'll just go on and you're kicking the can down the road. The other issue deals with the lodging study. This is not a boutique hotel. It's not a chain hotel, but our own lodging study by our independent experts said that it was, this is called a chain size hotel, 60 to 80s. This is basically 80. And our own lodging study by independent experts said this site doesn't fit it. This fits a true boutique of about 30 to 35. And I know the company says, well, we can't make enough money at that. If you look at our own study, it is very profitable, not as profitable, but it can be done. Now, the company's hired experts. It looks like they're top notch, top of the field. I'm sure the experts that the town study were top notch, expert in the field. A small hotel can fit here. It can make money and it can work for the town. I raised a bunch of other, I don't want to go through all the violations of the comp plan and the other parts of the code. You can read the comments, as I'm sure you have. Bottom line is, please don't approve this land use tonight and then kick the can down the road to the next BOT, or the next Board of Trustees, excuse me. I think we have to solve this problem now. My good friend Eric Keene had some good suggestions hours ago about working together to solve the problem, but we can't approve this and then the train is out of the station, and then we're stuck trying to fit in 100 and some odd spots into a town that can't fit it now. Let's solve the problem and then approve this, or you have to cut back the size of the hotel to fit the town. The company should adapt to fit our needs. The town should not have to change everything and hope that we can adapt to fit the company's needs of a great wall of hotel 3 stories high for 3 lots. So please don't rush into this. We've got to solve some of these problems first before we approve this tonight. And again, I wanted to thank the trustees for those of you moving on and retiring to better and greener pastures maybe, and congratulations to Mayor-elect Rogan. I valued your service, all of you on the BOT. So I wanted to thank you for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk.
Next, we have Kathy Rivers.
Kathy Rivers, please state your name and address for the record.
Myself. Okay, I'm Kathy Rivers, living at 122 Peregrine Lane in Lyons. And I want to see if I can start my video there. There I am. Okay. All right. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I really appreciate it. And I actually am going to read from portions of my letter because I think it's substantially changed from when I initially submitted it. I've lived in Lyons for 24 years, and we've all lived through tough challenges: the floods, the wildfires, the hailstorms, lack of affordable housing, parks overrun during the pandemic, summer traffic jams, etc. But despite all these challenges, I have always considered it, with its ups and downs, the best community I've ever lived in. I have a bumper sticker on my car that I believe. It says, "Lyons, we've got grit," and we really do. Nobody should doubt that. Lyons is blessed with vibrant arts, community, music, and can-do community-minded culture with a uniquely funky vibe and character. Not to mention, Lyons is surrounded by an abundance of outdoor recreational opportunities and natural beauty that still takes my breath away. This love for my community calls me to speak up tonight about the Moss Rock Hotel proposal. I was really dismayed that the public input at the January 24th PCDC meeting was almost entirely pro full hotel development, while citizen concerns about size, parking, and other issues were not adequately represented. Most people I've spoken with about the hotel support the idea, but have two principal concerns. One, the proposed size, like Roger just mentioned, of 79 rooms is too big, is not compatible with our small town vibe, aesthetic, or community character. Two, the need for 79 guests plus visitors plus employees parking spaces is not adequately addressed. And I think the code that they say that they comply with apparently is not equipped to handle a project of this size. I think it's really such a matter of balance and scale. We've heard so many statistics and papers and seen illustrations and heard from the architect and all this stuff. And as a citizen, and a designer myself, this is really important to me and many other people that I've talked to. Am I in support of a hotel in downtown Lyons? And do I think it could be a community asset and help revitalize the town businesses? Yes, I do. Yes, let's give people a chance to stay, visit our shops and restaurants, attend local weddings, and not just drive through to Estes Park. But I feel strongly that 79 rooms at 50,000 square feet is completely out of scale with Lyons, way too big. A 35-room, two-story, well-designed building would be much more appropriate for small town Lyons. The hotel project, as proposed, needs adjustments. Their rationale of sustainable and energy efficient building going vertical used to justify the 3-story, 79-room size seems transparently like greenwashing to me. Please don't sacrifice the elements that make Lyons a great place to live and visit, its unique identity, vibrant character, and small town charm. As far as parking goes, we've talked a lot about this tonight, but we already bear the burdens of summer traffic jams, overflowing visitors and parking in neighborhoods. And with 79 rooms with multiple guests and visitors and employees, where are they all going to park? I still, after hearing everything everybody said tonight, I still don't think that's been adequately answered. The hotel, I think, needs to provide its own parking and not burden the town, exacerbating the existing parking problems. The hotel studies referenced by Moss Rock supporting the 79 rooms were based on average number of rooms per hotel in Boulder, population 108,000, Longmont, population 98,000, and even Little Estes Park, population 6,500. They are entirely inappropriate for determining the size of rooms and the size of the hotel needed for Lyons. We're not just comparing apples to oranges, more like apples to watermelons. No single project or combination of structures should be allowed to dominate or overwhelm the surrounding neighboring buildings, but should appropriately enhance Lyons' environment and unique character, support pedestrian flow, and provide its own adequate parking. I was going to quote Roger, but he spoke up for himself and spoke very well. And I would like to talk about the idea that the Moss Rock developers are marketing the concept of a quaint boutique hotel and cottage hotel. I looked up these terms. Boutique hotel is a small, sophisticated, and fashionable business or establishment, generally smaller in size, more intimate, unique in character, with attention to detail, usually featuring a strong artistic sense and focus on design. They feature a great sense of that city or town's culture, and many outstanding boutique hotels have less than 30 rooms. Boutique hotels are usually an extension of celebrating the city or town, using the community as the foundation of its creative style. Boutique hotels are rich in local flavor and radiate individuality. A cottage hotel is described as a small vacation house, usually is in a typical in a rural area, which we're really not. Is Moss Rock living up to these definitions, proposing 79-room, 50,000 square foot and 3-story building in Lyons? I don't think so. I don't think so. The architectural style and 3-story size currently proposed belongs in Longmont or Boulder, not Lyons. A contemporary design incorporating some local materials could create a beautiful, aesthetically pleasing building that honors Lyons, its people, history, and is conscious of the sense of place and context. The design and size needs to be proportionate to the scale of Lyons and compatible with its small town character. The hotel can and should be an asset Lyons needs and its citizens can be proud of, and they're happy to live with because it fits, not dominates. This is a crucial moment for Lyons. I'm asking the board to carefully consider, who do we want to be as a community? Who gets to decide? What do we really value? Are we going to prioritize profitability and tax incentives over the overall community good? How do we move forward in a truly sustainable way, bolstering our businesses while wisely planning growth that supports our residents, community identity and values, as well as highest common good and well-being? How do we take this into the future and plan for that future? How do we avoid becoming just another boomtown? I'm picturing driving into Lyons and picturing that triangle, it just jammed full of parking. Is that how we want to introduce people to the town? I'm not crazy about that. This community is our beloved home. We, the Lyons citizens, need a hotel project we can live with. Let's take the time to get it right.
Kathy?
I'm done. I'm on my last.
Wrap it up, please.
Yes, I am. Let's take the time to get it right. We deserve it. Once built, there's no turning back. In the words of a local business person, we're not there yet. I'm asking the board, please don't approve this plan as is. Thank you, trustees.
Thank you. I just remind everybody that It's getting late. I have never not allowed people to speak, but please be succinct, because like I said, it is getting late. Next, Madam Clerk.
Next up is Mike Yeager.
Mike Yeager, please state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, hi, my name is Mike Yeager. I live at 1285 West 170th Place in Broomfield, and I own the upholstery shop on 4th Avenue and Broadway. I actually had thought ahead this time, whereas last time I didn't. I just want to say I have worked with the clients and the designer of the hotel. I think that they're wonderful people, and I do support the idea of the hotel in concept. The big concern for me is their parking plan uses spots 26 and 27 on their plan that I use daily for my employees and for my customers to come in and deliver, 100 to 150 pound sofas, chairs, big projects that I do that I can't be transporting across town or anything like that. So I've been trying to lobby the city to make spot 26 on their plan a 2-hour parking zone, especially with the Broadway project coming up and Chuck losing his parking at Lyons Automotive, but I'll let him speak for himself. So, I mean, they have my support in concept. I think Lyons needs a hotel, a bar, a breakfast spot, all that. I'm really excited about that, but I need that parking. And I would just really urge the city to consider that it would really impact my business and my ability to conduct my business in town. So thanks to y'all.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk.
Sir, next you have Parker Johnson.
Parker Johnson, state your name and address for the record, please.
Parker Johnson, 382 Apple Valley Road. I also have Lyons, Colorado. We've got grit bumper sticker on the back of my car. And we do have grit, but right now I fear that we're looking the gift horse in the mouth and that we're exercising a lot of absence of imagination, and we're having trouble with our short-sightedness. The parking problem in our town is real, and it has been for the 16 years that I've lived here and raised my family here. The private sector did not create the parking problem in this town. The town did, and it's an absence of gumption and vision. And this is the Board of Trustees, and it is our job, your job, to fix this. And if we kick the can down the road on this, this is an absolute dream of a team and a design. The design is elegant. The U shape, the facing to the south, the courtyards, the rooftop. It is going to be a defining lightning rod of a renaissance for this town, but it perfectly addresses what has been asked for by the town's own needs and requests and studies. And density is the goal for a downtown area as small as ours. We are dying on the vine with tax revenue. And this is, you go 35 rooms, that's an owner occupied situation that you got to have on site. Basically, that's not a full service. That's limited service. And in, maybe you can make money. It needs to be family run. That's not what this is. This is an economic engine that we are, what would I say? This is nobody's going to get rich on this. And well, I wrote it down. And we should be viewing this as a community service project. And it is a community service project. And they are going to unbelievable lengths to bring professionals to bear. I thought the presentation tonight was excellent. Here's my radical idea. And I just ask you to think about it. We have 2 years to solve the parking problem. Now that we've spent tens of millions of dollars between Bone Park and Laverne Johnson Park, which was never planned. we essentially created a water park for our town, a free water park for the people of the Front Range of Colorado. And what has happened since the park has opened is that in the spring, summer, and fall, you can't even drive into town with all the backup of traffic. Half those people are looking for parking spaces and there aren't any. So we've created our own, the conditions of our own peril with the parking problem in town. So the Board of Trustees has to figure this out. You can't go put it on the private sector. The private sector didn't create the problem. And here you have an absolute, just perfect solution to re-kickstart a renaissance of our downtown. So here's my wild, crazy idea, which is not mine. I'm parroting this from an elder in our community who may or may not want to identify themselves. But the idea is this. You take the band shell out of Sandstone Park and you take half of the western half of Sandstone Park and you build a parking deck. And the town does that by floating a bond. And the bond is conditioned on the certificate of occupancy of the hotel. You create a parking district just like Boulder did, Caged. And the existing businesses in town that provide their own parking get a pro rata tax credit for having parking spaces. This is simple. Boulder has done it. It can be done. It just requires some moxie. I don't know if the Board of Trustees has the authority to chop Sandstone Park in half, but everything that happens at Sandstone Park can now happen at Laverne Johnson Park easily and probably more safely without kids running out into the Broadway and a state highway. So we need to solve the town's parking problem, and then all of the chatter of 2 hours of tonight's conversation is put to bed. I think that's all I have to say for the sake of time. I have lots of other notes, but I feel, Roger jumping on there talking about, well, they just won't make as much profit; they'll just make less profit. That's not true. These are, by the way, I've been in the hotel industry my entire life. My father developed Holiday Inns, Fairfield Inns, Residence Inn, Embassy Suites, and others. I started my career on Wall Street at Morgan Stanley, working out broken hotels from California to the Caribbean. I understand hotels inside and out. You got to have 80 rooms. I want to tell you, 80 rooms is we need 90 to 100, but 80 you can do it. It probably ought to be a 3.5 star, something between a full service and a limited service. And that's another discussion. Y'all, we're crazy to kick this thing down the road and say, well, we can't solve. We have 2 years to solve the parking problem, and that can be done administratively. Perhaps it's got to go to a town vote. I don't know. But there is Sandstone Park sitting there. It's bigger than it needs to be. We now have tens of millions of dollars in the other parks in town that have exacerbated at least the problem of parking and traffic. We owe it to these people to get creative, put our shoulder to the wheel, get behind them, and figure out how to make this happen as a community service project for all of our benefit on all of our behalf. Good night. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. And my regards to your family as well. Next.
Next, we have Betsy Burton.
Betsy Burton, please state
Betsy
your
and
name
Mike
and
are gonna-
address for the record.
Betsy's in her pajamas, and Mike and Betsy are both going to speak.
But you got to do it one at a time. We've been through this before. I just got to stop you before.
Okay.
We can one of us talk and then the other one talk?
We do it one at a time. You have to announce who you are. One speaks,
handle that.
you finish to the next one.
We can handle that.
Okay. Just making sure we know the ground rules.
My quip, 1308 Apple Valley Road. Been in town for 24 years. I'm going to follow up on what Parker said there a little bit. Betsy and I were very involved in the comprehensive plan 12 years ago. This proposal is very much what we had in mind 12 years ago during the comprehensive plan. Those of you that remember and were participating in the comprehensive plan, it was a very business-friendly comprehensive plan. We had just come out, or we were in the process of coming out of the Great Recession. We knew that we had to get this town on solid financial footing because we really struggled like everybody else did at that time. And we were doing a pretty good job of that for a couple of years there. That's when we annexed the Farm Ed into town. and things were going good. And then, of course, we had the flood. One of the things that the comprehensive plan talked about, and there was a lot of discussion about this, was making our parks fiscally sustainable. As you all know, the parks receive about 1/3 of our sales tax revenue in this town. And we talked about, wouldn't it be great if we could re-earmark that money for commercial development, for things that would build our tax base so that we could afford all the things that every town needs. But how do you do it? Then the flood hit, which was terrible. We all lived through that. It was terrible. But what happened out of that? The town received what, $20 million to fix up our parks. We attended a lot of meetings about those parks. And I confronted the parks director at a meeting at Rogers Hall one day. And I said, they were talking about what color to paint the teeter-totters. And it's like, let's talk about the physical impact of these parks. I said, it's in the comp plan that we want our parks to be sustainable. We don't want to have to subsidize them forever. He assured me they had a business plan that was going to work, that we were going to be able to wean the parks off of taking 1/3 of our sales tax dollars, which a lot of us thought maybe could be re-earmarked to improve downtown parking, which was definitely part of the comprehensive plan. I don't think that's happened to date. I don't think we've weaned the parks off of that tax revenue. That amount of money, and to put it into the projects, some of them that Parker was talking about, can solve the downtown parking problem. It's going to take some money. Paving these parking lots that we may have to pave, converting a portion of Sandstone Park to parking is not a bad idea. And we need to shuffle a lot of the people that use Laverne Johnson Park down to Bone Park. Bone Park isn't being fully utilized a lot of weekends, where the town park that's right next to downtown is tying up a lot of valuable parking spaces. We need to move some of that activity over there and get those cars away so that people can park downtown that are going to use the downtown, not use the parks. And I think that's critical that we do that. I agree, we cannot let this opportunity get away. I really think the town needs a hotel. This opportunity is going to come along once in a lifetime. I think we need to commit to it, and we need to commit that in the next 2 years, in time for the hotel opening, we will solve the parking problem. I've learned that unless this town is up against a buzzsaw, they're just going to kick this down the road again. We're not going to solve the parking problem unless we know that we have a deadline to meet and that we have to do it. And there's ways to do it if we really commit to it. But we have to do it. And I think it's time to commit and move ahead and solve the problem as a community. The problem that should have been solved years ago, because that's what we said we were going to do. We're not shovel ready. We have to move ahead with this. We've failed on too many occasions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Betsy's up.
Betsy Burton, 1308 Apple Valley Road. I'm going to read a little bit from my letter today because there's some things that haven't been brought up today about the comp plan that I think are important. And it's interesting to me that they haven't brought up. And then I want to say a couple of personal things about Agnes and Edna. But in the comp plan from 2010, 2.2.1, focus on encouraging the development of lodging facilities. Economic Development Strategy 1.1.3, analyze the current and future downtown area parking requirements and develop options to meet downtown businesses' future parking needs. I mean, to me, that just kind of says that the town should take care of the parking needs. And as Parker said too, and Mike, it's like the town created this problem and it needs to be solved. And I know it's tough. It's a big one, but it needs to be solved and we have time to do it. But I'd really like to tell you a little bit more about Agnes and Edna. A lot of you don't know them. They haven't lived here very long, but we have had the privilege to spend a lot of time with them in the last couple of years or year and a half. Cannot say enough good things. I could go on, but mainly this sums it up. They're fun. They're super smart. They're super interesting, impressive, hardworking, ethical, generous, caring, and they want to invest in a big way in our community. They live here now. It's their community. Do you know how fortunate we are that they moved here when they could have lived anywhere? Think about how many other people with means live here. Do they even come to town meetings? Do they get involved? Do they do anything? A lot of people do, but a lot of people don't. And these two women have moved here and jumped right in. They did not miss a beat. And I just feel like we would be so sad if we would turn this down, because what's going to happen with that hole in the ground, if they get turned away, some hotel that's going to be a chain is going to swoop right in. And then all the people who are against this are going to be sad that we didn't give them the opportunity, because what's going to happen in its place is going to be something we don't want. And I just can't say enough good things. And the opportunity that we have with them right now is amazing. And we're very fortunate. But thank you very much for all your time. And it's late and there are a couple other people who speak. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Board of Trustees.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Madam Clerk.
Next, we have Gil Sparks.
Jill Sparks, please state your name and address for the record. Oh, Gil,
Good
I'm
evening.
sorry.
Gil Sparks, 2169 Apple Valley Road. Both my wife and I will be speaking separately tonight. And in interest of time, I am shortened my comments and just want to make a couple of points. I appreciate the board, the mayor, all of what you're doing. You've got a tough task, and I'm glad you've stepped up the plate to take it on. As many of you may know, I'm a retired attorney. I've worked in this area of the law, municipal law, and advised many councils like yourself as you've gone through processes like this. I'm a strong supporter of the hotel project. My son, daughter-in-law, and now our 3-year-old granddaughter live here and are part of a local business. We know what this town needs, and we know that this is the right thing at the right time. I attended the PCDC meetings. I submitted written and verbal testimony at those meetings. I've read tonight's packet. I've read the comments that have been submitted to you all. My take on it is many of those comments are aspirational in nature. And I think, as all of you know, your job tonight, and I'm sure as attorney Dedman has informed you, is to follow the code. And the proposal that's been submitted to you is code compliant. You might have a lot of differences of opinion or interpretation, but the proposal is code compliant. And I'm going to urge you tonight to follow the code to make the right decision. As Betsy said, Edna and Anyas are committed to this community. They came here to help create something for us. And I think we should honor that opportunity and give them the chance to make this a growing and thriving community. So in interest of time, I'm just going to urge you to do the right thing, follow the code as it is, not as others may want it to be, and approve the application as recommended to you tonight. Thank you.
Mrs. Sparks.
Thank you. My name is Kay Sparks, and I also live at 2169 Apple Valley Road. I submitted an email to you all that's in your packet. I've been asked by Jody Scott to read her statement because she's unable to be here. As a business owner and resident, I am thrilled for the opportunity for us to have a hotel in Lyons. We have frequent business travelers coming to town and family who would have loved the opportunity to stay in town to experience Lyons rather than go to Longmont or Boulder. As a frequent business traveler myself, I seek out opportunities to stay in towns such as Lyons to explore, to make the most of my corporate travel. I like to dine locally and shop locally. It's not every day that we get an opportunity such as this, that we have a motivated and capable party willing to come to our town and make something special like this hotel. Putting something like this hotel project together is an enormous undertaking and not something that comes along every day. We will see so many benefits to this asset in our community. Our small businesses struggle and our restaurants struggle. We locals can only spend so much locally to keep these businesses open. It will provide jobs so we don't have to worry about our high school kids driving to Boulder at night. It's an opportunity for this town to thrive and not just try to survive. Yes, there are lots of details still yet to be determined, but the sum of all parts is don't discourage this project to go away. I believe this is a unique and once in a lifetime opportunity for this town. Sincerely, Jody Scott, Green Goo. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
The last one on deck, sir, is Schmanden.
Brandon Schmanden, please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Hey, my name is Brandon Del Castillo. I'm at 2136 Apple Valley Road. I'd like to state that I'm against the hotel proposal here. For one is that this path of attracting tourism into tourist towns has been biting some small towns in the ass. There's an article in the Colorado Sun that was published last year, I think in January or something, saying that local towns, officials and BOTs are actually diverting a lot of money away from advertising and trying to bring people into their towns because they just can't handle it. They don't have the workforce. They don't have the workforce because we don't have the affordable housing. And I think a lot of people that are against this are really concerned about the further gentrification of such small towns. That's a phenomenon happening across the country, if not the globe, state, countywide. This is an issue. Small blue collar towns are turning over and becoming a playground for the rich. And a lot of people that I've listened to in this meeting here are kind of in the industry or somehow going to be positively affected. Their business is going to be positively affected. And the local residents that just want to live here and not have their property taxes hike up, not have increased traffic, parking problems, they they just see this absolutely behemoth of a hotel. I mean, I just drove by the site just before I got back on my computer here, and it's going to dwarf anything. And people are just hurt that they are not being considered just because they don't have a business. They're not going to bring in money. They're not going to create jobs. People hate jobs. People don't want to have to work jobs they don't like because they have to just afford, the high cost of living that just keep going further and up. So that's why I'm against it. And also, I also want to ask the BOT, would Lyons be liable if our water treatment plant cannot handle the additional load at peak output? Would this be like an EPA issue? Would the state get on us? Would the county get on us? And would the town be liable if for some reason, the toilet flows over? Yeah, that's all I really have to say on the subject. I think the scale is really what people, even that are against it, they want a hotel. The scale, I understand there's the economics about it, and God, that's big. And I just like to speak personally to the owners. Just reach out to the community, please. I feel like there's been like
address the Board of Trustees.
All right, sorry. I guess for the board, that's all I would have to bring up. I would really look into that article in the Colorado Sun that somebody posted on our open discussion and happenings, because that is a glimpse into the future of this path that most small towns that are tourist attractions are facing. I mean, it's right there. We could look at the future just by looking at what other towns have been taking this path for a long time. And it's just not really working out even economically as people thought it would,
Okay. Thank you.
Cheers. Right.
Madam Clerk.
Next, we have Edward Keene.
Edward Keene, please state your name and address for the record.
Edward Keene, 228 Welch Drive. Trustees, my friends trustees and my neighbor trustees, there's folks way out in the future that I wish were here at the meeting. Our grandchildren, their children, their grandchildren, I hope they have them. Whenever you build a brand new project, a new house, a new building, it's an incredible opportunity in today's world of technology to make sure that it does not create extra fossil fuel burning. I've heard a lot of words this evening, green and leads and sustainable and so on. And I'm asking trustees to define this down through the process a little bit further to, hey, let's take this opportunity to make sure that we add no more than absolutely necessary fossil fuels to the whole atmosphere that surrounds the entire earth and all of our grandchildren and their children and so on. Generally for the hotel, love the idea. As to size, it does seem a little big, but maybe we can figure that out so that it's economically sustainable. And on parking, yeah, I think we have great opportunity to solve that for this business as well as all the rest. And then let's just not kick the can down the road about fossil fuel. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk?
Sir, no one else has their hand raised.
This is an opportunity next for applicant response and final comments.
Are you going to officially close the public hearing?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
The public hearing is officially closed, and now we'll move on to the applicant's response or final comments.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions, the comments, and for your time. I want to reiterate that we want Lyons to be Lyons, and we've put the best team of experts to design what we think is necessary for a long-term sustainable, viable hotel in this town to bring economic development, jobs, and we've submitted an application that meets the code and the spirit of the code, and we will work with the town like Edward King proposed or Mike we proposed to solve what we need for the long-term development and for the parking. So this is our proposal. We thank you for considering it, and that's our best shot. Thank you.
Thank you, Agnes. Any further comments by applicants' response? If not, BOT discussion, any questions from the Board of Trustees at this point? If not, I think next on the list, Counselor, if I'm not mistaken, is a motion.
Yeah, motion, a second, and then discussion and maybe appropriate
Okay.
this time.
All right. Is anybody willing to make a motion? Mayor Pro Tem?
Getting late. I'll have some amendments, but I move to approve resolution 2022-18, approving a development plan for the Lyons Hotel.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? Mayor Pro Tem?
I'd first like to offer an amendment because I think there's a couple of technical glitches in the resolution that we need to fix.
Okay.
The resolution lists things that just a second, that the board has considered, but it leaves out a few things. Hold on. Give me just a second. I'm looking for it. Brandon, I may need your assistance on this. The record, the resolution listed a number of things that the board had considered, but omitted from the things that it had considered were the PCDC minutes and the comments to the Board of Trustees, not just the PCDC, and also responses of the staff and applicants to the questions from the board. All of those things should be in the record because they're part of what's before us, but I don't think any of those things were mentioned. There's three things. It's the responses of the staff and the applicant to the board's questions, PCDC minutes, and the comments submitted to the Board of Trustees, not just the Planning Commission. So I would move to add those things to the record of what we considered.
And those would be in the second to last whereas clause, and those can certainly be added. No issue there.
Okay. Anything else, Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm sorry, Mayor, I didn't hear that.
Were there any other?
No, yeah, that's one amendment.
I think we're gonna need a second on that and a vote.
Okay,
yeah.
We'll take them one at a time.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second as stated by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further discussion? I'll call for the vote.
Wait, what are we voting on? I'm sorry. I'm like, it's late and I'm having a hard time.
The motion was to add references to three more things that belong in the record that weren't mentioned. And one of them is the responses of the staff and the applicants to questions from the board. The second was the PCDC minutes, which are in the record, which should be in the record, but they're not referenced in the resolution. And also the comments that the public submitted to the Board of Trustees, not just to the Planning Commission. So just really add things to the record.
Okay.
All right. Any further comments? I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, sir.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
Aye.
Trustee Lowell?
Aye.
Trustee Rogan?
Aye.
Trustee Caravas?
Aye.
Trustee Waugh?
Aye. Aye.
And Trustee Miller?
Yay.
That amendment passes unanimously. Any further amendments?
One technical amendment, and I'll defer to the town attorney whether it needs a motion and vote or not, but in paragraph 3E, there's a reference to a requirement for the applicant to provide 5 accessible parking spaces. The term the code uses is handicap parking spaces, and I know that's what's meant. Or maybe you can just add handicap accessible, but any parking place should be accessible. So we just technical fix there.
Yeah, I think we can forego the motion on that one. I think that's just an errata issue. So we can amend it to say handicap. You know, staff will make the change to make sure it says handicap accessible.
Okay.
Okay. And I did have a third amendment, but I'm not gonna make it, and I'll deal with it in my comments.
All right. Any further amendments? All right. Comments? Comments by the Board of Trustees? Trustee Lowell.
I always get to bat lead off.
Because we want you on base. That's why.
Somebody's got to do it, right?
Exactly. Somebody's got to do it. Let me just make some comments here. On a personal level, I know that the need for a hotel in town is abundantly clear, and I didn't hear much reference or any at all tonight to Lyons as a wedding destination. I know Mike and Betsy have a couple of venues. There's the Lyons Crest up on the hill. I think this motel is going to serve those wedding venues very nicely. I can speak from experience. When my daughter was married at Riverbend in 2015, we had to hire a bus to truck everybody back and forth to Boulder because there were no hotels in Lyons. Now, that being said, I have read, I took a great amount of time, and I read, at last count, I had 84, or we had 84 emails from concerned residents. And they broke down fairly evenly. We had 28 people that were firmly for it, 23 that were firmly against it. And then we had another 33 who were on the fence, basically for it or against it, according to whether some certain conditions were satisfied. I would also note that about 16 of those were from people who weren't residents in town. I don't discount your opinions. I value them, but my responsibility is to the residents of Lyons who are going to bear the burden of this hotel. So those concerns basically came down to, and they were my concerns, is the parking issue, of course, the size and architecture of the building, and the ability of the wastewater treatment plant to handle the effluent from this hotel. As concerns parking, I must tell you, I'm nearing the end of my term here on the Board of Trustees, and in 2 years, I'm not sure we ever had a discussion about taking care of the parking issue downtown. We've had complaints. I know it's been mentioned in passing, but we never considered an overarching solution to it. I wish my successor trustees luck in helping to solve this problem. As has been pointed out here, we've got 2 years to come up with something. I thought that Mr. Johnson's idea of a parking garage was excellent. I had never heard that before. I think it's an excellent idea, and I think it deserves some consideration. I also feel for people like Mike Yeager and his upholstery shop. I know if this goes forward without any kind of solution, he's going to be losing some parking spaces there, and I feel for them, as I feel for all the business owners. We received letters from the Chamber of Commerce and from the businesses up on High Street who are concerned about loss of parking. On the size of the building, I can appreciate the developer's viewpoint that they need that number of rooms to make this profitable. But I am encouraged that the project is going to pay attention to some of the Ecology Board's comments. I heard what Dave Lee had to say, and I'm going to be holding you to that, Dave. I like the idea of the green building, the green design, and the sustainability principles. As for the wastewater treatment plant, right up until today, when I got a nice email from Utilities Director Kaplan, I was concerned that this was going to put an undue pressure on our wastewater treatment plant. But with the math that Director Kaplan put forward, I think we're going to be okay. I think we've still got the capacity. Although I am a little bit confused on page 5 of the applicant's development project write-up. It states that the hotel, the projected annual water consumption is 3.5 to 4 million gallons. Geez, if I divide that by the number of days in the year, that comes out to 9,600 gallons a day, which is a far cry from Director Kaplan's 4,000 or 4,800 gallons that's been put forward. But either way, whether it's 9,600 or whether it's 4,000 or whether it's 4,800, it still fits within the requirement that the wastewater treatment plant can handle it. So I've been assured on all counts the parking still is an issue, but we are under an obligation to meet that the hotel meets the code as written. I don't see any issues with it, so I'll be voting yes on this.
Further comments? No further comments? Oh, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, let's start with where we should start with the biggest new development that's been proposed in Lyons in many years, and that's with the comprehensive plan. I was wondering if anybody was going to actually mention the most direct reference in the comprehensive plan to this project. And thanks to Betsy Burton for doing so in her letter. I was surprised this wasn't mentioned in the actual applicant's written submission or the town staff's review, but it's comprehensive plan economic development 2.2.1. We should encourage development of lodging facilities. That's about as direct and clear as it gets. 2.2.6, promote tourism. That does that as well. Additionally, the Economic Development Commission, now the EDC, has prioritized this for many years. Somewhat over my objection, the prior board commissioned and paid for a $15,000 hotel study. It wasn't just to determine the feasibility. Everybody wanted a hotel. It was actually done in part to attract a hotel developer. So the idea that this town wants a new hotel has been, that issue was decided years ago, and the comprehensive plan clearly states that. There is a concern with parking, a serious concern. But I absolutely agree with what several speakers and the town planner have said. This is a town created problem. And it's a town, it's something that the town must solve. And I'm about to step on some toes here. Apologize in advance, both prior boards and this board. The town had and owned a lot near downtown, catty-cornered from this development, that would have served as a parking garage if need be. It was the RTD lot. It was turned into a library. I love the library. I was responsible in large part for, along with some others, of getting that done. The initial plan for the library was to put it on the lot that includes the depot building, move the little front building in front of the library, and basically build kind of an L-shaped structure around there. The reason that was planned was that the initial planners of the library did not think the town board would go for wiping out the RTD lot in total, because it was the only existing large parking lot in downtown Lyons, and the comp plan, had it been followed by that town board, said we needed to increase our parking, not do away with the biggest lot we had in downtown Lyons. But the board saw fit to do that. I'm not going to criticize that as a mistake, but we need to recognize the effect. A decision by the Board of Trustees of the town of Lyons wiped out the only existing large parking lot in downtown Lyons. So when I say the town created this problem, the town board created this problem, a prior town board. Let's talk about this town board. The only essentially undeveloped commercial lot remaining in downtown Lyons when this board took office was the McCain lot. This board voted contrary to the unanimous recommendation of the PCDC and the direction of town staff to change that lot from commercial to an improper, under the comp plan, industrial zoning. Under commercial zoning, had it stayed that, one of the permitted uses of commercial zoning is parking lot. So once again, a town board took a decision that took a piece of property that could have been used for a parking lot and took it off the board. That's why I say it is incumbent on the town to fix the parking problem. Let's recognize that the town owns the only remaining real property that would work for parking. It owns Sandstone Park. It owns the Triangle lot. It owns the 2nd Avenue space in front of the wastewater treatment facility, and it owns Bone Park. Sandstone's a possibility. We need to tread lightly there, because I view it as the central park of Lyons, and I don't want to see it turned into a complete parking lot. Although I think part of it, probably the western part, as Parker said, has some possibilities. However we use those 4 town properties, one or more of them, it is incumbent on us to solve this problem. We also obviously need to change the existing ordinance on off-street parking, the 700 feet, the paved limitations, the landscaping requirements. We need to relook at that, and we need to relook at it in conjunction with this project in particular. let me just, this is the amendment I was going to propose and decided not to do it in the form of amendment, but I'll address it here because I'm talking about parking. There are a bunch of recitals in the resolution in paragraph 2A through L that are the required findings of fact for us to approve this project. Paragraphs A through K are indeed findings of fact. Paragraph L, the last paragraph of that, is a fudge. Paragraph L doesn't find as a fact that what the code requires, that the proposed development meets all the applicable local, state, and federal regulations. The language is fudged. It says the proposed development shall conform with, future tense. That non-finding of fact recognizes that we have to do something about parking before we can make the necessary finding that this development complies with the existing parking code, because it doesn't. Fortunately, not only are we quasi-judicial decision makers and fact finders, we are also a legislative body that has the ability to change when we wish to our parking ordinances. I am concerned about not doing that at this stage of the proceedings, but it can be done before we sign a development agreement, and it needs to be done. And I'll state on the record that I will not vote for a development agreement until we address the parking ordinance. It needs to be done at the same time or before, or we can't make that fact finding, because right now, as that parking ordinance exists, I don't think the liberal interpretation of what's adjacent qualifies. I don't think you can use parking across the street and not even bordering this property to be adjacent parking. So we need to fix that. And only if it's fixed will I vote for a development agreement. As to utilities, as Trustee Lowell has already said, and I think we got the numbers in the record, the wastewater treatment plant, contrary to a number of comments submitted from the public, can handle the existing flow from this project. I would like to see, oh, and by the way, the 9,600 gallons per day figure was for water use, not wastewater. The 4,800 was for wastewater contribution. So that's the difference between those two figures. I would like to see, in advance of the development agreement, a report from the town staff addressing each of the major utilities, electric, water, and wastewater, that will become a part of the public record before that meeting, so that the public can become better educated, not to mention the board, about how each of those things are complied with. Because if you look at the comments, there's a lot of misunderstanding and lacking information, misinformation and lack of information in this area. The myth that this could damage or endanger the capacity of the wastewater treatment facility is repeated over and over and over. It's time that we educate not only ourselves but the public and address that. So I would like a report on utilities in advance of approving any kind of development. Similarly, on revenue and taxes, when we looked at the Summit project, that was a big part of what we looked at. How much revenue is this going to produce? How many tap fees were huge. They basically bailed out our water wastewater plant. We looked at the use tax in particular and used the use tax to provide significant concessions to Summit to get that done. I am not comfortable in either the utilities area or in the revenues area of the procedure that's being done here, which is at the principal stage where the Board of Trustees, at the end of the very public development plan review process and the site plan review process as part of that, we don't get key information about utilities and revenues and costs to the town in the record when we make our decision. And instead that gets deferred until, oh, we'll take that up at the building permit stage. I don't like that. In particular, as to utilities, the Utilities Engineering Board, which we rely on heavily for some of this technical analysis, is an advisory board to the Board of Trustees. It is not an advisory board to the staff at the time that staff approves approves building permits. The building permit approval process is largely a staff process, not requiring public hearing, not generally requiring Board of Trustees involvement unless something has to be waived. The analysis and input by the UEB and really by the finance department and town staff should come at this stage of the process, not later. And we have gotten in trouble before, as I mentioned, when major utility issues got put off past the board's green lighting of a project and then got left to staff. I don't want to go into details there because I don't want to spark any more controversy, but the last time that happened on a major project, it led to very acrimonious proceedings before the BOT, utilities appeals, and a lawsuit and countersuit. We should have learned our lesson. That kind of stuff needs to go before the Board of Trustees when it makes this decision. The only reason I'm in favor of this tonight is because we still have the development agreement decision. And like I said, with regard to parking, I won't vote for a development agreement unless we get this information. I would like also a report addressing all of the tax revenues, what's going to go to the URA, what's going to go to the town, what kind of use tax can we reasonably estimate. And I appreciate the applicant providing information about what happens if we increase the lodging tax, because that's something we've talked about doing and it needs to be done. Finally and quickly, some comments on the public comments. I read them all as Trustee Lowell did, and my tally was slightly different but I came out the same. There were more in favor than against, and a number that were kind of on the fence. But I wanted to thank the public for submitting them. I'm pleased that there was such great public interest taken in there. That's why I want things like utilities and revenues addressed in the public process, so the public understands those things, not just us. In particular, I would like to commend Parker Johnson's comments. Parker has a lot of experience in this area. He both on the financial end and actually the hotel operations end. With respect to one of the biggest criticisms of this size of it, I think Parker is right. I think this is actually on the small end of something that will work from an economic feasibility standpoint. That's what the applicant's hotel expert, who's very well qualified, said as well. When Mr. Tamburello was first looking at the property after he bought the property out on the Eastern Corridor and was looking at putting some type of a lodging facility on the south portion of that, he said the same thing. He looked into how large would a hotel have to be to work there. And his initial determination, talking to people in the industry, was something along the lines of a 40 to 50 room hotel wouldn't work. It had to be bigger, and he wasn't able to fit an 80+ room hotel on the south side of that project. I also had a fair amount of experience in my prior career with hotel workouts and bankruptcies and refinancing. And I think it's correct that this hotel does need to be this size to be financially viable. And the last thing you want in downtown Lyons is a failed hotel. Believe me, that's not something that we want to look forward to. So I'm going to support this as it is. We need to look at that last paragraph of the resolution and realize that that's not a finding of fact, and to make that a valid finding of fact that this complies with all of the local code requirements, we've got to fix the parking. So let's look at that and let's try to fix it when this comes before us again in the development agreement. I commend the applicants for their investment to date and their interest in the town of Lyons, their excellent presentation. And I think it's clearly shown that their willingness to work with the town to fix problems and issues as they arise, as they inevitably will with a development this size. They're sincere. I think this is about as good a development partner, and that's what we really have as a development partner as the town of Lyons could find. And I'm in favor of this.
Further comments?
Trustee Wall has his hand raised.
Trustee Wall?
My comments will be brief. I'd like to thank the applicant for going through this process and involving so many people in town throughout the process. I think that parking is an issue and that future boards need to address this for the reasons that my fellow trustees have already mentioned. I think it's important for the long-term growth and sustainability of all of our town businesses. I think this board has an opportunity tonight, and I'll be voting for this, to set the direction of future growth in the town of Lyons. We've spent many years in the recovery phase, and it's now time to grow and become a new and improved and growing Lyons. I think one of the things that I wanted to point out is that this presentation required a significant investment by the applicant. We see a world-class team that was put together to support this process, and that I'm hoping that town staff has been able to learn from this development process and can support other businesses being built by other investors and citizens of this town without always requiring all applicants this high barrier of entry. By hiring a team of outside consultants. Many business owners that have been in Lyons for decades and raised their families here do not always have the resources required to perform this type of planning and development process. And to keep our town as local as possible, we must do better by all of our businesses by supporting and developing a planning and development process that doesn't require tens of thousands of dollars of investment just to get us out of the blocks on this type of thing. So kudos to the applicant. I look forward to voting in favor of this, and I look forward to having a hotel here in town.
Additional comments? Trustee Rogan?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to everybody who is staying up so late. We're required to be here and to be doing this, but members of the public are not. So great gratitude to you all. I'll be brief too. I think we're extremely fortunate to have Moss Rock doing this development. I absolutely have concerns about parking, and as the sole survivor for the next 2 years on the Board of Trustees, I am confident that we can make some good progress with that. So, I think this is a great forcing function, as somebody else said. So I'll be voting in favor of this and appreciate everybody's extremely hard work and time.
Additional comments? Trustee Careless?
Again, I'd like to reiterate what I've said or what my fellow trustees have said. And again, thanks this development for coming forward and speaking to us and giving us this great presentation. I do have concerns, as some of my fellow trustees have mentioned, that I look forward to getting corrected and addressed in deeper discussion in our development agreement stage. One of those, when it indicates about the traffic studies of not creating that much traffic problems. Well, traffic study companies study numbers. I don't think they come to our town during mid-June through August or October of this year and the years prior, when it takes sometimes 45 minutes to get back into town coming from the east. We have traffic backups all the way from 5th all the way out to beyond the Highway 66 interchange. What that does for as citizens of Lyons is it creates a backlog, it creates a jam. It's gotten pretty bad the last 5 years, continues to get worse. We are looking at other businesses trying to grow right now that this board is reviewing, and they can add to that on certain weekends. And a potential problem from that is, how do emergency vehicles get from the south side of the highway to the north side of town when people do block intersections in this town? It's been addressed before, it's been talked about. So I would like to hear during the development agreement phase from both our fire department and police department, or the Boulder County Sheriff's Department, of what plans are and to traverse through that traffic on those weekends, because we pretty much know it's Friday, Saturday, and Sundays. We have a warmer spring, because sometimes it starts early, warmer fall, sometimes it goes late, like it did this year. So there's some concern there. The indication that it'll benefit all the other businesses in town. The current economy, a current government that likes to pay people to stay home and continue to do so and continue to invest in those dollars, could also mean that a development like this, hiring 100 people from staff, can also take away the hiring pool of the other businesses in town. One of our trustees has a business has stated they have trouble finding employees. There is a potential that this could create a serious problem for some of our other our businesses in town. So that's something to pay attention and be aware of. Of course, the parking, I'm in that issue. I know people said the boards have created it. Yeah, but I'm sorry, after the comp plan, about 2.5 years after the comp plan of 2010 was initiated, there was something called a flood that took people's homes away, took their businesses away. And the boards in those 7 years afterwards spent a lot of time having one meeting go to right now 11:45. We had every meeting going to 11:45 and after to rebuild the town and get it back together. So if we missed parking, I'm sorry, but at least we got your businesses open, we got your infrastructure back, and people are flowing through this town left and right at numbers we've never seen before. Our sales tax numbers have never been where we've seen them before. So if we missed one thing, I'm sorry, I have the confidence we can work it out. And those that do feel that way, we just passed a resolution to seat a new board with no vote, no election, no one pulled packets to run. You are more than welcome to run and fix the problem. Just saying. So at this time, I will be voting for this moving forward, but there will be other discussions and more information needed from the utilities side of things, as Mayor Pro Tem Browning indicated in the agreement phase. And I do believe that is my concerns at this time. Thank you.
Very well stated, Trustee Caravas, in regard to the overwhelming amount of time and energy it took to be resilient in regard to the floods. It was like, an incredible amount of work that the Board of Trustees got done. And thank you for your service at that time, which far exceeds anything that I hope will ever happen again. I'll be voting in favor of this resolution, and I have no question of a doubt regarding the integrity of Anya's and Agnes. And I think that we will be able to come to a conclusion on every item that's been raised for the benefit of the town. There were comments.
Trustee Miller has her hand up. I'm sorry, Mayor.
Pardon me?
Just saying that Trustee Miller also has her hand up. I apologize for interrupting you.
That's okay. What's fascinating, because I speak with Administrator Simonson on almost a daily basis, is this is the beginning of the transformation of Lyons. There are so many projects that are in the pipeline, and the influences of things like the Broadway project, extending buildings that are on Main Street towards Broadway, that, like I said, this is the beginning of what Parker referred to as the Renaissance of Lyons. I was pleased to see that the southern portion of the hotel is basically only 2 stories. So I don't think that the footprint is as outrageous as everybody imagines, and I think it's going to really be beautiful. I'm looking forward to it very, very much. Trustee Miller.
Can you hear me now? By the way? Okay.
Much better.
Better.
Go ahead.
Okay. I was just going to echo what Trustee Caravas stated a little bit. I have some issues, of course, with, I feel like they need to take a look at the traffic in the summertime and the 15,000 cars that come through in the weekends. every weekend in the high season. And the height of the building, if there were to be a fire, since Lyons Fire District doesn't currently have a ladder truck, I think that needs to be addressed. Of course, that probably comes with the next step. But that is definitely a concern of mine. I also, that's a major corridor for children to walk to school. So I hope that that is something that's taken into consideration as well. That corner is, right there at the school. So when school is in session, that's going to be a consideration. Safe child crossing. So those are kind of my main concerns of that. Of course, parking, because High Street is always full during the summertime of bicyclists that are riding their bikes at Hall Ranch or whatever. And then, of course, the people stopping to shop at the local shops. We don't have any parking to spare as it stands right now. And so I feel like it's going to be a stretch to find the parking, figure out the parking situation, even with the added Broadway parking along the east, headed east way, when that happens, which is going to be a little while. So it's, I definitely support the project. I think we definitely need a hotel here. I'm all for businesses thriving here. So I wish you the best, and I hope that we can get this all figured out. But those are my concerns. I just wanted to share.
Thank you, Trustee Miller. Administrator Simonson.
Thank you. If I could, I'd like to just kind of mention a couple of things that haven't been mentioned yet tonight. Again, I just want to make it aware that the staff, since the original application came in, we've been trying to think about this parking situation. And one thing that I haven't heard yet is the High Street in front of the elementary school is actually town right-of-way. And there's over 35 parking stalls there, and they're not used at all in the summer during the time these guys need parking. So maybe we need to work out an arrangement with the elementary that says from the day school is out moving forward, that's within a block, less than a block. But staff looked at that. There's over 35 parking stalls right there. And they are not used in the summer at all right now. So that just something to keep in mind as we're thinking about parking. Second of all, before anyone gets their hopes up too high about Sandstone Park, the western half, there is a historic structure on that, the freight unloading dock that is listed on the historic register. So keep that in mind. That might be another challenge. Another thing that hasn't come up at all is usually check-in for hotels is either 3 or 4 p.m. and checkout is 10 in the morning or 11. Those are not the times that Lyons is busy right now. And I just think that should be noted that the parking, when these guys need the parking, is not competing with the highest parking hours of everyone else coming in and parking in the late morning or early afternoon. So I think that is just something to keep in mind as we're figuring out parking. And I want to remind the board that there was one private sector parking proposal that was, we had a pre-application meeting with them this year that would serve all the needs of this hotel. It was mentioned in one of my administrators' reports because they hadn't filled out a formal application yet. If that development goes through, we won't need to provide public parking. So keep that in mind. And then Trustee Caravas, just since Rocky Mountain National Park went to a reservation system, we haven't had any backups because the people going to the park are now on an hourly basis. It's actually much improved that situation from what we had 3 or more years ago. So just a few things that hadn't been mentioned yet tonight in all of the comments and submittals to keep in mind as we are working through this process and the development plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments, Trustee Wong?
I just wanted to point out that the parking on High Street is often very full during the summer with mountain bikers and so forth, all the way up in front of the elementary school. As the person who lives right next to that, I see many vehicles parked there on a regular basis. And we did see backups this summer. So maybe not as much as we normally have, but you know, I think those are some good points, but I do want to say that High Street, I do that drive from my house to Witasa probably 10 times a day, every day in the summer. And that parking is almost always got people coming in and out of it. In fact, there's quite a few van lifers that spend the night there with no enforcement.
We could take care of that.
So
one of our, we were trying to figure out a way to encourage the bicyclists to start parking over at Bone and get them off of High Street altogether. So maybe we can build that in with that, incentivize that somehow.
Well, wayfaring to parking is and signage is definitely a requirement for any parking changes that we're going to do in town.
Yep, and that is on this year's list.
Okay. Any further comments? If not, we have a motion and a second, I believe.
Yep.
No further comments. I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas, Trustee Caravas.
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Wah
Aye.
and Trustee Miller.
Yay.
Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations. Let's see. No. If I can find it. If I can find general business, there is no general business, is there?
No, sir.
No.
And
Discussion of future items.
are there any discussion of future agenda items? I may have had a couple, but I'm going to pass because it's late. Does anybody else have any? If not, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Well, Mary Angela, there is an item we'll have to address before we do that.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot. I lost my agenda.
And my recommendation, Mary Angela, is that we
Oh,
delay that executive session, given that it's midnight tonight. You know, I think we have time, you know, to get staff direction on the development plan agreement and what the negotiation position is. So
Okay,
I think we should, Mayor Pro Tem Brown has his hand raised.
okay.
Under action items on the agenda, number 14, I think an action item should be to begin drafting potential changes to the parking requirements so that those would be ready by the time that the development agreement was done. So I don't know if we want to direct the town attorney to do it or suggest ideas, or what's the best way to do that?
Yeah, I think the direction was already taken. That, you know, there are some, you know, we could start working on that internally. As you know, I'm going to be gone the next couple of weeks.
Okay.
Is it, just for clarification, is the request that we have our first reading by the time of development plan review, or is that it has to be fully implemented?
You know, if it can be done, I'd like to see it at least be considered simultaneously with the development agreement. It makes sense to take them up at the same time, to me.
Understood. But is that first reading or second reading?
I guess it depends on the speed of the development agreement, at least first reading.
Okay, I appreciate the flexibility.
And I'll be glad to email. I think the discussion tonight pointed out several specific things that probably should be addressed.
Yeah.
But I'll put those in an email to you. Just
Thank you. I was taking notes, but I appreciate that.
Any other action items?
An action item for me is that I need to send out my legal report in an email form sometime tomorrow. Not by 8 a.m. though. Not sorry to disappoint everyone.
Clerk Vasquez.
I just had a couple also. They would like a report from town staff addressing each of the major utilities and how they're going to be complied with, and also a revenues report, sales tax, use tax, and property taxes.
Okay. Administrator Simonson.
The only other thing I had was the, in the resolution, the whereas needs to reference the 3 items and the handicap accessible parking.
And those were amendments, and those are already I've already made those, so those will be at the clerk tomorrow. And Trustee Miller has her hand raised as well.
Trustee Miller.
I would just like to put in a request for a rooftop pool.
I think that's beyond the scope of our review. So
Okay. All right. So we are you prepared, Mayor Pro Tem? In regard to the executive session, is that what you referenced, Counselor?
Go into it. I thought we were going to skip it.
yeah, I would ask for a motion to I guess we could just vote it down. I guess that's one way to do it. I mean, either a motion to amend the agenda to remove the executive session, or you could vote to take it off, just not to go in.
I move we amend the agenda to remove the executive session item Roman numeral 15.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second, as stated by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any discussion? I'll call for the.
Do we need to move it to a date certain or not?
No, it's not a resolution or a public hearing, so we can just remove it.
Okay.
You can call an executive session at any time it's needed, or remove it if it's not needed. So no issue to not moving to a date certain.
Okay, no further comments. I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller.
Yay.
Did I lose Trustee Wah?
I think so.
Yeah, he's exhausted.
Yeah. To let the record reflect that Trustee Waugh is not present at this time.
Trustee Carabas.
Aye.
Item 15 is removed unanimously from the agenda. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
I don't imagine there's going to be any discussion. I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Hell yeah. I mean, aye, excuse me.
Trustee Lowell,
Yes.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Carabas,
Aye.
and Trustee Miller.
Yay.
This meeting is adjourned. Congratulations. I'm so excited.
Thank
Be
you
safe,
for
everybody.
all your
Thank you
hard
so
work.
much.
Thank you
Be
so
safe.
much.
Please be
Good night,
safe.
everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good night,
Good
everybody.
night.
Good one.
Good night.